Welcome to the world's greatest health show and the charter tour. My name is Shawn Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and it's an absolute honor and a privilege to be with you this morning. We've been traveling across the land. We started on October 4th in Victoria. That seems like months ago, that we were in Victoria sharing with the people there and having them share with us. And then we've just been on a whirlwind tour across Canada. Right now we're in Collingwood, Ontario. I don't get to spend a lot of time in Ontario. I used to live here, but it's kind of fun to be back here traveling the roads. But the most precious thing, and why I say it's a privilege and an honor, is at every single live event, pretty well it's been standing room only. People are just so excited about coming and participating and sharing their stories. And person after person comes up to us and shares after the event, I didn't know this, and that they're being engaged in a different way. We are in an absolute trap in Canada. It's almost like we're under a spell and we can't see it. Because when you're in a spell, by definition, you can't see it. It's like when you're in a financial bubble, you don't see it. So we're in this model that is clearly broken, that is clearly not getting good health outcomes. And yet most of Canada can't see it. And this tour and this hunger to learn the truth is absolutely humbling. We're just honored. Teresa and I, as we travel, we're honored, we're humbled to be part of this. And, as we have all these live events, last night we had to log in live. It wasn't broadcast live, but we had to stop in a small town and get a signal and set up the cameras so that we could participate virtually with what was happening in Fredericton, New Brunswick. And I have to just do a shout out to our AV team, David and Sherry and Gary. Just the work they do to make this happen, and their coaching. We don't have the budget for an AV person to travel with us, so they have taught Teresa and I how to set up the equipment and get things going. I just say bless you to the AV team. Really, really appreciate. They're behind the scenes, so you don't know all the work that they do, but this has been just an absolute pleasure to work with them and to share with you, and just sharing that we're thankful this morning. This is, in this opening, I want to drive home really just the importance of what we're doing, because at the end of the day, what we're talking about is we're talking about our family members, we're talking about our spouses, our siblings, our children, our parents, suffering absolutely needlessly. And it's illegal in Canada for them to be told that, there's a whole other medical model, there's a whole other world of healing that you can access, but it's hidden from you. And it's deliberately hidden from you. And as I'd shared earlier, and as this health show was going on, we're for the very first time sharing with you. So we're having ordinary Canadians, our fellows, our brothers, our sisters, sharing with you their life's journey, their health journey, and how they were suffering terribly in the mainstream medical system without hope, with some with death sentences, horrible death sentences. And then they've found life, they found health, they found freedom. They've come out from under the spell, and now they're living free. Well, it's forbidden to share that knowledge the people that know it are the healthcare practitioners that see it, that are using these remedies. Those that know it are the manufacturers. There's a feedback loop. They understand that, for many, their products are the difference between life and death, but they can't share it with you. And so for those of us that are out there suffering terribly, that are trapped under this spell of pharmakia, which is the root word for sorcery, by the way, those of us that are trapped in that, We can't be told because Health Canada shuts people down. Those that know, that share, that shut, they get shut down. They get threatened, they get bullied, they get fined. In worst case scenario, they could face jail for daring to go against Health Canada. So what is this model we're in? And then I'm going to get to drive home to you why this is life and death. So where are we? So first of all, you have to understand the term allopathic medicine. Allopathic medicine. It's a philosophy of healing. And it's the philosophy that we've adopted. So in our government-funded, I'll say healthcare system, but really it's a pharmacare system. Because the only legal treatments by design, other than surgery, are chemical pharmaceutical drugs. And the only way for us to access them is through the universal healthcare system. So when I say, no, really, it's a pharmacare system, this is by design. But so we've chosen to have universal healthcare. Well, I mean, that's a great thing. But why did we choose the allopathic model? You see, there's different traditions of healing. If you watch the health food show, for example, like the naturopathic doctors that are presenting, we ask them, like, so what is the naturopathic philosophy of healing? Well, you basically look at everything. You look at the body, you look at their emotional state, you look at their living conditions, you're looking for toxicity, you're looking for nutrition, you're looking at stress, you're looking at the whole person. And the goal is determine, well, what's actually wrong? Listen to this again. And the same can be said for homeopathic doctors, the same can be said for traditional Chinese doctors. They're there to actually cure the illness. So it's so important for you to understand this, because the allopathic model isn't there to cure the illness. I'm going to get into that in a second. So all these healing traditions that you're hearing about at this health show, their goal, their focus is, wait a second, what's wrong with you? And to do that, they have to look at everything. They have to look at how you live. They have to look at what you eat. They have to look at your emotional state. They have to look at your spiritual state. They have to look at everything involved, because it's absolutely surprising sometimes how it's not really just physical. So I'll share with you an example in a second. But their healing traditions all are, what's wrong? Like, okay, let's get a big picture here. Let's identify everything that's wrong and could be a contributing factor to your suffering. And then let's fix what's causing your suffering. If it's a nutritional deficiency, let's fix that. If it's a toxicity, let's fix that. If it's, actually some, illness separate from that, let's actually solve that. What remedies do you need to solve that? But they actually are trying to cure the illness. Now, the allopathic tradition stands apart from all of the other healing modalities. The allopathic system says, no, let's not cure the underlying illness. No, let's not do that. That's not the allopathic model. The allopathic model is, well, let's address the symptoms of the illness. Let's reduce suffering by figuring out, how do we reduce the symptoms of the person's illness? Now, if the citizens of Canada, if we actually looked at the different healing traditions and the different healing models, we would never pick the allopathic model. Not in a million years would the citizens of Canada say, we want to deliberately limit our universal health care, the health care system that we fund, that are provided to everyone. Not in a million years would we choose the allopathic model. Not in a million years would we choose, never actually cure our illness. Don't you dare do that. No way, because we're an allopathic system, and what we're going to do is we're going to address the symptoms of your illness. Now, in the allopathic model, you don't have to limit treating the symptoms of the illness to chemical pharmaceutical drugs. You can use natural remedies. The allopathic model doesn't rule out natural remedies. The allopathic model doesn't rule out nutrition, but our governments have chosen to do that. So problem number one is we've chosen an allopathic model. Like, what are we talking about? When we've got some problem with us that's causing suffering, whatever it is, deal with the problem. That's how you'll end our suffering. Don't let the problem fester and fester and fester, and we'll even cover it up by addressing the symptoms of our illness. No, we actually want to be healed. We want to be cured, and not in a million years would we have willingly chose for our governments to limit our universal health care to the allopathic model. Shame on you, government. Shame on you, Health Canada. Shame on you, provinces that have made it illegal over the years. You've gotten rid of our naturopaths, you got rid of our homeopaths, you got rid of our nutritionists for a long, long time, and they've come back, and you're trying to limit them again, and shame on you. You know, we just recently, in the last 6 weeks, the Quebec Court of Appeal affirmed a trial court decision. In Quebec, like many provinces, there is a law giving doctors a monopoly, the allopathic doctors, a medical monopoly on treating us. And a homeopathic doctor was charged, or not homeopathic, a naturopathic doctor was charged under this act that gives medical doctors their medical monopoly, and found guilty because she was healing people. The court wasn't saying that she wasn't well trained. The court wasn't saying she wasn't getting good results. The court wasn't saying that the people coming to her, choosing consenting adults, that the mainstream medical system has absolutely failed them, and they're sick and they're dying and they're trying to find relief. The court's not saying any of that's not real. The court's not saying she's not saving lives. The court's not saying that she's not freeing people from suffering terribly. No, no, no. The king's courts are there to enforce the king's law. And the king's law in Quebec says that only medical doctors can diagnose, can recommend, can do anything to help address illness or sickness or suffering. And so she's guilty, and now she's going to be facing sentencing for the horrible crime of freeing Canadians from suffering within this allopathic chemical drug model, because the provinces have given a medical monopoly. Now, so let's just go back. So we have chosen to do, the government, the Canadian citizens have not chosen the allopathic model for a universal healthcare system. Not in a million years would we choose to do that willingly. That's the last model. We would never choose that model. We would always say, no, let's pick a model where we're actually addressing what's wrong with us and curing us, healing us. And then when you're cured, because we're cured and healed, then the symptoms, our suffering, will go away because we no longer have the illness. But no, Government of Canada and provinces, you have deliberately chosen, without consulting us, this allopathic model that deliberately does not treat, it doesn't cure, it doesn't heal. It deliberately looks at how do we address the symptoms? How do we alleviate the symptoms without curing? And so, you know, chronic illness, mental illness, heart disease, arthritis, rheumatoid arthritis, all of we could just go on and on. We all know if you go to the mainstream medical system with those, they're not going to cure it. They're not going to heal it. And yet, they're curable, they're healable. I'm going to address that a little later on in this opening. What we're doing is absolute madness. Now, I said earlier, the allopathic system, the philosophy of not treating the underlying illness, not actually curing, not actually healing, but just addressing the symptoms. That philosophy isn't by itself limited to just using chemical pharmaceutical drugs. But our governments have chosen to limit it to surgery and chemical pharmaceutical drugs. In other openings and in our live events, I talk about how we have structured our drug approval process. So first of all, we have said that you can't sell a drug, you can't a drug includes anything. I mean, if you're going to use water to treat hydration, we've deliberately made anything used to treat ourselves or prevent illness, including vital nutrients. We've deliberately chosen to include them as drugs, which is madness, but it's part of protecting this chemical drug industry, for which our universal health care is the dispensing arm. It's the marketing arm. You can't access the chemical pharmaceutical drugs any other way. If you think, wait a second, the chemical pharmaceutical drug industry, like it's tens and hundreds of billions of dollars, they've got huge political clout. They've got huge advertising clout. They basically control the medical school curriculums. Watch Other Openings, where I talk about Marcia Angel, the editor of the New England Journal of Medicine for like over 20 years, when she writes this book, you know, about doctors and pharmaceutical companies and the corruption. And she says, and this is a direct quote, "It is simply no longer possible." That's the first part. So she says it's simply no longer possible, which means you got two neurons firing together in your head left. It's simply no longer possible to believe most of the published medical literature. Or, and I'm no longer direct quoting, that first part's actually, it's no longer possible, that's a direct quote. But she says basically it's no longer possible to trust most of the published medical literature, to trust, you know, trusted physicians, and to trust the established medical guidelines that are used to treat us in our universal healthcare system. So she's a physician, she's the editor of the New England Journal of Medicine, and then she goes on and says she's, you know, slowly and reluctantly come to this conclusion. She didn't want to come to the conclusion after being a journal editor for 20 years. So, but think about it, it is simply no longer possible to believe most of the published research. The medical guidelines are, you know, big physician thought leaders that are guiding this stuff. It's no longer possible, meaning you can't. Like if you're a sane, rational human being, it's no longer possible. So basically, the research that's being relied on and all of that, like when I tell you that you might conclude, wait a second, this pharmaceutical complex, you know, you hear about military industrial complex, how about pharmaceutical industrial complex? It is so crazy large that you might conclude, wait a second, they've got a lot of influence on government. You know, money talks. And they've got a lot of influence on the regulatory body. Health Canada, Canadian Food Inspection Agency. Oh, wow, okay. I mean, I can accept that as rational. Well, is it a small leap then to just understand that the only, like, so how do they make their hundreds of billions of dollars a year? In Canada, it's all through, let's just slow this down. So if you accept the pharmaceutical companies just make obscene amounts of cash, obscene profits, and that because they're so rich, they have influence in government and over our regulatory body, which is government, and over the provinces, and over the medical schools, and over the medical colleges, that, you know, money talks, that maybe they are in their self-interest, would try to structure our society so that they can continue to make profits. Is that so shocking? But just the point I'm trying to slow us down for here is the only way they can make profits, they can't, you know, except for the over-the-counter drugs, which are still highly regulated and pushed by Health Canada, but the real money's in the prescription drugs. That's where the fat is. The only way we can access prescription drugs, so their marketing arm, their dispensing arm, is the universal healthcare system. And that's a joint effort. So the federal government basically only approves the chemical pharmaceutical drugs to treat anything but the most minor of conditions. And I get there's the very odd and rare exception. But by and large, we all know if we access the universal healthcare system for, you know, anything serious, we're going to be offered either surgery and chemical pharmaceutical drugs, or a combination of those. Like, we all know this. So you have to understand that this huge chemical pharmaceutical industry, they only make profits through, in Canada, through our universal healthcare system. And the allopathic medical doctors are the gatekeepers, and that's provincial jurisdiction. This is a collusion between the federal government and the provinces. Now, if you want to if you want to sell chemical pharmaceutical drugs, well, newsflash, and you all know this intuitively, and when you think about it, you go, yeah, you know, he's right. They don't cure the illness. They address the symptoms. Now, they do that very poorly, but they address the symptoms. So really the only way, the only possible way for the chemical pharmaceutical companies to get the government universal healthcare system to sell their products, because the doctors are the gatekeepers. This is all deliberately structured. In some countries, you don't need prescriptions for any of this. And I think they get better health outcomes in those countries. But we've deliberately structured it so the only way for us to access these chemical pharmaceutical drugs are through our universal healthcare system. Oh, but the only way really doctors or anything else would put up with that is if we limited our model to not treating illness. If we train doctors about listen, you watch the health show, it's 100% clear. The two leading causes of almost all of our illnesses are toxicity, and that's toxins and chemicals deliberately put into our food supply. Oh, who's in control of our food supply? Health Canada and Canadian Food Inspection Agency. And the second, which is more of a leading cause of our chronic illness and suffering, is malnutrition, because we actually, newsflash, you need nutrition to be healthy. We can't get it in our foods anymore. It's so clear. Even if you're eating organic and raw and all of this, you cannot get the nutrients you need. We must supplement. And most people don't even know that they need to supplement. So we're creating this chronically sick population. Well, the medical doctors are not trained in nutrition. The medical doctors, but for the rare exception, are not trained to identify toxicity, chemical poisoning. We've got speakers talking about how they basically were suffering from, the toxicity and had to be cured, not through the mainstream medical system because they didn't identify it, but through the natural health community. And speaker after speaker talking about basically how their problem was malnourishment. So this isn't a secret. But where I'm going is our medical doctors are not trained to identify toxic overload by and large and treat it. The biggest factor of our health, the biggest determinant of our health is our nutrition. The human body is this, we're wonderfully made. And there's like trillions of metabolic processes happening like every minute. But it depends on nutrition. The biggest single factor of our health is nutrition. Well, doctors are deliberately not trained in nutrition and to recognize nutritional deficiency. They're not trained. And this is by design, because they're trained in an allopathic model. Why would you be trained to identify the causes of our illness because you're in an allopathic model that doesn't treat the illness? Your model, the allopathic model, is to make a diagnosis which is based on a list of symptoms, and then prescribe something to address the symptoms, but not to cure. And if we had any choice in this, not in a million years would we choose to allow our medical doctors to be not trained in nutrition, the biggest factor affecting our health. And not in a million years would we be funding medical schools that are not trained to address the toxic overload which is caused by our food and environment. Not in a million years. But if you want to market chemical pharmaceutical drugs, you see, if you cure the underlying condition, if you take away the toxicity, if you provide the nutrition, where the lack of nutrition is the cause of the chronic illness, if you cure and treat the illness, then there are no symptoms to be treated with chemical pharmaceutical drugs. And then there's no money to be made. So you have to understand that our universal healthcare system, they've deliberately chosen an allopathic model, which is madness. And then within that allopathic model, they have deliberately chosen to limit the treatments of the symptoms with chemical synthetic drugs. This is madness. You don't get good health outcomes by either of those absolutely significant decisions. And to make matters worse, it's the chemical pharmaceutical drugs are making us sick, and they're killing us. Professor Alan Castles is one of the speakers at this health show. I mean, he made it clear, you know, the third leading cause of death in Canada, the third leading cause of death in Canada are chemical pharmaceutical drugs taken as directed, not abused in any way. The third leading cause of death in Canada are chemical pharmaceutical drugs taken as directed. Most of Canadians have no idea of that, just how dangerous these are. If we actually wanted good health outcomes, we would make our health policy that don't you dare take a chemical pharmaceutical drug unless you've basically exhausted all of the natural alternatives, including getting rid of your toxicity, including making sure that you have all the vital nutrients that you need to be healthy and to thrive. That would be our health policy, and it's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer. So Canadians, though, are absolutely locked into this universal healthcare system. So we've chosen an allopathic model by design because that's how we're going to market chemical pharmaceutical drugs. We only approve chemical pharmaceutical drugs to treat all but the most minor of conditions. So by and large, it's only legal to treat ourselves with anything, for any meaningful illness with chemical pharmaceutical drugs. And then the dispensing arm is our universal healthcare system, which is paid for. And in many cases, the chemical drugs are paid for. And so we're locked in this system, and we're having to go and see medical doctors that aren't trained deliberately, because it's an allopathic model, in the two major causes of our illness: toxic overload and malnutrition. And we have a food supply that is deliberately engineered. This has been going on for decades and decades and decades, where our toxic load's going up, and it's no secret. And our nutrition is going down. And the biggest two factors in our health, bar none, are adequate nutrition and lack of toxins. That's how you are healthy. You get your body what it needs, and you get rid of the toxins that interfere with us at the cellular and metabolic level. This isn't a secret, except to the doctors that aren't trained in it, deliberately not trained. So why does this matter? And yes, it's raining, but my wife left, so I can't move the camera. We don't have an AV team, so I'm just going to get wet during this, but that's just the way it goes on a live health show. I want to share some of the stories because, I'm sharing with you, this is kind of intellectual knowledge, and you might get angry. But where I want to go with you is this is absolute life and death. This is life and death. So I want to share with you some of the stories. So let's talk about Megan Everly. She was a speaker in Grand Prairie. She gets postpartum depression. And she became depressed. These are my words, not hers, but she was really describing being down a deep pit and not knowing how to get out. And you just lose your will to live, and you lose your ability to function. And she lost the ability to care for her toddler, and her husband had to step in. And the medical system did not have an answer, because for her, it was malnutrition. And she spoke about coming across natural remedies and becoming free. And it was such a freeing experience that she's trained in this now. And she's helping other young moms who are suffering postpartum depression and regular depression. And she speaks about how, some of these have been on antidepressants literally for years. And can we move into the, okay, so we're just going to move the camera because it's raining. So I'm going to move over now. Okay, so just bear with us. Again, it's the beauty of being on the road, no studios, but I actually, there's something really kind of neat, and Teresa says my wife not paying attention. There's something really kind of neat about being in different locations every day, and you get rain and you get, oh my gosh, the Edmonton one, we were just freezing. It was like -4 and the wind was just blowing. But back to Megan. So Megan Everly, she was trapped, literally, like I say, in a black pit. No will to live, horribly depressed. Like, she just made a point of explaining how bad it is when you're in that vicious cycle. And the medical system has no end, and she's now helping other mothers deal with this successfully with nutrition, because again, the leading causes of our illness are toxic overload and nutritional deficiency. And you watch the Cell Show, watch Dr. Bonnie Kaplan share with you the research from around the world on using micronutrients to deal with depression. In Grand Prairie, we also had David Stefan share how his mother had committed suicide because of bipolar, and how members of his family were also suffering from bipolar, and they found absolute freedom. It was cured, because the problem is the chemical drug system. So his sister Autumn was being involuntary committed in psych wards and being given all these drug cocktails to treat the symptoms but not address the illness, which for her was malnutrition. The brain uses more percentage of the nutrients per body weight than any other part of our organ. It's the most sensitive. It needs more nutrition than anything. True Hope was charged, and I called as a witness Dr. Charles Popper. I share this story in one of the other openings. And basically, Empower Plus destroyed his psychiatric practice at Harvard University, because his patients that went on the Empower Plus, with just vitamin and minerals, they became well. Like, he didn't have to meet with them. He had to meet with his other patients weekly to deal with the side effects of the chemical pharmaceutical drugs and to counsel them not to commit suicide. But the ones on Empower Plus, they were well. They were working full time. They're going to school full time. He'd have coffee with them every 3 to 6 months. We're talking life and death here. So there is a large percentage of mental illness that is caused by malnutrition. And with the proper advice and the proper nutrition, it can be solved. And this isn't a secret to anyone but the medical doctors. It's not a secret to the pharmaceutical companies. It's not a secret to the governments that are deliberately keeping us in an allopathic model to market and promote chemical pharmaceutical drugs. And I don't know the reason. I think the country is under a spell. I think it's more than money. There's something else going on. Why we can't see it. And that's why we're doing these openings. That's why we're doing this health show. That's why we're drawing attention. Enough is enough. We can't be under the spell of pharmacia anymore. We must be allowed to access our vital nutrients. I want to talk about Karen Peters. This is a story that totally struck me. She also shared at Grand Prairie. Now, Karen Peters was diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis, and she was suffering terribly. She described it as balls in her feet, and it was just horribly painful to walk. Her hands were swollen to twice the size. And her medical doctor, who diagnoses her with rheumatoid arthritis, shares with her, there's no cure for this. I'm going to give you prescriptions to help address the symptoms, but there's no cure, and you need to know that this is going to get worse and worse, and you're going to end up in a wheelchair. You're going to end up in a wheelchair, and then it's going to kill you. And he puts her on a couple of drugs. One is methotrexate, which is a chemotherapy drug. And so for a full year, she is injecting herself with a chemotherapy drug, and she describes to us that she wanted to die. This drug made her want to die. The suffering, the nausea, and the sickness, and just, the ill feeling was so bad that she wanted to die. She wanted to die, and she's injecting herself with this chemotherapy for a full year. And, you know, it's worse than being diagnosed with cancer. You're diagnosed with cancer, they're going to put you on chemo maybe for 3 to 6 months. But boy, if you're diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis, because this is a common treatment for rheumatoid arthritis, is to use chemotherapy drugs. And I'm calling us out right now as a nation. This is evil, this is sadistic, and this is wrong. And we better get our heads out of the sand right now. We better look up to the sky and see that the sun is rising and stop this madness. And you know it's madness just from hearing the rest of Karen's story. So after a year of this, after a year of wishing she was dead, of being depressed and hopeless because her medical doctor is telling her it's incurable, it's going to get worse, she's going to end up in a wheelchair and die, she ends up seeing a naturopathic doctor. And it's funny, she didn't want to go to a naturopathic doctor because she's been trained that the only ones who really know are the medical doctors. But she found a naturopathic doctor who was a medical doctor first, and that gave him enough credibility. And she goes to see this naturopathic doctor, and she shares with this naturopathic doctor the truth given to her by her medical doctor. The first thing she says is, I have an incurable illness. And the first thing the naturopathic doctor says to her is, there are no incurable illnesses. And then he cures her illness with nutrition and natural remedies. And she's no longer on chemotherapy drugs. She's not on any drugs. She's no longer suffering rheumatoid arthritis because it's cured. She's no longer facing a lifetime of injecting herself with a chemotherapy drug, which a naturopathic doctor who had been a medical doctor made clear to her, you keep injecting yourself with that, you will get cancer. So she's not facing a wheelchair and death anymore. She's facing freedom and health and participating with, you know, the lives of her children and her grandchildren. That's what she's facing now. Now, how many people, because it's a common thing in Canada, it's absolutely sadistic and evil, and I'm calling us out, and it must stop. How many Canadians are diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis that are being injected with chemotherapy drugs weekly for the rest of their lives? Is it like 10,000? Is it 50,000? Is it 200,000? Like, one's too many. How many is it? And it's because we're in an allopathic model that uses chemical drugs. Don't you dare train the medical doctors in how to actually treat and cure rheumatoid arthritis, because we're here to market chemical drugs. We're all under a spell here. And so we're going to treat the symptoms with chemical drugs like chemotherapy drugs that make people want to die. That's what we're doing. That's our universal healthcare system. And shame on us. You know, as I was just talking about Karen, Justin came to me, and it was because Karen was facing a wheelchair. So Justin, who's a speaker at her health show, Justin Donaldson, he was like in his early 30s, like elite athlete, college-level football player. He's invited to join the Canadian powerlifting team, the national team. He's like Mr. Fitness. But an old back injury flares up, and he's becoming disabled. He's in so much pain, he describes that it literally would be like a 15-20-minute ritual to get out of bed, where he'd have to like slowly walk his feet along the wall as he inched towards the edge of the bed. He's a big guy, he's a power lifter. One of his legs, he can't power lift anymore, he can't run. He's in constant chronic pain. One of his legs is actually atrophying. It's shrinking uncontrollably. So now his legs are no longer the same size. The medical doctor is saying, well, all we can do really is surgery, but the prognosis for that also sucked. So listen to this. He's being told by his medical doctor that he's going to lose the ability to walk, he's going to end up in a wheelchair, and he's going to become incontinent. He's going to lose control over his bladder. He's becoming numb from the waist down. So here you've got this young man, this elite athlete with young kids. He's the primary breadwinner. So his whole family's suffering, and I mean he's basically facing a life now of suffering and disability. And he comes across natural remedies, like, Purica Recovery. They can't say it, but I can. So he comes across natural remedies. The primary one was Purica Recovery, and he becomes completely well. He and his wife opened a gym after this. I mean, he lifts, he runs, he's healthy. He's no longer facing incontinence, where he has to wear diapers as a young adult. He's no longer facing a wheelchair. He's no longer facing disability. His family is no longer facing financial ruin and a father that really can't participate. This is life and death. What are we doing? Shame on us that we have allowed it to get to this point. I want to talk about Jan, who spoke in Lloydminster. She had Crohn's disease. So, you got to know where every bathroom is. You put anything in your mouth and it just goes through you. For 30 years, and the doctors had her on chemical pharmaceutical drugs. Because remember, we're in an allopathic model that uses chemicals. Don't you dare treat her. Don't you dare cure her. Don't you dare train the physicians to know how to treat and cure her. Let's have her on chemical pharmaceutical drugs for 30 years. And she can't participate in her family for 30 years. You can't go out because you got to plan where the bathrooms are. You can't go out for supper with your husband at a nice restaurant. Don't you dare think of doing that, Jen, because we've got you on chemical pharmaceutical drugs. Irony of irony, she was told they were to prevent flare-ups. Don't you dare do that, Jen. Don't you dare go to your kid's soccer or hockey game. Who do you think you are? No, for 30 years you have no life and you suffer horribly. You're getting no nutrition because everything's going through you. You're depressed. You're sick. You're disabled. When you can't leave the house because you got to know where every bathroom is, you're disabled. So for 30 years she suffered. We should all be ashamed of this. We should all hide our heads after this opening in shame that we've allowed this. And then she comes across a holistic practitioner who heals her because this holistic practitioner saw, oh, this is nutritional. Oh, who knew? The human body needs certain nutrients to be healthy. And now she can eat whatever she wants. She doesn't have to plan. She's got life again. She's not locked to the bathroom. She used to have flare-ups. She would end up in the hospital for weeks. And while we're talking about Crohn's, let's talk about Gail West, who spoke in Winnipeg. Same thing. I mean, as a young teenager, I think it was 12 or 13, she comes down with Crohn's. They remove her small intestine. They've got her on drugs. She's got no life. Like, she's like Jan. It's like you can't do anything. You got to know where the bathroom is, and you're depressed, and you're spiritually down, and you're suffering terribly. You are disabled. She can hardly do anything. And the medical system has no answer for her at all. Well, of course not. They're not there. You have to get it through your heads. We're in an allopathic system. They're not there to cure us. They're not there to treat what's actually wrong. They are there to address the symptoms. And the government's chosen deliberately to limit the treatment of symptoms to surgery and chemical pharmaceutical drugs. Of course, Gail West is suffering. And then she comes across natural treatments, so nutrition and natural health products, and she's well again. And it's transformed her, and now she's a healer and helping other people because she's so transformed. And you don't know any about this because it's illegal for the practitioners who heal people. It's illegal for them to share this. It's illegal for the manufacturers to share this. Why did Gail West have to have a surgery where she's got a scar this big across her gut and she's lost her small intestine? Why did she have to suffer for years? Why was she disabled for years? Because we have an allopathic medical system that chooses to treat the symptoms with chemical drugs. That's why. Oh, Deb Mason also shared with us in Winnipeg. She's hypoglycemic. So, it's disabling her. She has like zero energy. She can't do anything. Like, she's literally bedridden. And the doctor puts her on metformin. Well, it makes her horribly sick. She describes it as, she says, for all the women out there that have had, morning sickness, like multiply that, your worst morning sickness by 10. And that was her daily feeling. And in fact, she was so nauseous she couldn't eat. I mean, here she's got high blood sugar, and it's aggravated by not eating properly, and she's she's totally disabled. She's losing the will to live. She's depressed. She's absolutely disabled. Like she said, like mentally, because she's like a go-getter, she would okay, today I'm going to vacuum the living room. And it would be all that she could do. Like she'd have to concentrate on that all day to maybe get that one task done. So she has no life. She's suffering with all this nausea and sickness caused by metformin. The blood sugars are off, so the doctor increases the metformin, and it's like game over. Like she's facing just disability, suffering, and death. And then she goes to a naturopathic doctor. You know what I'm going to say? Who heals her? Nutrition and natural health products. And she's no longer suffering, and she's no longer disabled, and she's absolutely vibrant and go-getter and having a life. Now, how many people like Deb are suffering? And of course, the mainstream medical system didn't solve her problem because it's an allopathic system. It's not there to heal. It's not there to cure. By design, the government's chosen this. We wouldn't in a million years. It's evil and it's wrong. Rachel Maurice, who was a speaker in Kamloops. She was an anesthetist. So, let alone her 10 years of training, she practiced as an anesthetist for 20 years. Now, what was really interesting, and watch her presentation, so this was the Kamloops one, is she went out of her way to make it clear to us that she would avoid surgery at all costs. Now remember, anesthetists, they're the ones that put you under for surgery. So she's watching surgeries for, during her training and then her 20 years as an anesthetist. So she's watching surgery. She's got to pay attention. She's the one, making sure you don't die from too much anesthetic and also making sure you're not feeling what's happening. And she made it clear, you do not want surgery. If you don't need it, don't get it. Because she just, the number of complications. So she's an expert in problems with surgery. And she's going to do everything she can to avoid surgery. In fact, she shares that her mother had heart disease and really was completely disabled, like that complete shortness of breath. And that's been solved with light therapy. Now, that sounds really odd to you. And I have to say, okay, she's going to talk about light therapy. But when she explained it to me, and remember, this is a medical doctor who is an anesthetist. And she said, as a medical doctor, she never saw any miracles. But now that she's using light therapy to treat people, she's seeing miracles. And she explains to you the light therapy. And it's kind of like, okay, everyone in the room wanted her card to learn more. And you must watch. Like I say, I was just totally blown away. Another thing I forgot to share, remember I was sharing how, when I was talking about the allopathic system, I was sharing how, the natural healers, so the naturopaths and traditional Chinese doctors and they look at the whole person, including your emotional state. Well, one of our speakers is Eric Arata, a naturopathic doctor. And I asked him during the interview, I said, well, what was the most impactful patient? I'm not asking for your most successful patient. I'm asking, which one impacted you the most? And the one that came to his mind was a 10 or 11-year-old girl that just had terrible allergies. We're talking keep her away from school, hives and this was disabling this young, adolescent. And the medical system can't solve it. And mother brings daughter in, and he realizes there's a really unhealthy emotional dynamic between mother and daughter. Emotional. I mean, he's sharing this, and I'm thinking, and he says, so I structured the treatment. Yeah, there was some physical parts, so natural remedy and nutrition. But also it addressed the emotional aspect. And I have to say, when I was interviewing him, I was thinking, this is a little hokey. So I asked him, can you explain that? Like, what's going on with emotional? And the explanation is going to ring true for you. So what he said is we have a parasympathetic nervous system. And if we go into fight or flight mode, like, we're running away from a tiger, or we realize how dangerous Health Canada really is, and our medical system. So now we're in fight or flight mode because we're afraid. You stop digesting because you're now, everything is to your muscles and your respiration and being able to fight or flight. So your digestive system actually gets shut down. It's not operating properly. Well, if you get locked in this fight or flight, then eventually you get chronic inflammation in your digestive system because your parasympathetic nervous system is locked in fight or flight. And with that inflammation, you get leaky gut, and you're actually now, you're getting large food particles in. She was allergic to her food because of leaky gut. So if we address the emotional dynamics between mother and daughter, that's having daughter locked in fight or flight, then her digestion can start working well, the inflammation will go down, and she'll stop having allergic reactions. Bingo, it worked. Well, the medical system they're not there to look at the whole person. They're not there to treat that. I'm going to talk about Wayne Elliot. So he talked about the Strauss heart drops, and I shared about the Strauss story in my very first opening. So our opening for October 4th, go back. It's how I came to understand that I had it backwards because I just totally believed in the medical system. I believed in Health Canada. In that story, I share how I actually acted for Health Canada against herbalist Jim Strauss, who created the heart drops. And then a short time later, I acted for Jim Strauss because in another effort to get him shut down, Health Canada had the College of Physicians and Surgeons of BC have him charged with practicing medicine without a license. Just like Annie in Quebec, remember I shared with you how in the last 6 weeks, the Quebec Court of Appeal upheld a conviction of a naturopathic doctor for the crime of helping people because she's not a medical doctor. Well, they were trying to do that against Jim Strauss in BC, and I acted for him. And watch that story. You come to understand how I switched sides and came to understand that we absolutely need the right as consenting adults to be able to choose whatever treatment and modalities we need, and it's life and death. In the Strauss story, it was life and death. Like there were thousands of people that were only alive because of that product. You watch the opening and you come to understand. Well, Wayne Elliot is one of those people that is only alive because of the Strauss heart drops. So he had horrible, he does a presentation at the Health Show. So it wasn't at one of the live events. He's one of the regular speakers at the Health Show. He had horrible heart disease. He's only alive because of the Strauss heart drops. He never had heart surgery. And he also shares that the same thing happened to his father. So his father scheduled in the States to have heart surgery. Like Wayne says, try the heart drops. There's no downside. He does the heart drops. His father goes for the surgery. Well, they do the testing beforehand, just reconfirm which arteries are plugged and all of that, so they know which bypasses to do and exactly. Well, they cancel the surgery because he's no longer plugged up. Same like Wayne, he's no longer plugged up. Same like thousands of other people and the witnesses I had for that trial. Watch that first opening. Well, this is life and death. This is life and death. You watch this health show. I mean, we'll have broadcasts for 20 days by the time we're done, and they're all going to be online afterwards. We're going to have the full days, and we're going to break up a lot of the speakers so you can just watch them individually. You have heart disease, you have cancer, you have rheumatoid arthritis. It doesn't matter what it is. I hope you're getting the point by what I'm sharing here. That this is life and death. This has to stop. We can no longer have a universal healthcare system that follows the allopathic model, where our doctors are deliberately not trained in the two leading causes of our illness, toxicity and malnutrition. We can no longer tolerate a food supply that deliberately gives us our toxicity and which deliberately has stripped us of our nutrition so that we are now chronically ill by the two leading causes of illness, toxicity and malnutrition. So here, our food supply makes us chronically ill by the two very predictable causes of most of our illness. And then in our allopathic medical system, because the allopathic system is not there to cure us, is not there to treat us, so why would you train the doctors on how to cure or to treat? That's not our system. Our system is to make a diagnosis based on symptoms and then try to address the symptoms. And then we've chosen deliberately to only address those symptoms for serious health conditions with chemical pharmaceutical drugs or surgery. That doesn't work. It doesn't work. It's absolute madness. It's wrong. It's evil. It's like the whole nation is under a spell that we can't see how ridiculous and how stupid this is, how ethically wrong it is. And you watch this health show, and there's person after person after person who is suffering and dying or who is absolutely disabled and wishing they were dead. And it's predictable because they were in a system, they were locked in a universal healthcare system that is deliberately designed not to heal them because it's allopathic. You don't heal the underlying condition. So you're not trained to heal the underlying condition. You are trained to make a diagnosis based on a list of symptoms and then to address those symptoms with chemical pharmaceutical drugs, which are the third leading cause of death in Canada. So of course they're suffering. This is by design. The system is designed. So all these people that are sharing with you, dying and suffering and being disabled, our system is designed for that outcome. You know, Jan, who suffered with Crohn's for 30 years, taking pharmaceutical drugs which were meant to prevent the flare-up. Well, this is all by design. Karen Peters being injected with chemotherapy drugs weekly to address the symptoms of rheumatoid arthritis, with no hope, wishing she was dead and facing that for the rest of her, what would be a short life because the chemotherapy drug would give her cancer. That's by design. You have to understand, we've deliberately chosen the allopathic model. We've deliberately chosen to only address the symptoms, not to treat and cure with chemical synthetic drugs, which are our third leading cause of death. This is by design. So all this suffering, all this angst, this is predictable and it's by design. And it must end. And it must end now. So you have to get people watching the health show. As I say, I mean, we're only running for another week. Not even that long, but it's all going to be online afterwards. And subscribe to NHPPA.org. We're going to be running campaigns to get the MPs to pass this into law. We need to find out, will Parliament be responsive? Our MPs already know that this is the biggest issue for Canadians, and yet Health Canada is still being allowed to press ahead with this self-care framework, which is threatening to take what we have away. We have to get control of our health again. We have to have an honest dialogue about health policy where the only question we're asking is how do we get the best health outcomes? We can no longer be locked into a universal healthcare system that adopts the allopathic philosophy, which we would never adopt in a million years if we as citizens had a choice, and which limits its treatments to surgery and chemical drugs deliberately designed to address the symptoms, not to treat and cure. And we can no longer tolerate medical doctors who are not trained to treat and cure, or, they're not trained in toxicity, they're not trained in nutrition, the two leading causes of our chronic illness. We can't tolerate that anymore. We can't tolerate all the suffering that is presented in this health show. We can't tolerate that we're not shared this information. How many Canadians, I just want to appeal to you, how many Karen Peters are out there wishing she was dead, being injected with chemotherapy drugs. How many Jans are out there? You know, it's been 30 years and she can't go out for supper with her husband. She can't go to her kids' hockey game, her grandkids' hockey game. I mean, after 30 years, and just doing the math here. Like, how many Canadians are how many Justins are out there, you know, being told as a young man you're facing a wheelchair and incontinence and being disabled and in pain for the rest of your life? How many? It's millions. It's tens of millions of Canadians are locked into this. Like I say, it's got to be a spell. Like, think about this. They're locked into this system where they're suffering horribly, where many of them are facing what they're told is certain death. And they don't have to face death, and they don't have to face suffering, but they can't see it. That's why I call it a spell, because it's like we can't see the truth. It's like the emperor has no clothes, because the emperor has no clothes and we can't see it. And yet it's so clear if we'll just open our eyes. And if we just share, this health show is so engaging and so unobjectionable. Like, how can anyone object to experts like Dr. Bonnie Kaplan sharing research from around the world on using micronutrients to treat mental health disorders? What can be objectionable about Udo Erasmus sharing with us how we need essential nutrients and essential oils to be healthy? What can be objectionable about our fellow citizens, sharing with us their health journeys and how they were suffering and how they became free by accessing this wonderful natural health community? And the only way to free each other is for us to understand the truth. And this health show is the only mechanism I know of. This is the only time in the world where anybody has dared to have ordinary citizens share these truthful stories. This is the only place in the world. This is it. I'm not aware of any other way where we can reveal this pharmaceutical model. You know, the symbol of the medical system are two snakes around the pole. Now, I haven't researched that, but I expect those snakes represent ancient gods. And why would we pick serpents? Two serpents around a pole as our medical symbol. You know, and I always think in picture analogy terms, and it's almost like we have these two serpents hiding in the dark, feeding on us. I mean, the amount of suffering, the amount of death is just astronomical. And it's time for us to be free. So thank you for participating in the world's greatest health show. Please subscribe to NHPPA.org so you can participate in our campaigns to end this, participate in our campaigns to just have basic health freedom. We've got social media posts on there that you can post on your own social media. We're horribly censored. We have posters that you can print out and put out. And also, most importantly, please donate. We do things like this just to get our costs back, but we won't unless you donate. So please participate. But most of all, just if you don't do anything else, just get those you love, those you care about watching this health show, free them, because we don't need to be under the spell any longer. Thank you, and enjoy the health show. Welcome to the world's greatest health show. My name is Shawn Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and I'm very pleased to have with me Wayne Elliot. Wayne and I go back a long, long ways, decades and decades, literally, almost 30 years, I think.
Since King
Wayne,
Street was a path.
Yeah, welcome to the health show.
Thanks, Shawn. Great to be with you. Great to see you again. It's been a long time since we've been face to face, even if it is over the airwaves.
Yeah, no, it truly has. Now, can you just introduce yourself? Like now you're you're involved with the Strauss Herb Company, or you guys are called Strauss Naturals now.
Correct.
Can you just share with the audience kind of your background and then we'll switch to your personal health journey?
Well, my background, I guess, is starting as an entrepreneur early and not really by choice. My dad arranged for me not only to do hours, but 5 different neighbors cut and trim their lawns and sweep their walks, and in the wintertime shovel their snow and simonize and wax their cars if they wanted. And everything was $2. So I always had a buck in my pocket from age 7 on, but I was in business, I guess. And then I worked at a Dairy Queen for 2 years part-time from 14 to 16. And then I leased the Dairy Queen. So it was my business. I didn't own the property or anything, and that almost killed me. My love of milkshakes and milk. I had a heart attack later at age 35. So I was lucky I didn't stay in that Dairy Queen business because I could live on milkshakes. I just loved them like nothing else.
Can I just slow you down? So a heart attack at 35, like that's almost unheard of.
Well, it isn't a surprise though, Shawn, when I tell you that, during those years, call it 3 years, I guess it was 3 full years, that 15 milkshakes was an average day. Started at 8 in the morning when I was cleaning the ice cream machine. As soon as they were ready, I made a milkshake for myself to start the day. And that's what I drank all day long on the grill and everything else. So all that ice cream, syrup, and milk. I was always crazy for milk my whole life. And then after, I continued to play football for a couple of years. And when I went to school in Miami, they had in the cafeteria was wonderful, and they had the ice cold white and chocolate milk. And I just drank dozens of glasses a day. So I also eat tremendous amounts of beef through most of my life, but I do attribute it to all that milk and ice cream and dairy. So yeah, I had the old sledgehammer in the chest, my youngest son's 5th birthday party. And I didn't know. I went down on my hands and knees till I could see again. I couldn't see for a little bit. Everything was white. And then might have been 30 seconds. I have no way of knowing. And when I could see, I was on my hands and knees on the lawn. I didn't hurt myself. There was no pain left. And I didn't even go to a doctor for 6 months till the irregular heartbeat started and my blood pressure went higher. And I didn't like really anything that they had to say, open heart surgery and so forth. I sure wasn't interested in the pills. Statin drugs.
So can I slow you down? So why didn't you go to the doctor right away? What was the problem there?
Probably fear of what they were going to say. I was a rough and tumble guy, an athlete my whole life. If not for my fear of flying, I had a choice between pro football and baseball. And my only fear really was flying, still is. And so that wouldn't have worked out. I don't, what even bothers me more, Shawn, is that in the 5 years after the heart attack, I never once thought of alternative medicine or natural anything or seeing a naturopath. Never crossed my mind. I did prepare to die young. I got everything out of my name, our companies, my house, everything into my son's name.
So you have this heart attack at 35. Yeah. And so you understood you were in trouble, and you're actually making it so that when you die, that property isn't in the estate. It's just, I assume, goes
They
to your wife.
didn't even have to call a lawyer. Just collect the 2,500 death benefit from the government and carry on. That's what I wanted. And
Okay, so you were preparing to die. Now,
yeah,
you did go to the hospital after 6 months because, as you described, irregular heartbeat and your blood pressure's going up. What was the diagnosis at that time?
well, then I ended up really getting scared. A friend referred me to a cardiologist local. There was only one, I believe, in those days in Niagara. Anyway, this gentleman agreed to see me without a referral or anything. And, he confirmed everything. Supraventricular tachycardia was the irregular heartbeat cause. The blood pressure was higher, not scary high, but it had gone up. And I did, by that time, had the angina symptoms, the night sweats, leg cramps, shortness of breath, pangs in the chest sometimes. I can't really say any real bad ones, but pinches, I call them. And so I guess as I figured I was getting closer to the end, I thought about I should do something about it. Still never considered alternative. So this cardiologist said, why don't we, for that irregular heartbeat, why don't you try these pills? Excuse me. And he gave me a prescription for 30 pills, 30 days. I didn't fill it for a couple of weeks. I'm thinking, I don't want to take any of these pills. Then I went and filled it because the arrhythmia just never stopped. It was 24/7 and I felt every race beat. So thankfully I knew the pharmacist from our children's soccer matches. And I said, Stephen, no trouble trying this for 30 days and then stopping. He says, have you talked to the doctor about what he's prescribed? I said, not really, but he just said, let's try it. So I'm asking you, would I have to be careful if I wasn't going to? He said, Wayne, from the day you take a pill, don't miss one ever. And that boy played basketball for North Carolina on these same pills to regulate his heartbeat, decided to skip it for the big Final Four basketball game and had a heart attack and died right on the basketball court. So this pharmacist said to me, you're a pretty young guy to be on something like this for life. I said, I'm so glad you spoke up, Stephen. Please don't fill the prescription. I'm not going to take that. So, anything I knew, heard, or experienced like that only made me more wary of Western medicine. And you hear of some bad stories, and I'd had family die under doctor's care with heart disease, with cancer, and nobody succeeded. And then, of course, when I met Jim Strauss, that changed my life.
Let's slow down before we get to Jim. And I definitely want us to talk about Jim. In fact, I want us to tell his story. It's so profound. Yes. But were you diagnosed with clogged arteries?
Yes. And supraventricular tachycardia and a blood pressure. I think at its worst then it was maybe 150/90. Might have been that high. So anyway, and the businesses that I ended up in were very difficult businesses, all kinds of nasty things we deal with. I'm a shipbreaker. My son's the third generation shipbreaker. We're the oldest active ship recyclers in the world, our company is, and the first ISO certified by 12 years since December of 2000. We've been ISO certified in our companies. Anyway, the shipbreaking business, you're dealing with asbestos in every ship, lots of it in the steamships, PCBs, lead paint everywhere, oftentimes cadmium and mercury in paints, mercury in the ballast gauge devices. So surrounded by toxic materials. And then I look back, I wished I hadn't, but I started in the battery recycling. And we had the best demonstrated technology in the world we developed in-house. I didn't develop it. Some smarter people than me in-house that worked for us, engineers did. And we broke the world's record for collections here in Ontario.
So Wayne, can I focus you though? Did they want to do surgery on you for the clogged arteries?
Well, sure. That's what they would want to do. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Bypass. Something, I forget it was one or two, because as soon as the doctor talks to me about anything like that, cutting into me when I broke this arm, it freaked me out. He was talking about parts. The Strauss bone and joint formula fixed it. I don't have arthritis 20 years later. I can throw the football still. He couldn't believe it, that I was crazy enough to think herbal medicine would work to patch bones together, but it did. So no, I also watch family members, like a grandma I was close to with heart disease. She was like a vegetable for 20 years. And I was pretty sure that wasn't going to happen to me. I didn't want that. I didn't want that burden on anybody else. So I really wasn't looking for any patch jobs or take pills, or I just figured, geez, I'm going to be the youngest Elliot to go this way. And thank God. So 5.5 years after the heart attack, by chance, I get introduced to Strauss heart drops. And I was in, as I say, these other businesses, scrap metal and batteries. Batteries, we handle all the worst stuff: lithium, cadmium, lead, mercury, exposed to all this stuff. And boy,
so
oh boy.
can I just put this in the context? So you have a heart attack at 35.
Yeah.
You know, you have a reluctance to engage in the medical system. So, they want to give you a drug for this tachycardia, and you're not willing to take it. They want to do a bypass. You'd forget now whether it was a single or double bypass.
Yeah.
You're preparing to die. Like you're just preparing to die. How was it that you came across the Strout heart drops? Like, tell us the story.
That was lucky as heck, because then I think the reason I'm confused, I think it was 2 arteries, but later on, the carotid arteries, an ultrasound said that they were over 50% blocked with the stringy fats and stuff that we get blocked with there. So, yeah. And as time went on, things got worse. I didn't know I had anxiety till I didn't have it anymore. I went 11 weeks in a row in my bedroom on the weekend watching the History Channel, hoping nobody called or come to the door. I sure knew I wasn't tip top on top of the world mentally. I wouldn't have said, yes, I'm thrilled to death, Shawn. I'm so happy I could. No, I knew that, but I wouldn't have said to you, yeah, I got anxiety, Shawn, until I didn't have it. And then my friend Ted called from BC and said that he'd had a heart attack and they were going to do open heart surgery. And at his AA meeting he's telling his friend he's scared to death, this open heart surgery. His friend had a bottle of Strauss heart drops in his sweater coat. And he said, Ted, you got to try these. And he told Ted his story, how these heart drops had helped him. So Ted went right to Kamloops the next day, and he was living in Surrey, I think. I'm not sure, White Rock or Surrey, something like that. He's moved a couple of times over all these years. He drove right to Kamloops. He did meet Jim Strauss. He went home with heart drops, and he avoided his open heart surgery. And I said, he's telling me this, and I know the issues I got. I said, Ted, you got to give me the name. Give me the name or telephone number. So he did. And that was my next call. I said, Ted, you don't know how much I appreciate this call. I was just so hopeful, from the moment I spoke to him. I talked to the lady on the front desk at Strauss on the phone for half an hour. She told me all kinds of great things, and I asked her to please send me a bottle as fast as you're able to send it here to Ontario. And, you never know. If you had one heart attack and I know I didn't get better, Shawn. I wasn't improving. So as far as I was concerned, could be a miracle coming. So it came.
No. Wayne, before you tell us what happened, can I my understanding with this story, like you said, the guy never had his surgery, but my understanding is they canceled his surgery because he didn't need it anymore.
With Ted, yes, and my dad at Boston.
Right. Well, we'll get into that. So, but I just wanted people to understand it's not like this guy's taking the heart drops and he decides not to have his surgeries. The doctors canceled it because it wasn't necessary anymore.
Yeah, I didn't go back to the doctors for mine, so I don't know if they'd have canceled it or not. I just knew I wasn't going to have that, Shawn. And but my dad
Mhm.
and Ted, yes, yeah, it was because they test you before you have the surgery. You see, whether it's a recheck, see if you've changed or you're worse. Or I don't imagine they're used to seeing anybody better, but with both those men that I know well, their surgery was canceled by the medical profession. So anyhow. Does that answer your question? Yeah.
Yeah. So tell us what happened with you. So you get your drops. What
Oh boy,
happens?
I was so hopeful. So I didn't take them 3 times a day like they had suggest you do, because I worked long hours and I didn't want to leave them in one of the offices at the shipyard or the plant or something. So I left them on my bathroom sink, and I took them at the start and finish of my day. And I took a little extra to make up for the 3rd dose that I wasn't taking. And so for me, most of the time, that first dose was between midnight and 1 a.m. and the second dose was between 5 a.m. and 6 a.m. So not only was I not taking it the way I was supposed to, I was taking the 2 doses within 4 or 5 hours of each other. So not ideal, you know. However, the rest of the story, in 2 weeks, I was shocked at this. 2 weeks driving in my car on the phone like you're not supposed to be, having a conversation, and the man wants to make an appointment with me. And I told you I use a day timer, paper day timer, not the computer or my phone for my schedule, my calendar. I use paper. And so I had to reach for my day timer to make a date with this gentleman. Wayne, there you go. There you
paper
go.
Day timer.
Right
I'm
on.
with you.
Right on.
Kindred spirits.
Yes, sir. So here I am driving. I'm on the phone and I'm reaching for my day timer to look. So I took the phone and crooked it into this ear, the left one, where I could hear noise, but I'd never be able to have a conversation with you. See, couldn't hear good enough. And I heard him speak to someone in the background at his end with the phone in my left ear. That was 2 weeks on the heart drops. Never dreamed it was cholesterol. And, wow. So
you got hearing back. You got hearing back in your left ear.
Yes, in 2 weeks. Yeah. And to this day, I can use the phone in either ear. This is 30 years later. I can use the phone in either ear. So I was just blown away by that. I thought I'd lost my hearing from running cranes, heavy equipment, listening to music when I was young, like most of us did. And it was cholesterol. So the next good thing that happened to me was probably 3 weeks after that. So say 5 weeks into taking the heart drops, my bronchial began to clear. I'd smoked at that time, I was in my 41st year. So, a long time. I'd smoked for 25 years. And my bronchial began to clear. And over the course of maybe 10 days, I couldn't even do this without phlegm and things clearing out of me. It's gross to talk about, but incredible what I got rid of in a 10 or 12 day period out of my bronchial and lungs. Well, that, boy, I guess between the breathing better, but it was at that point then, week 5 and 6, that my energy started to increase, and it went like this, Shawn. It wasn't like this. It was like this. After 3 months, truly, I acted and like I was Superman. When Jim Strauss, I was on the heart drops it was my 5th month. I went out to meet Jim. He rode the train back with me. Going to do lectures on Ontario radio shows. He's going to teach me, live with me and my sons. And that's what we did. And we'd talk till 11 or 12 o'clock at night, and he'd get up maybe to use the washroom at 4 or 5 in the morning, and I'd still be working, doing my day job, running these other businesses. And he'd tell me, Wayne, you have to sleep. You can't, I don't care how much energy, you can't go without sleep. Well, sometimes it was an hour here and there, and most of my life, it's been 4 hours a night. which they say isn't enough. I guess I always cheated. That's the time I stole to work extra or whatever. With me, it was generally work, but I robbed that time, I guess. And then I just got used to it, Shawn. I'm in my 72nd year now, and somebody was dumb enough to give me a football helmet, I'd probably put it on, So I've had great energy all this while. Angina, not one pang in whatever it is, 30 years.
Okay, so let's stop then, because you're 35 to 41. You're having night sweats, and my understanding from speaking with you, I mean, you're getting soaked. Like when you say night sweats, you're not meaning a little bit of sweat.
No,
you're meaning soaking.
Like I understand some of the ladies with menopause, they have these night sweats and they'll soak their bedclothes and soak the bed. Well, that's what I was doing. Even leaving my window open in the wintertime at the head of my bed, I couldn't find an excuse for that one. I always tried to find excuses for why this or why that, because I didn't want to go to the doctor really, and I didn't want any pills. And I just thought I could tough my way through this. I didn't really change much of anything, Shawn. I still ate like I was going to the electric chair and smoked, and so I didn't do much in my own best interest. I did lose 30 pounds from the heaviest I had gotten, and so that was a good thing.
I'm just wanting to draw a contrast. So you, for 6 years after you have this heart attack, you're having the night sweats, you're having the leg cramps, you're getting this pinching in your chest, you're having angina symptoms. They go away also, right?
When I started the heart drops, absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, you bet. You bet.
You've gone 30 years without angina.
Yes. Yeah, I sure have. And my lungs weren't so good. I went to Halifax, the hospital in Halifax. The boys were doing a big job raising a shipwreck out of Bedford Basin, across from Halifax, Dartmouth. And I was just cooking for them, going to the grocery store, running for parts and so forth. The guys were running the job. And one morning, I started to put some stuff together for their lunch, and I would take it to the barge. They'd pick me up on shore, and geez, I got a fly in my face. And I would take the lunch out. So early in the morning, and I'm cutting some meat, and the pain in my chest was something. And I knew it wasn't my heart. I knew it was my lungs, and it did scare me. And I went to the hospital, and it was fabulous service. 4 hours in and out, saw the wonderful doctor, a bunch of tests. And he said, this was the part I already knew, but I liked hearing it. He said, your heart, you're 69 years old. We don't expect to see a heart like yours at 69 years old. You have the heart of a young bull. I said, I know that, Doc. What about the lungs? He said, well, they're getting pretty tired of coughing. You've been coughing a long time. I said, yeah, I sure have. So that was that. I didn't even miss that day's work. I still made dinner that night. And so I've always been lucky, Shawn. I've had good health. I always tough through things. Had lots of broken bones, some of the same ones more than once, ribs and so forth. And I always healed good. And so, I guess I had some faith in the human body, but I had more faith in Strauss formulas.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that people understand. I mean, you had gotten title out of your name on all the property, or put it in joint with your spouse and everything. Like from age 35 to 41, you were expecting to die.
Yes.
And you're having angina, and you're having night sweats, and you're having leg cramps, and you're having pinching in your chest, and you don't have the energy, and you're anxious. That all goes away. So for 30 years, you have had no heart disease at all. You didn't get your bypass surgery.
No, never took a pill.
Never took a pill. So basically you escaped death by the heart drops.
I did. There's no question about it, because it's the only thing I did in my own best interest, Shawn. I didn't do anything else that a smart person that was putting themselves first would do. Didn't even quit smoking. and truly, I thought, like my Uncle Ed, anytime the lights could go out. That's what I thought.
Mm-hmm.
That's how he went out. That's how, I guess if you're lucky and if you're going to die, that's the best way, where you just go,
Okay.
instead of suffering.
Now this transforms you. You get involved with Strauss.
Right. Oh,
So
yeah.
tell us about that. Like,
Well, it's an emotional story still, but in Florida, one Christmas time, see my mom and dad down there, took my sons, and there wasn't room for us all, so I rented a motel room across the street, and me and a couple of the boys stayed there. So anyway, they were all out. They were having some fun at the Grand Prix racing place or something. This place for kids, and I was by myself. And I, by that time, as far as I was concerned, if I'm not Superman, I'm on deck. I'm just a little bit from it, and so grateful. You got to remember, none of these symptoms anymore. And boy, oh boy, I wanted to take on the world, really. All the energy I ever thought I had. So there was a pen and a yellow writing tablet. And I thought, geez, of just the men, I've been very lucky to have great mentors in my life, some great people in my life. If just the men that died from heart disease or stroke could have had the heart drops, they're just the men that had a significant effect on my life.
mm-hmm.
And I started listing them. Just the ones that I figured could have been saved with heart drops. And Shawn, I got to something like 19 men, and it hit me. And then, of course, I didn't know about the heart drops then, and some of those men, they weren't even available then. They were made for Jim Strauss and Peter Strauss by Jim and Peter for Jim after that massive heart attack he had in 1980. So some of these men couldn't have been saved. I didn't even list the females, like my grandma's, that could have been helped, the one that was a vegetable for so long. And my dad, who was supposed to go like that, was told at age 60 he'd go just like his mom. They called it hardening of the arteries. He died at 77, as sharp as a tack. My dad was a sharp guy. And he did, thanks to the heart drops. It also canceled his bypass surgery.
Let's use this as an opportunity to tell your father's story. Because so you've already shared with us. So he's having heart disease. He's getting the hardening of the arteries. And my understanding, he's 60 at the time that he gets this diagnosis.
Yes. And he goes through the session at Boston Medical in the US. My dad basically resided in Florida the last whatever years of his life, 15 or 20. I don't really remember. But
he also needs a open heart bypass surgery, doesn't he? Like, he has the angioplasty. Tell us all about that. Like, tell us his journey.
My dad had was having issues, was told that, by the time you're 65, you probably won't know your name, just like your mom went through. And then had the angioplasty treatment in Boston, the balloon treatment to try and help increase your blood flow at the worst points where you have restrictions or blockages. So they did that, and they booked him for open heart surgery. Well, I'd just gone through what I'd gone through, and I was a new man. And my dad was from the generation they loved doctors and pharmaceuticals. My dad especially had a lot of doctor friends, built houses for them. He did all kinds of things for them. And so I said, Dad, it's not going to kill you in 3 months. Look what the heart drops did for me. Take these, go back to Boston. They're going to test you. And then they're going to tell you whatever the situation is, and you do what you want. It's your choice. By all means, if they say you should have the surgery and you want to, then have it. So he did that. He waited the 3 months, taking heart drops properly, and they canceled the bypass surgery. They also, 2 or 3 years later, canceled the prostatectomy with my dad. because again, he went on pills, didn't
But
say
let's just, I want to just make sure people fully understand what you're saying about the heart. So your dad has heart disease. He's got hardening of the arteries. He has blocked arteries. He's being told he's not going to know who he is, in 5 years. He's 60 years old. They've booked him in Boston for a bypass surgery, open heart surgery. And you give him heart drops for 3 months. He goes down for the surgery. They test him because they test you before the surgery just so they know what they're facing when they're in there, and they cancel the surgery.
Yeah, they wanted to do the surgery sooner, of course. There's not the lineups like there is in Canada. So they would have done a surgery, Shawn, and whatever. I have no idea about that. It could have been a month. But
so does he ever have bypass surgery?
No, my dad never had a bypass surgery or a heart medication. No.
And how long did he live after that?
He died in his 77th year. And but just after that, at age 62 or 3, tells me about the prostate, how he'd been on some sort of medication or pills for 2 years, didn't work as they'd hoped. And now he had to have a prostatectomy. And I said, Dad, remember the heart drops? We've got prostate formula too. At least give it a try. Your prostate won't kill you in 3 months. And so because of the heart drops, I know that's why he agreed to take the prostate.
he
Went
was
back to
listening
Boston.
now.
Yeah. Went back to Boston. So help me God, Shawn. They canceled that surgery. He didn't determine he didn't need the surgery. He had the PSA count of a young person, they told him. And my dad died at age 77 with his prostate, healthy prostate. That's the truth. So, I was so grateful. You can see why I'm so grateful to the company, my own life, my dad, so many dear friends, and so many I wished we could have helped save, but we just didn't know about the heart drops.
You told me an interesting story the other day about a lady in her 30s that you basically see in a wheelchair taking donations for the Salvation Army. And that was a really interesting story. Do you want to share that one with us?
Yeah, sure. I was coming out of the Sobeys grocery store. It was very close to Christmas time. Everything was decorated, and the Salvation Army had started their collections, and this lady young lady in a wheelchair, she's collecting and got the Salvation Army bell for you, put your donation in. And I went over and put something in the bell, and I noticed the wheelchair, and I couldn't help. I probably stick my nose in more than I should, or certainly more than most people would. I said, young lady, do you mind me asking you? I could have been her knee. She had a knee surgery or something. I said, do you mind me asking you why you're in the wheelchair? She said, no, that's fine. Diabetes. I said, diabetes has got you in the wheelchair. Yeah. She said, I forget if it was 2 or 3 toes, Shawn, cut off. And I said, are you in pain? She said, yeah, all the time. I said, do you take something for that? And I think she told me, whatever it was, 8 or 10 Tylenol 3s a day, and it helps some. And so I tell you, it broke my heart. Here she is collecting for Salvation Army. She's probably sitting there in pain and, not thinking about herself. So I had a bottle of heart drops in the car, an unopened one. I went and got it, brought it to her. Just had a chat with her of how to take it. She wouldn't be sorry. And I promised her, and I gave her my business card so she at least knew, that she wasn't some total stranger. And I never saw her again. But when we opened the store a few months later we actually opened a couple of Strauss stores, Hamilton and Port Colborne, just to get customers that we could send to other health food stores. And so this lady, our ladies told me that this lady had told them she met me at Sobeys and she was back in for heart drops. And their joke was she told the 2 ladies at our store she buys her heart drops before she pays her rent. And no more pain pills and no more toes lost. And, so this is.
And walking.
Yes, I'm walking. Yeah. Which I'm sure she must have practiced at or used a cane, having 2 or 3 toes missing. But yeah, not the pain. I mean, that's what's so rewarding, Shawn, to be any part of that, whether you're the messenger or the genius behind the formulas. It's all very rewarding. So there's been many, many stories like that, and that's my juice. That's why I'm doing this, is because it just makes me feel fabulous. One person at a time, mostly, but every day. And yeah, it's been wonderful.
I'm wondering, before we move on to Jim Strauss's story, if you have a really good friend named Joe Curry. And I think it's so important for people to understand, Wayne, because you didn't have hope before you were told about the Strauss heart drops. You were actively preparing to die. And, and as we are interviewing people for this show, it's a constant theme. Like, the stories they have a happy ending, but people really were suffering beforehand. And we know that there's people that don't understand. Keep looking. Like, just because the mainstream medical system, is a death sentence for you, or you're disabled, or you're suffering terribly, like, there are answers out there.
Yeah. Well, there sure is.
So
Jim Strauss was famous for saying everything our bodies need has been provided by nature. Now, he was some upset, Shawn, as I'm sure you know, about all the genetically modified foods in our world. How 93% of what's on grocery store shelves are or contain GMOs. It's man-made food, not as nature intended. Our soil's depleted. I guess they try and make up for it with everything from chemical fertilizers to all the sprays for insecticides, pesticides, fungicides, herbicides, chemical fertilizers, and then chemical preservatives often. So we're surrounded by.
I think it's deliberate, Wayne, because if people watch this whole health show, they're going to see expert after expert explaining how like, it's so simple. Our bodies need certain nutrients to be healthy. Yeah. And if we don't have them, we're unhealthy, and it develops into chronic illness. Well, Health Canada and the Canadian Food Inspection Agency are in control of our food supply. And they know we don't have the nutrients in our food that we need to be healthy. And if they were doing their job, they would require full spectrum fertilization. They would require foods to have our fruits and vegetables to have the nutrients we need. They deliberately don't require that. They're allowing glyphosate, which takes the minerals out of our food.
Yeah, well, I'm convinced myself, whether we're talking about the environment or our food or the big money, the big business, the Wall Street, which is a nameless, faceless, money worshiping game, the Wall Street game. I'll give you examples that are not pharmaceuticals, but it's a crying shame. Heard it one day on the radio about 10 years ago, and they actually named the fast food hamburger chain. It's the biggest one, so I don't have to say their name. They named them. Health Canada did in this news report. I only heard this once. I thought, what a sin, that there is more salt in the small patty than humans can tolerate in a day. Tolerate. Now, I'll tell you, I worked a lot of 16, 18-hour days, lots of them, most of them. So there were days I went by that very same fast food joint and got 4 or 5 of those little cheeseburgers and, ate them in 5 minutes. But supposedly there's more salt in one than we can tolerate, certainly than is good for us. So did the government regulate anything? No. It was voluntary. So what did it create? It created a market for more expensive canned goods and products that advertise low sodium on the label, that only reduce the sodium by 1% or less because they can't. It's the preservative. They can't only reduce it so much. And here we think we're doing good for ourselves. Another example, I was with Jim Strauss, or I may never have known this, and I went to pick up a jar of Miracle Whip sandwich spread, and I picked up the low-fat one. And he said, why are you buying that? I said, well, it says low-fat. There's nobody in my house that needs to gain weight. He said, if you eat that one, it'll make you fatter. I said, what are you talking about? He said, the fat your body knows how to deal with. They replace it with refined sugar. When they say low fat, it's replaced with refined sugar, and your body can't deal with that properly. So if you eat that low fat one, you'll get fatter. I looked at
Yeah, it's all backwards. Can you
it's to
share with
trick
us?
us, why would they be allowed to trick us like this, And this is where the government has, I think, let down their guard. These are huge multinational corporations, huge conglomerates that own huge companies inside of them, like Kraft and Cargill and the Archer Daniels Midland Company. These are giant, mega billion-dollar companies. And they obviously, they hire a lot of people, and they sure have more clout than Wayne and Shawn.
Yeah, it's something, and I think because now we're all living it, right? Like I forget what the disability rate is in small kids now, but it's staggering, and we never had any kids disabled before,
Right.
and we're becoming so sick. I think it's becoming apparent, and we're definitely, hoping and so thankful that you're sharing with us to break that narrative so people understand our food supply isn't safe.
No.
Like we can talk all we want about how Health Canada, our drug laws don't serve us at all, but we're in this mess because our food supply isn't safe, and it's deliberately unsafe. That's what upsets me.
Yeah. Well, and the depleted soil and so Strauss has nothing to do with making vitamins and minerals. However, I take them every day, and I advise folks that they should consider that. The minerals are not in our soil, so they're not going into the foods, veggies, and so forth, fruits that we eat. And so we're not getting them. And my mom was the same as me. We took the full spectrum minerals, and if we didn't, we'd get leg cramps. So, to a lot of us, they're very important. And you're supposed to have those minerals.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's not in the soil, I think the luckiest people, Shawn, are the people that have a garden space to grow a decent sized garden. And if they get the original seeds, I think you can even get them. Someone told me from American Seed and Feed, you don't even have to go to the World Seed Bank. But the Italians are smart. They'll take some of their lovely tomatoes, smash them and dry them out, and replant those seeds the next year. So they've got beautiful tomatoes as nature intended them, so that's the best. If you can do that, and then you can also control not putting chemicals in your food,
Mm-hmm.
We've got a product called Iron Earth that was fabulous. It was from an asteroid, I guess, millions of years ago, but 100% natural, that works and puts the 76 minerals and the humates back in the soil. But otherwise, they're basically doing it chemically, and it's a shame, really. And you're younger than me, I believe, by quite a bit, but they didn't have any GMO foods till I was about 20. So I'd grown into an adult man on real food. And then, my children's generation was always the seedless grapes they wanted. I didn't know better. So I was buying them the seedless grapes. They tasted good. The oranges that haven't been real in decades, they're seedless. Bananas, you won't find real bananas. Well, we kept eating this stuff. And, so my children's age, my boys are all in their 40s now. They didn't grow up on real foods. Now their children, I got 8 grandchildren. It really frightens me, Shawn, because there's going to be nothing real left.
Mm-hmm.
And there'll be chemicals on everything. So, I don't even want to say what Jim Strauss's summation was of the result of what happens here. But, well, basically, I'm not going to use his exact words, but basically the average lifespan is going to get younger.
Well, it is. It's shrinking. Our lifespan is dropping, Wayne. So
Okay.
can you tell us Joe Curry's story, and then I want to go on to Jim Strauss's story.
Yeah, Joe was a great pal. I met him when some older boys. I was 10 years old, and some older boys who had just finished playing catch with me with my football went to take it on me and leave the park. And I was pleading with them. They were a couple of years older. I was pleading with them to give me my ball back. And Joe came along, and I guess he heard as he's walking up what was going on, and he went and got my ball back anyway. And we were pals from that day, and we ended up just being great friends. And Joe worked for us and worked with us. We played football together, and after football, Joe got up to 400 pounds, and he had so much wrong with him when he moved into my house that it's crazy. Had he not been such a tough guy, he is dead. He had a tumor on his kidney, sleep apnea, bad diabetes, blue and red legs, 3 or 4 black toes, enlarged heart, irregular heartbeat like I never saw in my life before, go from 0 to 200 like a pinball machine. It was just crazy. Blood pressure, high blood pressure, just about everything you could think of, and this damn sleep apnea. So anyway, and when he moved in here, he was on 13 drugs, 13 pharmaceuticals. When he moved out of here, he was 240 pounds on no pharmaceuticals and working full time. He was running our railroad yard, loading the rail cars and so forth, climbing up on the cars and everything. And it was amazing return to health. And I'll tell you, there's no doubt it was just in time. And in 60 days, he lost 60 pounds with the Strauss liver formula and the heart drops and a change in diet. Joe's mother loved him so much that she would, growing up, he had a pound cake for breakfast, a whole one. And then as he was a bigger guy, he had two pound cakes. And he always had lazier jobs where you could sit all the time or most of the time, like real estate or car sales. And of course, when you're sitting around, you're eating pizzas and donuts and soda pop. So Joe had a very unhealthy lifestyle. And, it was if you didn't live it every day with him, he lived right with me, traveled with me, everything. It was as close to a miracle as you can get, I'll tell you. And
yeah, like my understanding is he couldn't even stay awake, like for
no, 30 seconds at a time, middle of a sentence. It was. I thought it was too late. By about the 3rd month living here, and yeah, he was using the bathroom a lot and so forth. So he was detoxing all right, but nothing else was changing. He wasn't able to stay awake, and he had the machine, I forget what it was called, but the breathing machine where you wear the mask.
CPAP, I think.
Yeah, and I had him in the bedroom next to me, so if I heard him snore, I was right in there like a grizzly bear with the light on, get that mask on. And so he did use the mask religiously, and that was a help too. I mean, he was in such bad shape. But anyway, the end of the day, before he moves out, just shy of 2 years later, he's 240 pounds. He has no tumor on his kidney. He'd been going to the Firestone Clinic for 10 years over his kidney tumor, kidney cancer. Sleep apnea gone, no longer a diabetic. His legs normal color and growing hair, never lost any toes, and no drugs. And able to work a long day. When he was living with me, we had to get groceries. There was a store open all night. We'd sometimes go 11 o'clock at night after the rail yard. So, he went from death's door to a normal life. He should have been the poster boy for Strauss, really. It was so incredible.
Right.
What happened with Joe.
So tell us the Jim Strauss story, because it's a fascinating story, and you had spent a lot of time with Jim.
Yeah. It was the most profound relationship of my not so short life was Jim Strauss. And of course, saved my life. So That's pretty darn important, pretty profound. So I guess it was the most important relationship. And what he taught me was life changing. And I've been able to help so many people and understand so much more myself. He understood everything about nature. He certainly understood in the human body, everything connects. And he was just so intelligent. And he was a character. He was a character indeed, but he was fearless. You probably know that. You were his lawyer at going way, way back. And, he obviously believed. And he'd say some things, that I think, oh, geez, I wish he hadn't said that or wouldn't say that. But to tell you, to be honest with you, he never said one thing to me ever that didn't turn out to be absolutely true. Whatever it was always true. And so it was just a great relationship him and I had. And I loved him, really. He was wonderful. And we spent so much time together. We living here twice a year for a month at a time. We rode the train to and from Vancouver a couple of times together, and Jim would hold court in the coffee and tea car, in the afternoon, and have a crowd of people around him, and it was just wonderful. I'm so grateful for having, first of all, met his heart drops and his formulas, and of course meeting him, having that relationship. Wouldn't trade it for the world. One of my favorite pictures is my last picture with him and I at his kitchen table. So I think his Strauss heart drops, he made me promise I would never quit trying, but I think not only should his heart drops be on Medicare, and then as Jim said, maybe everybody could get a livable pension if we knocked out most of this heart disease, this expensive surgery and drugs. But I think he should have got a Nobel Prize for that medicine. It's it's incredible. There is nothing like it. There's competition in the market right now. There isn't anything like Strauss heart drops. It just doesn't exist. And I'm sure grateful I ran into them, Shawn. That's for sure. I wouldn't be talking to you now. I'm pretty sure about that.
And maybe we'll share for those watching. So Jim Strauss was an older fellow. He flew for the German Air Force in World War II.
Yeah.
From Austria. His family were traditional healers for 400 years.
That's right.
And he was trained by his grandparents. So here you've got a gentleman who grows up in a family with 4 centuries of healing expertise. Like, that's what the family did. And he's trained by his grandparents. Like, I remember, he would say it grudgingly, Wayne, that he would be dragged into the forest by his grandparents to pick herbs and taste herbs.
Yeah.
Right? Because it's, hey, now, because we've got Health Canada forces us to do it a clinical way, you have to test for the active ingredients, but they would do it by taste.
Yeah.
How strong is this? What does it
Amazing.
taste? It's like a master chef in a kitchen. And I remember them complaining when they had to transition over to the testing instead of taste, that, they preferred doing it by taste.
Yeah.
But
we put Jim to the test years ago, which I'll tell you about this in a minute. But they had that craft down so cold, so well. You've likely heard the story when they were making the heart drops, and Jim was in such pain from that massive heart attack, sitting in an easy chair, and Pete helping him. Pete had mixed up formulas for him since he was knee high to a grasshopper, And when they finally knew they had it right, Pete made the tincture, and Jim drank every day what they consider about 2 weeks supply now. Can't hurt you. I once drank a full bottle at a lecture years ago. So Jim knew himself that they worked. And yourself, Shawn, he went, he could walk to his mailbox in 2.5 weeks. And he went back to work in, I think, 6.5 or 7 weeks, and never had the heart surgery or the medicine for that. And they said he could die at any time. He needed a quadruple or a 5-artery bypass. I forget which it was, but he said it was all that pork soup that had that much fat on it when it was cold, and all those bacon and eggs and all them sausages, that he loved. But yeah, his grandmother and his aunts taught him, and what a valuable education. I mean, just terrific. Yeah.
Yeah. So he made the heart drops to save his own life.
Yeah. Yeah. So it really is the newest formula at 46 years old. The Strauss Heart Drops is the company's newest formula. And no surprise, really, when you consider what they're for, after heart attack or diabetes, to ensure blood flow, that they're our flagship product. It's the number one.
And again, just to drive home, I mean, and I've seen the angiogram because I was his lawyer, and I was going to call him as a witness at his trial, because Health Canada, as you know, was trying to shut him down for telling the truth that he can treat heart disease. Yeah. But he was sent home, like, because he refused, like you, to have the bypass. He's like, no, I can solve this. But he's sent home to die. They're not expecting him to live. He's rushed by ambulance to the hospital because he had a bad heart attack. Yeah. And like, didn't he live like 35 years, died of old age? Like, it was a long time.
36 years after the heart attack.
Okay, well, I was close. So yeah, I knew it was a long time because I was in touch with him, and he was old when I met him. He grew older, right?
Yeah.
So never.
Well, here I am, Shawn. I'm almost 32 years since the heart attack myself. So I hope to beat his record, but we'll see.
Well, it's looking good. Now let's just kind of segue then to Health Canada, because you and I met Jim because Health Canada was trying to shut him down. In fact, I mean, just full disclosure for the audience, I met Jim when I was Health Canada's lawyer against him.
So, is that right? I didn't know that.
Yeah. So Health Canada Jim was importing herbs from the US, perfectly legal to import, and Health Canada had Canadian Border Services seize the herbs. Now, in the legal community, there's a special term to describe when the government takes your property. So many people may not have heard it, but in the legal community, we call that theft. So Jim is suing Health Canada to get his herbs back, and I'm acting for Health Canada against him. That's how we met.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Well, he sure felt strongly about it, and he's right. I mean, you should be able to tell the truth. It's getting to be a scary world when you have to be, it's more important to be politically correct than it is to be truthful. So I just don't know what to say about that, and I sure don't know what to do about it. I'm just going to keep telling the truth, Shawn. And if anybody has a problem with that, it's going to have to be their problem. I don't know what else to say.
Wayne, can I tell you a funny Jim Star story? You probably heard it, but I want the audience to kind of appreciate, because you'd kind of said, he's a bit of a character. So in Health Canada, just so the viewers understand, they were totally always trying to shut him down because he wouldn't stop saying he could treat heart disease, which is, I came to understand it was true preparing for the trial. It's Wayne, that's how I came to understand this is real. It's your own personal health journey, so I don't have to tell you. But so Health Canada, he's living in Kamloops, Jim Strauss, and they've got to drive from Vancouver. So they're not out there all the time, but they come out to harass him. And so once they're out there harassing him, they're in his herb shop, Natural Way Herbs, remember? Yeah. And they're saying, well, like, there's a door to the back, where he stores stuff. And I assume he did mixing back there and everything. And they said, you have to put a sign there saying employees only. Like, they're adamant about it. You got to put a sign there, employees only. So they come out months later and they want to go in the back, and he won't let them in the back. He says, can't you read the sign above the door? Employees only. And he wouldn't let him in the back. And that That was Jim Strauss. I mean, he
Oh yeah.
understood. He understood that you had to stand up, and I tell you, he was persecuted, and they tried to they put him through the fire, but he would not back down, and I so respect that, Wayne. What do you think?
100%, 100%. And he's given me the teachings and the strength, really, that I wouldn't back down either. If it's, first of all, you have to be some kind of not nice person if you're going to be cavalier with anyone about their health. It's so serious. It is our wealth. It's our most important thing, is our health. So to be cavalier or careless with it, with anyone, would be a crime, in my opinion. And he would never do that. I'd sure never do that. But it's nice that it's a rigged game. Our products can't hurt anyone. So there's not been one complaint in 46 years to the FDA, Health Canada, or the company about any kind of serious or harmful side effect. Of course, you might use the bathroom more often from time to time. That's how the poison comes out of us, and the toxins and the waste. That's the only way, and gas. But there's nothing. It's safe. That's proven in 46 years commercially available, Shawn.
Mm-hmm.
So it's safe. It's your satisfaction guarantee. The Strausses wouldn't, and neither will the company today, take anybody's money if they're not satisfied. We do everything we can do because what we want to do is help the people. So some of the calls I get, and people aren't taking it enough, or the right, or didn't for long enough, or whatever the case may be. I always am grateful to be able to talk to them, to tell them what they ought, they need to do. Do what the bottle says, and take it regularly. Don't stop. It just works, and that's why it's a shame that it wasn't made available. People have these health benefits, and but in order for insurance companies to put natural medicine on there, they'd have to have the doctor's approval, and as you know, doctors can't do that. College of Physicians and Surgeons set up very poorly, not to help us, I'm afraid.
Well, here, let's put this into context again. So, I mean, you spoke about your father who had a bypass surgery canceled. And, you never got a bypass surgery. Jim never got a bypass surgery. When I was preparing for that trial, Jim had given me, I forget now if it was 3 or 5 boxes, because, I mean, we're talking like 1995, 1996. This was a long time ago. But boxes were filled with letters that people just wrote him. Like, he wasn't asking people to write him letters, but they felt compelled. And it was like, they were all the same, Wayne. I had heart disease. I was sick. I was dying. I took your heart drops. I got well, like, God bless you. Now, for the trial, I couldn't enter those. Those were hearsay. But I started phoning people, because I can call the authors of those letters. For that trial, I had 5 middle-class professionals, which I cherry-picked. I mean, I've got there's thousands and thousands of people to pick from. The judge is a middle-class professional. When they had all had heart disease, they had all had at least one open heart bypass surgery. I think 1 or 2 of them had 2. They all continued to have heart disease because the reason their arteries were being plugged up wasn't being addressed. They all needed another bypass surgery. 1 or 2 of them were too sick to survive the surgery, so they're sent home to die. And the others weren't willing to do it again, just to buy another year or 2, because it was so awful to go through. So for them, the mainstream medical system is a death sentence.
Yeah.
They all get the heart drops, usually through naturopathic doctors. They all get well. Here's the kicker for me, Wayne. They're all working full-time at the time of trial, and most of them had been disabled for 10 years or more. And you can't fake that stuff. No. You can't be working full-time after you've been disabled, having open heart surgeries. And it's like, what are we doing? Why can't we tell the world, if you're suffering from heart disease, you might want to try this?
Yeah, there's no reason, between the safety, they've had no complaints. They know it's safe. and the satisfaction guarantee, and the company has never cheated on that. I don't get it either. You'd think everybody'd be screaming it from the hilltops. Open heart surgery today, depending where you are in North America, and just a couple of days thereafter the surgery, it's a couple of $100,000, Shawn.
Mm-hmm.
So let me see now, a couple $100,000 or $500 in heart drops. Cut me open, long time to heal. Maybe I die during the surgery. Everything's okay. I don't get it.
Oh, yeah,
For every person they cut open, for everybody they cut open, my Lord, I guess, I don't know. We'd save thousands of people anyway.
Yeah. And to me, it's just the fact that we can't tell. Like, it's the censorship of truth of health information that gets me. Wayne, is there? I always ask the last question is, you know, your message to Ottawa. But before I ask you that question, is there anything we've missed that you think we should talk about concerning Strauss or your life?
Well, I think when it comes to your health, people, I think, should know that sometimes it can be too late, yes. But for the most part, don't lose hope. You know, there is a path to a healthier existence. And, you know, I'm just a firm believer that when these 8, 7, 9, 13, like Joe, drugs get into us, they've never been tested like that. It's one at a time, one pill at a time on clean bodies. You can't be on anything to be a test candidate. And then what happens in real life? Joe was on 13. Little Nick was on 10. One of our best welder fitter in the world, this guy. And when he finally gave up on the drugs after open heart surgery, and he quit them suddenly, he shouldn't have done that. That could have killed him. But he did quit them suddenly and went on the heart drops. And then went back to work for 12 years. Tough stuff, laying in the mud, fixing heavy machinery. He's an incredible welder, built seawalls, fabricated machinery at our battery plant. Unbelievable. So he got 12 more years of life, good life, like active, working, physical working life. He's 78 now and he is retired. But I've just seen so much of it, Shawn, and it's wonderful. And I also love, there's times I'm not that fond of the government, but I love that these products, and I'm sure some other great products on the market, have saved our country, saved the taxpayers big money, big money. Open heart surgery is free of charge in this country. And it costs a lot. So, you know, and all that, but better than that, of course, that's not the win that's closest to your heart. I love that fact that we've saved the country so much money. It's the lives, you know. It can make the difference whether dad's well enough to keep working and the children get to go to college, or maybe they can't because he's not well enough and he's got years of pills and not a healthy life, a diseased life. So it's the effect that it, you know, one heart attack, one heart disease can spoil the chances for a whole family, Shawn. So, you know, it's just so important. I'll never quit. I'm like you. I'll not quit fighting for this and hoping common sense prevails somewhere along the line and not Wall Street's money. That should not be the top priority here. Let them give the drugs to themselves and their kids and their families if they like. But they shouldn't be rigging the game the way it is and promoting their products the way they do and getting away with what they do. Anyway, that's all I got to say about that.
Well, I think that's probably the most important part. I mean, you're basically sharing that the natural products. You're talking specifically about Strauss because that's your experience. But I mean, it's changed lives and it changes families.
I take these vitamins and minerals that other companies make, you know, silver, oxidized silver, and all kinds of things. My table encounter is full of good stuff. And so, yeah, it's we just got to hope that I'm a little hopeful with, I wish I could speak with him. Secretary Robert Kennedy Jr. He seems to really be looking at changing things and getting away from the pharmaceuticals the way we've all been forced to. So, you know, that's some light at the end of the tunnel. You know, he's in a powerful position and he's a powerful man.
Wayne, can I just say something? Because so the NHPPA, you know, we've got social media channels and the like, and I think it was in the spring. So, you know, Kennedy gets doing his thing at the CDC and all of that. And you know, we just put out some trial balloons like, oh, this is happening in the US, you know, maybe we should. And boy, the negative response we got. So our mainstream media is so demonizing Kennedy and Trump and the like. And what concerns me is you don't have to agree with other people, but if you find yourself in a situation where you're no longer willing to consider what they say, then you can't change your mind, right? Like, surely we're not afraid of being brainwashed. Like, we can, but if we close our minds to new information, then we actually can't change our minds. Like, we can't choose to change our minds, and then we're the ones that are trapped.
Yeah.
So, you know, you brought I mean, this is an important point, is let's not, we're talking about health. And like, if they're talking in the United States that maybe we shouldn't have dyes in our food for kids because there's health effects. Well, don't close your mind. Look at the evidence. You don't have to agree. You don't have to change your mind. If they're saying some things that are different from what you've been led to believe, you know, Wayne, we're talking about stuff you didn't consider natural health because it wasn't on the radar.
Right.
But your own life and your own family's been impacted. Like, so my message would be, let's not close our minds. Now, final question to you. What's your message to Ottawa?
Bit of a multi-headed one, I guess, but
and yeah, you can't swear, so
consider taxpayer money a little closer and do a little better job. But and one way to do that is to really help straighten out the healthcare system, which is in trouble. We have these tens of thousands foreign nurses, and I'm sure, and I hope they're good nurses. I'm sure they are, but before couldn't be approved, had to go to school here and so forth. To be a nurse here, but they've done that to help us out. But it's just promoting the same stuff, building bigger hospitals all the time. They have to, I pray that they start considering ways to not need bigger hospitals, not have a shortage of doctors, not have a shortage of nurses. Just, you know, and these are educated people. I'm not trying to insult anybody, but a little common sense, a little truth, a little accept the facts. Don't, it's not hocus pocus. We're not medicine men selling snake oil. I'm not a witch doctor. Or the product wouldn't still be for sale for 46 years. You know, and nature can be cruel, Shawn. It can be cruel indeed. Hurricanes, tornadoes, it's all necessary, I suppose. Forest fires and whatnot, but if we don't at least stay in sync with it and recognize these things that Strauss used to say, you know, like, if you're not made from it, it cannot fix you. So to expect man-made chemical drugs to fix us, now they don't claim to. They never claim to fix you once. They'll help you. You'll feel better. Your numbers will change, whatever the hell. But if you want to be fixed, you need cells that you're made from. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, Jim would say it's like taking your car to the lumber yard to fix with 2x4s and plywood. You can't do it. You need materials the car's made from. We're the same way. So my message to Health Canada would be, stop going the way of the money. Stop allowing the money to drive the wagon train here, meaning big pharma. Stop splitting the cost with them on all these clinical studies where we use mice for clinical studies. What kind of model is that against a human? And they spend billions, Shawn. This is no small deal. Let's they could invest the money so much more wisely, but when there's no harm, we need more common sense. I don't know what to say it without insulting everybody. To me, it's as black and white as black and white. So I'm just going to hope that smarter thoughts prevail, that more caring people. I like Mr. Kennedy in the United States. I hope he's real successful there, and I hope some of it can catch on here and when it's proved out. So yeah, and stop fighting nature. Health Canada, stop fighting nature, promote it. Without it, there's no you. Simple. Without nature, we're not having this conversation right now. So high technology can't do everything for us, Shawn. Nature provided a lot. Try going without fresh water, see what that technology does with your air that you can breathe. Won't help you. And you can't eat the money either. Won't sustain you.
Well, that's a great answer, Wayne. So it's been a pleasure to interview you, and pleasure to see you again after decades, literally.
For me as well.
And on behalf of the NHPPA and the World's Greatest Health Show, thank you so much for sharing with us.
It was my pleasure, Shawn. I hope we see each other again sooner than later.
Me too.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks again. So now I want to talk about Section 13, and it's about protecting against significant health risks. So we all know that natural health products have a tremendously safe profile, but to effectively regulate them, when there is a significant health risk, the Ministry of Wellness has to have some tools to protect us. And Section 13 basically allows them to get a court involved to get any type of order that is necessary to protect us. Now, it deliberately involves the court because we've run into problems with Health Canada where they can take some products off of a market without involving any other impartial body. And when they do this without a reasoned risk analysis, they actually create harm. I can give you an example where a court found that they caused deaths by restricting access to a product. Well, that's when they were acting unilaterally. If a court was involved, a court is going to hear both sides and have a balanced risk analysis. And so Section 13 that we're discussing was specifically drafted to ensure that when you're taking a treatment away, that both sides of the risk equation are brought into focus. So it's a very strong section in giving any power that's necessary to protect us, but it also includes an impartial third party.
Hello, my name is Teresa Buckley, and I'm with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and welcome to the World's Greatest Health Show. Today, I'm so happy to be speaking with Penny Hodgson. Hi, Penny, how are you?
Hi, Teresa. I am well, thanks.
Good.
Thanks for having me.
Well, thanks for coming on, and we look forward to hearing about your health journey. So, Penny, can you start maybe from the beginning, and we can just let everyone know a little bit about who you are?
Sure. Well, I was born with a skeletal deformity condition with a big name called congenital bilateral hip dysplasia, which just means that both hips were not formed quite right. So hip sockets weren't formed quite right. And so over the course of my lifetime, I've had multiple complicated and sometimes experimental orthopedic surgeries that both helped and hindered, I guess, my overall health over the years.
So when did you have your so can you explain a little bit about how you what this meant for you as far as growing up as a young child?
Mm. Well, as you can imagine, if you don't have proper hip sockets, you walk funny, so I walked funny. My legs didn't go straight through. They came in a very wide circular motion. So ultimately I walked with my back muscles. And I fell a lot. So my parents, it was quite obvious something was the matter with me. And obviously I was, different than other kids. And so I experienced a lot of bullying as a consequence of that. I still can't run and jump and participate in sports like everyone else, despite all the surgeries, but I'm still moving. So that's a positive.
So what was it like then, as you were kind of entering into teenage years, or like at what stage did you mentioned that you had surgeries? When was your first surgery?
So it was, I was either 9 or 10, 74, 75. I'm kind of foggy on the exact year. Was the first one. So my dad took me actually to see his chiropractor, who, as soon as I walked in his office, immediately knew without even didn't have to do anything. He just knew. And he said, "This is way beyond me. You need to see a surgeon." However, he did take x-rays, and so that we could see plainly what was going on. And I was lacking what's called an acetabular shelf, which is just the cup part of your hip where your leg bone fits in and moves around. I didn't have this part. So mine was like this. So it would, as I got older, it would just leave because the wear and tear, instead of it being able to move around, it was hitting the top. And so it would essentially dislocate and stretch all the tendons and ligaments and muscles and who knows whatever, cause damage, bone fragments floating around, which then caused considerable pain. So after the first initial surgery, they probably didn't know as much about biomechanics then as we do now. And
because that was in 75, was that around-ish, like
around there?
mid-70s?
Yeah. And I don't know, honestly, when they kind of learned about proper biomechanics, but my foot became concave because I couldn't balance any other way. And so for some reason, the surgeon thought that it would be beneficial for him to address the concave. So they took bones out of the bottom of my feet and cut a bunch of tendons and shortened them. And ultimately that created more problems. Definitely didn't help anything because my hips were the real problem. So that surgery caused a lot of trauma, both physiologically and psychologically.
And so that was when you were around, like kind of prepubescent.
Right.
Okay.
And then my first hip surgery was the summer. I had two. The left hip was the worst hip. It was called a grade 4 by Salter's scale, which means the level of acetabular shelf that was available. And so they did the left hip first. But the first surgeon I saw at that time, which would have been early 80s, said there was no surgery that he knew of yet. But my parents were desperate for help, and I was experiencing a lot of pain and falling down a lot. So they agreed to allow a surgeon to do. He led us to believe that he had performed the surgery before, when we found out afterwards that he hadn't. But it was an experimental procedure where they break part of your pelvic bone and then try to pin all those parts to create a shelf. And it's called an osteotomy. That specific surgery is called an osteotomy. So I had that in the summer after grade 9. So between grade 9 and grade 10. And then 2 years later, I had the other side, the right side done, which wasn't as severe. I had a little bit more acetabular shelf on that side. And I had that one done the summer between grade 11 and grade 12, although I went into the hospital in July and got out in December that year.
So how many times did you end up having surgery over the,
Well, so
like every young adult?
there was, in the first surgery on the left hand of the first hip surgery, there was, I had a problem with the pins. They broke and started cutting their way through. So they had to be removed. Then when he did the right hip, he used a different kind of pin, and then to kind of avoid the breaking outcome, removed those. I was in the hospital for 6 months anyway, so just waited 12 weeks and then removed the pins before they had a chance to break. Then I had, so with each hip surgery, there's also a pin removal, which is just I say a minor, but it's just kind of a minor procedure. They just drill them out,
Do they still put you under? Like, are they still?
Well, the first one, I wanted to know what he was doing. So he did a local anesthetic and I watched. And then the next one they put me under. Yeah. And then then those surgeries failed almost before the year was up. And then I had surgery again in 90 and 91. So both sides done.
So you would have been around how old approximately? In
late 20s, early 30s.
Okay.
And so
you
90,
pass
91.
through the growth spurt and establish within your own body, and then it starts to.
And then again, those failed. So I had to, then nobody kind of knew what to do because nothing was working what they were doing. And then a surgeon in Ontario had invented a surgery, a reconstruction, a total reconstruction, where he used the femoral head, which is the top part of your big leg bone that has the big ball on it. So they cut that off and then they router it out to create a cavity and then attach that to the side of your pelvis. So they screw that all in and then they line it with titanium, with hip replacement parts essentially, and then put a hip replacement peg in your leg.
And so that would have been mid-20s or?
So that was 94 and 98. So 94, so I would have been 30, in my 30s. Yeah.
So then so what type of pain? I mean, I can't imagine. I can't even fathom. At this stage, you're like in your mid 30s. You've
Yeah.
had how many surgeries up until this point?
2, 4, 6 plus my feet, so 7 plus the hip pins, 8, 9, close to 10 already by now.
Okay. And how would you manage pain? What would,
Back then, it was they used morphine and Talwin and Demerol. Now, all those and anti-inflammatories, pretty strong ones, actually. They were so strong that just to take them, I would have to drink like this massive glass of milk to, put enough acid in my stomach. At the time, I didn't know what I was doing, but all those drugs actually deplete, cause problems in the end.
why would you have to drink? Sorry, why would you have to drink the milk? Why would you have to
just
drink
an upset tummy? The anti-inflammatories were so strong, that it just upset my stomach a lot. Yeah.
So you're mid 30s, you've had at least
10. Yeah.
At least 10 surgeries.
Yeah.
And so then what happens? Has anything then worked? What's your level of mobility at that stage?
Well, the total reconstruction that I had in Ontario was finally the one that did provide the most benefit, because I had essentially normal working hips.
Okay.
The surgeries were extremely difficult and very unstable. So I was bedridden for several months, to allow it to heal. Because everybody was nervous. I mean, there was so much damage from all the other every time you have surgery, you create more scar tissue, which creates more damage, and it slows down your recovery process. So the doctors in Saskatchewan, where I lived at the time, were nervous about even monitoring my recovery because they didn't know enough about the surgery. I mean, there was only 2 guys in all of Canada at that time that were doing that kind of reconstruction. One was in Ontario and the other guy was in BC, in Vancouver. So, I mean, we've come a long way since then. I think more surgeons here in Alberta, there's surgeons doing, well, there's a few, but really, when that round of surgeries failed, there was only one guy in Calgary that, was capable of doing the surgery that I needed.
So that was in the mid 90s, the reconstruction one that you had,
right.
That actually gave you some level of.
It gave me quite a bit of once everything healed, which took several years, actually. Mm-hmm. I had quite a bit of mobility, and then I met a triathlete. I was working for him, actually, who suggested that, why are you being so careful about everything? Why don't you, hire a trainer and see what your body can do? Because they had given me this big, long laundry list of things that I should never do, things like don't ever walk on a treadmill. I mean, when now I think it's silly and I laugh, but at the time, I would have done whatever they said to do because I was trying to avoid more surgery. And anyway, I achieved a level of health that nobody thought possible. I was walking without any aid. I was hiking in the mountains, going without any problems at all.
So that was around 2010. You were kind of at.
Well, that was 2008, 2009. And enjoying, and just enjoy what I considered normal, normal people would do this. I still couldn't run or jump, and I had several muscles that don't work. My psoas muscle, which is the kind of a bottom abdominal muscle, has been cut so many times that it just doesn't work well. So doing stairs is a challenge, but I mean, I can do them as long as I have railings and things, but it's still a challenge.
So what happened in 2012 then?
Well, then the reconstruction degraded. My left hip moved posteriorly, moved backwards, and was pushing into all the internal organs in the pelvic area and created kind of a pinch in the colon, which caused me to be incredibly sick. I was really, really sick. I don't think I had ever been that sick in all the years, but I was closer. I mean, I was 47, I'm getting closer to 50. And so it kind of, made sense that things accumulate, right? And all the past surgeries and circulatory problems and everything that go along with that would have caused more issues. But this time was different because I just moved to Alberta and I didn't have a family doctor. I knew I needed x-rays because I started having some pain that I knew wasn't right. It's, there's pain that's recovery pain, and then there's pain that, something's gone.
And it
really
had come
wrong.
back. It had come back.
Well, it became excruciating. And
how did you handle it mentally?
Well, I mean, initially, I just thought everything was going to be the way it was in the 90s, that I would find a doctor and I would get the help I needed and everything would be how it always was before. And it just didn't turn out that way. So the first doctor that I went to, you have a little meet and greet, and I gave her my history and told her that I was experiencing a lot of pain and that I needed x-rays. And her response to me was that she didn't prescribe opiates. I didn't see the correlate. I didn't understand I didn't ask for drugs. I asked for x-rays. So anyway, I had to find somebody different. She was obviously uncooperative. My chiropractor at the time was able to order x-rays for me. And so the radiology report came back and we could see that, wow, I needed to get to see a surgeon. And the only way to do that is to find a GP who could refer me to the hip clinic. So eventually I did find one who I had to coax into for him to give me the referral. I found them to be really uncooperative compared to all the doctors that I'd seen in the previous 40 years of my life.
How many surgeries would you have had at this stage?
Well, 10, I think, maybe 11. I mean, enough to understand,
what you were looking at,
what I was looking at and what I needed, and I knew I was really sicker than he was kind of giving me credit for. So when I had complaints, they do your regular blood tests and everything comes back normal. And I'm told, no, everything is fine. You just have to wait for the surgery, which will be, who knows when. Mm-hmm. And I knew, no, something else is really wrong with me. So I just felt like I wasn't going to get cooperation. So I headed to the library and started to research my problem. And
what did you uncover? Like, was there anything?
Well, yeah, the first few books, I've always been in health textbooks because this has been my life. I've never known anything else. And quite honestly, everything that I've learned was, how do I avoid having surgery again? Like, I want this to work so that I don't have to go through all that trauma again. So because my stomach, I was having a lot of stomach issues that were, I thought I was eating properly, and for the most part, I kind of was, but I knew they were issues that weren't normal. So that's why I went to the library, started looking at it, recalled an article that I had read several years before that talked about gut imbalances, bacterial imbalances. So I came home with a stack of books. And as I was reading these books, one, I don't remember what the names of them were, but one was written by a pharmacist who, because her kid had issues, found this whole other wealth of information. And every book that I read was like, wow, how come I did not know this before? And I was able to, just by that little bit of study, change my diet enough to get my gut bacteria back into a kind of balance.
Did that help with preparation for your next surgery? Because you were still waiting for surgery, weren't you?
No, because I was swallowing a bottle of Advil every day because the doctors wouldn't give me any pain medication. So the only thing that I could take was Advil. I would alternate between Advil and Tylenol every 2 hours, taking one and then the other, which just really does a lot of damage to your kidneys and your liver. So, and my adrenals were depleting. My whole body was crashing. And I didn't know if I was going to make it. I was so sick and so nutritionally depleted that I was suicidal. And I thought, man, like, I cannot live like this. I found a naturopath who, on her first examination, said, wow, like, I don't know how you're going to make it through this surgery, but we'll try to get you ready, and sent me home with a bag full of various tinctures and medications to try to get my body built up again to withstand the trauma. Surgery is, by definition, physiological trauma. So I was able to get, obviously, to a point where I could get through the surgery.
Had you ever thought of seeking a naturopath before? Or did you know they existed, or what, like, did you know what that word meant?
No. No, I honestly didn't, because what did I know about alternative health? Not much. Probably whatever you hear about it is usually ridiculed. You think of it as some woo-woo science. And because I was very allopathic minded, in other words, because I had grown up in an environment that looked at everything from one perspective, that was the perspective I looked at everything from. But
and what perspective would that have been?
Well, surgical and pharmaceutical approach to healing. For every problem, there's either a drug or a surgery that will cure it.
And that was what you knew.
Well, that was all I knew.
So when you met the naturopath and she started to give you some additional supplements and that, what then was the reaction to your body, and how was that then preparation for your last surgery?
Well, it started to build me back up to withstand, to get me into a better immune function and better adrenal function
Okay.
to withstand the surgery. But then in that, I realized there's a whole segment that I don't know about. And so I enrolled in the Canadian School of Natural Nutrition. I thought, if I'm going to learn about this, I might as well learn about it. And
That's amazing. That's amazing.
so I dove in with both feet, and I thought, well, I'm going to be recovering from surgery anyway. I'll have nothing better to do, so I might as well study. And that, it was very eye-opening, a very eye-opening education.
So you had your last surgery in 2012, and then
No.
Then-
Well, I had surgery in 2012, and then
So
because
2012.
he fixed, when he did my left hip, then I was cockeyed. So he had to go in and do the right hip to even me out so that I could rehab, because I couldn't, everything was angled funny and I couldn't rehab properly. So he had to kind of level me out. So he did the other side. And then that was 6 months later, so 2013. But then during that rehab after that surgery, I tore my knee out. So I tore the meniscus in my right knee. So then I had to wait a year for another surgery to have that fixed, which in the end he ended up just cutting. It was torn so badly, he cut it out.
So how did you tolerate the pain? Like how were you handling the pain at this stage?
Well, the last round of surgeries, the 2012, 2013, and 2015, I couldn't take painkillers for whatever reason. My body was rejecting everything. So I had to make do with just Tylenol 3 with, a little bit of codeine, which was added stress on my body. But it was the only thing that I could take and not reject, throw up.
So where did you go then with your education with the Canadian School of Natural Nutrition?
I used all of it to try to figure out how to heal my body. Okay. And as I was learning about nutrition from a different perspective, from a healing perspective, I started to realize that a lot of the health issues that I had had previously were probably due to nutrient deficiencies. So, for example, as I mentioned, surgery is by definition physiological stress to your body. That all by itself puts added demand for specific nutrients, things like all your B vitamins and vitamin C. And all of those things are important in healing, like collagen production. Collagen is very important in orthopedic surgeries for your joints to repair, because they're cutting through all of that, and detaching and reattaching tendons to your bone and cutting through ligaments and muscles and whatever else. So all of those things are incredibly important. So just by itself, the stress, emotional and physiological, increases substantially the demand for those specific nutrients, as well as minerals too, like magnesium and zinc and vitamin D and all the things that impact your immune system. So just the stress alone. But then I also learned that a lot of the medications use nutrients as biochemical cofactors, which adds again to the increased demand that your body now needs. So in a nutshell, nobody could eat enough food to replenish the nutrients that are being used up through the stress, through the cofactor with the medications and the anesthetics. And and everything, you couldn't eat enough food. You have to have supplements to replenish your system. So when I was studying, I realized that never once had anyone ever mentioned that, because they don't know. You know, I realized too after it's because they're not taught to look in that direction. So it's not that they're intentionally misleading you. It's that they have no idea. It doesn't occur to them. So I had blood loss. They'll give me iron because they know that iron supplements will help you regain your blood. But so they do that without thinking, but it doesn't occur to them to give you magnesium or vitamin C or any other nutrient, really. They know a standard operating protocol for all orthopedic surgeries is to give you IV antibiotics. It's to protect against infection. Well, IV antibiotics are different than taking them orally. They're stronger, and they bypass your digestive system, go right into your bloodstream. And that, you know, is worse than oral in how it depletes all the good bacteria. So the good bacteria is essential for lots of things, but mostly mental health. You know? And
what was that like then? Like, did you feel like you had a bit of a recovery because you were basically taking back a little bit of your power by educating yourself, right? Well, and then filling yourself up.
Yeah.
Where were you then in your headspace after this last?
Well, it was a mixture, because initially it was like, that was my red pill, you know, it was like, wow, how come we didn't know this? You know, when I started looking into, for whatever reason, my body became trapped in a negative feedback loop of trauma. So I would just start to progress. And then for whatever reason, which I'm still trying to figure out, my muscles would just lock up. And if I pushed through it, if I, you know, did what I always did before, they would just tear. And then now I have an injury. Now I have to wait, you know, X number of weeks, probably months, because now, you know, I'm closer to 60 than 50. And so it takes a lot longer to heal. And it just became so frustrating that I finally just quit and thought, okay, I just need to research more and approach this from a different perspective. So I'm not re-injuring myself all the time.
Do you feel like you're, had you known a little bit more about this, like if there had been some sort of connection between the two experiences, would that have helped a little bit in your recovery? Or how do you think, like looking back now, I mean,
hindsight's always 2020, right? But absolutely.
But how would that,
had there been an integrative approach, I probably could have avoided at least half of those surgeries. At least half. I think so, yeah. Because
why do you say that?
Because I think that there's no study that I can cite or even point to other than my experience. But I think that had all the nutrients been brought up in my body, I would have healed differently. I don't, because I mean, that's the orthopedic surgery, is that it's all bones and muscles I mean, everything that, and there's every single nutrient pretty much is involved in the femurs, the leg bones is where almost all of your blood production is done, right? So I think I suffered physiologically that, and one thing, because the body's ultimately a series of dominoes. And when one starts to fall, eventually they all fall. And that's, I'm pretty sure, what happened in 2012. I had
Okay.
placed such a demand on my body for extra nutrients that it wasn't getting. And even though I thought I was eating properly, I was eating all the foods labeled healthy. Not necessarily are those healthy, you know? Like I
Yeah.
didn't understand the difference between organic and certified organic. I didn't understand, you know, and how could you? You only know what you know. So if you're
Well,
not
this is the problem, right? It's like we don't know what we don't know, and
exactly,
where does that root come from? Like
exactly.
I couldn't have had this conversation with you 10 years ago. Like, you know, I'm 57. I couldn't have. I would have no idea. I would think, well, it's fine. It's the label says it's fine. It's fine.
It's fine because we blindly trust the institutions. You know, I grew up in the hospital ultimately, right? I mean, I was 10. I lived in those days, it wasn't as McDonald's-y, you know, fast foody as it is now, that you're in, you're out. They basically throw you out in 3 days. Back then, and I have a comparison, and I can say that back then there was a lot more care going on. So I was in traction for months, which is why I lived in the hospital as a teenager. But at that time, all the surgeons and just general, because I was I don't know what odd case, you know, they didn't see it in real life as much, if all, at all. Lots of doctors, I was used as a teaching example. So I met a lot of physicians from all walks because they just, you know, inquiring minds always like to learn. And and I never experienced the level of disrespect and none, I mean, surgeons are often, you know, accused of having a God complex because they're, you know, they're who they are. They're where they are because they're, you know, the smartest guy in the room. But they weren't argumentative. Like even yeah. But when I had to go back into that world in 2012 in a new province, I was just like, I think initially I was so stunned. I was like, wow, what has happened to our medical system? Because it didn't used to be this bad.
So
They didn't.
you spoke about when we spoke before about a fear mind state.
Well,
Can
because
you just talk about
yeah,
the fear mind state? Because I think that there's a lot of, you know, I think there's a lot of fear on all sides, and I think that collectively
100%.
we're experiencing a lot of fear. And I just, how did you kind of break? How did you break that loop moving
Fear
forward?
loop.
Yeah.
How did I break that loop? Well, I'm an inquiring minds kind of person, my own self. So I'm always trying to understand things. And the more I understood about my body and how it worked, and the more I understood about people and how they work, I think I finally realized that it's hard to explain. I think the fear, we live in a fear-driven society all by itself. Everything is fear-driven.
Mhm.
But when I was a kid, the doctors, I mean, they told me, don't ever get pregnant because if you do, you'll be in a wheelchair for life. You know, the wheelchair for life thing was a big threat. And I knew I didn't want that. So everything was kind of based around that fear. So when they told me, well, whatever you do, don't run, don't jump, don't go on a treadmill, don't do this, don't do that. I mean, I was obedient because the surgeries were so traumatic. I wanted to avoid them. But when I learned about how the body actually works, the fear was gone, right? Like, because you're only afraid of something that you don't understand. But once you understand it, well, then the fear is gone. So, and again, I don't think anything is intentional. I think it just doesn't occur to them to, you know, I mean, they'll tell you, well, go see a physiotherapist. But unless you're ready to pay for a personal trainer, the physiotherapy that comes with surgery will get you only to a basic living condition. In other words, as soon as I was able to walk on both legs and push a grocery cart, that was the end of physiotherapy, unless I was going to pay for it myself. People think we have free healthcare here in Canada, but we don't. Like we have, the surgery was free, but the rehab wasn't, you know.
So where are you, how are you feeling today? How are you doing? Are you in a I can't see. Are you in a wheelchair?
No, I walk.
How are
I
you
walk
doing
with a
today?
cane.
And what
Yeah.
kind of attributes to natural health products do you think that has to play with it?
I wouldn't be here without them.
Mhm.
I can say with a high degree of certainty that I would be dead. I would have not made it had I not learned the importance of nutritional supplementation after the kind of physiological and emotional stress that I went through. My adrenal, like I was suicidal, Teresa. And that was a combination of my gut flora being completely imbalanced. It took 1 year of concerted probiotic effort to get my gut back to even remotely close to assimilating nutrients properly and my digestion. I had to change my whole entire everything about how I viewed life. I had to, like, I can't go back. I worked in operational accounting most of my life. That job was high stress. If I tried to do that today, I would crash in 2 months. Like, once you reach that point of exhaustion, there's no going back. No matter how much of a superwoman you think you are. And I did. I thought, I can overcome this. But no, like, if I push myself, then I crash. And it's not, you know, when I first read the book about adrenal fatigue, I thought, oh no, it can't be. But it's true. Like, when you reach the point that I did, you have to change the way that you do things. I have to be kinder to my body. I have to slow down. I can't be running around, you know, with high expectations about every single thing. And I think that's the biggest difference. You know, holistic alternative medicine does look at your whole lifestyle. It's not just, well, we're going to give you this bag of vitamins to take, or at least it shouldn't be. You know,
Right.
it's about your whole being. It's about, what are you eating? How are you thinking? How are you moving? How are you exercising? So I had to unlearn a lot of bad habits that were created from exactly the fear-driven messages that I always had, because those pushed me off the edge.
So you don't physically now? How are you doing?
So physically, I don't have my distance where I know it can be.
Yeah.
And I'm like a dog with a bone. I'm not going to give up, because I know that I can be better than where I'm at still.
Right.
I just had to take a moment, step back, and do more research. And so I think I've come up with another plan now
Oh, that's so good.
to get myself to where I want to be. But now I'm mindful of everything that goes into my mouth, and everything that goes into my mind.
Yeah.
And and I make sure that my spirit is fed
That's good.
as well. So I now look at things from a holistic, meaning mind, body, spirit approach rather than a what's wrong with me
Right.
approach.
So just one more second final question is what would be your questions regarding censorship of truthful health information? Like if you would have watched a video like this when you were like, say, I don't know, 40, and there was some woman on there who was like, I don't know, 48 or 50 or something, sharing a similar story, how would that have impacted your decisions then? And would that have made a marked departure in how things ended up for you and how long it took for you to get to this point?
That's a really good question. And I've thought a lot about that. I think nothing matters until it matters to you, you know? Would I have paid attention? Maybe. I don't know. I think that we have to be always in a state of desperation before we're willing to accept something that previously we were not willing to accept. So in my mind, I believed the idea that alternative health was all woo-woo, crazy, kooky stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I grew up in a house, my dad went to a chiropractor his whole life. So I considered that a doctor, you know, it didn't occur to me that that was alternative health. And I thought that I was taking a multivitamin occasionally and that was enough, you know. It didn't occur to me until I was so sick, you know. And I think what's fantastic about what you're doing and what hopefully this health show will do is educate people that it's very real how important these herbal remedies and tinctures and nutrients are to our health, and how important it is to have choice in the supplements. Like if you're only given one supplement brand, that's not choice, you know. And so it's also important to have access to information that can help you help yourself. So I still have to dig deep. Now I know how to do it because I've, you know, been doing it now for several years, but I know how to research my problem and I'm very in tune with my own body. So I kind of know what to look for. And then I'm more than willing to test out theories on myself because who else am it's just me, right? So I'm willing to do that. I think that more people have to understand try to let go of the fear that comes with our bodies are designed to be healthy. You know, we come into the world with a body that knows what to do. And if we just help it along by feeding it properly and clean food, not contaminated with chemicals and pesticides and fungicides and whatever other sides they can come up with, and crazy amounts of sugar and anti-nutrients and drugs that rob our body rather than, you know, nourish it. So I think we just have to change if we could get both sides of the medical fence working together, imagine how healthy we would be. Like, I can't even imagine how healthy would we be if they would learn how to work together and just cooperate rather than be opposing forces. Yeah.
And one final question for you. and you know, we're on the health charter tour.
Mhm.
We're going across Canada. We're bringing the petition to Ottawa. I would just like to ask you, Penny, what would be your message to Ottawa?
My message is, in a free society, individuals should have unrestricted access to alternative health options, including practitioners and supplements and herbal remedies, homeopathic treatments and tinctures and medications as a fundamental right tied to our personal health autonomy.
Penny, you're amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for sharing your personal health journey with us today. And on behalf of the world's greatest health show, I would like to thank you so much for attending today.
My
and
pleasure.
sharing. You have
Thank
no
you.
idea the impact and the ripple that you sharing your story will have. Thank you so much.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Welcome to the world's greatest health show. My name is Shawn Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and I'm very pleased to have with us Kim Umphrey. Kim, welcome to the health show.
Thanks, Shawn. I'm really excited and to be here and share.
Well, I'm excited to have you here because you have been for 22 years owning and running an independent health store. in the Edmonton area called Health Matters.
Correct.
And can you share with us kind of how you ended up, becoming a health food store owner? Like, what led you down that path? What training did you get?
So the love of it started a long time ago, going to Westmount Health Food Store with my grandfather when I was very, very small. I loved the smell of the herbs. I loved going there, and it was always a really sensual experience because of all the bags of herbs. And so from there, that love just kind of continued. I had some kids, and then I went to a seminar with Udo Erasmus, and it was life-changing. I went home, I threw a whole bunch of stuff out in my house. My husband thought I was crazy. And I started a really cool health journey that really just perpetuated down the years until eventually I started teaching classes. And people were like, well, what kind of degree do you have? And I'm like, well, I'm self-taught, which is great, but it wasn't enough. And people wanted some sort of degree. So I got an opportunity to go back to school, got a bachelor's degree in nutrition, and I just felt that that would give me the the credibility to speak on things that I was passionate about.
It's interesting because you probably were already an expert, but people expect, the degree or, the certificate or whatever.
Yes.
And I expect that was all helpful. It's kind of fun that you mentioned Udo Erasmus, who is the kind of healthy oil or fat person,
Yep.
because he's also speaking at the health show. And I imagine there'll be a whole bunch of other people going home and throwing out a whole bunch of bad oils.
Yeah,
Watch his thing.
Exactly. Yeah, he was life-changing. You can ask my kids.
Yeah, like I'm already cooking at lower temperature and watching what oils I use. So I know exactly what you're talking about. So you actually then, so you're teaching, you're practicing as a nutritionist, as I understand it, for a period of time.
Yes.
But
and
that
then
wasn't
that was
enough
good.
for you.
It wasn't enough. I couldn't reach enough people. It was too small scale. There's only one of me. I'd send people to go get stuff. The stores didn't have it. They'd sell them the wrong thing. They'd come back and it wasn't what I recommended. So I got to a point where I had a life change and I needed to go back to work, and I needed a job. Didn't want to work for anybody. So I bought a health food store, an existing one. And that was more what I wanted to do. I could reach more people.
That we see that you'd shared that with me off camera, that you wanted to reach more people, and I just found that interesting. So you were kind of on a mission to just basically help people. Like, that's what your heart is.
Absolutely. It's, I'd have friends that would say, oh, I have this or I have that. And I'm like, oh, you just need this. And, oh, just add this in. And they would add it in. They go, oh, that fixed, I now sleep and I don't have leg cramps. And,
I'm guessing magnesium biglycinate.
Exactly.
So, yeah. So now I just did something kind of forbidden. And I kind of want to talk about health food stores, and that you and I actually even have to be careful during this interview. So
absolutely.
Okay, and that's because you're afraid that Health Canada will hammer you if you actually just speak too truthfully here.
Correct. If you speak anything off the label, yeah, it puts a little bit of fear in you. Your hands are tied, what you can and can't say.
Right, and just to use as an example, so I mean, you were sharing about people, not sleeping well and having leg cramps, and I just guessed that likely what you recommended was a specific type of magnesium, biglycinate magnesium. Did I guess right? What 100%. Was behind the hidden curtain? Okay.
No.
Now it really wasn't a guess, because people in the natural health community, people with nutrition, and I'm just a lawyer who operates in this field, but I've run across this so many times that I understand that, magnesium's so essential that it's crazy, and that it helps you sleep, this type. And if you're having leg cramps, I mean, it can be other things that are deficient, but, kind of first line of defense might be magnesium, of a specific type, this biglycinate type. And you're smiling because you know exactly what I'm talking about. But if you
100%.
share that, you could be breaking the law, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. Just for
Hey,
saying that.
hey, world, vitamin C cures scurvy. But someone like Kim can't say that. We know it's true 100%. You
Yeah.
learn it in school in history, how the British, Navy back in the wind, sailing days, crossing these big oceans, relying on the winds, and the sailors were suffering from scurvy.
Yeah.
And somebody figured out if we feed them limes with vitamin C, that they don't get scurvy, which is why British sailors were called limeys.
Yep.
I learned that in history class, probably in grade 6 or something. We all accept it as true that vitamin C cures scurvy, but it's illegal in Canada for someone like Kim to say that, right?
Absolutely. Nope. Can't cure, can't heal, I can't say any of those words.
Right. Okay. So let's just put this into context. So you purchased a health food store. You've already self-trained in nutrition because it was a passion for you, right to the point where you're lecturing. You feel that, oh, wait a second, we all credential this, credential that. So you go and actually commit to a Bachelor of Science degree in nutrition, so that now you got the Bachelor of Science. Although you're probably also still learning outside of that because it's a passion for you.
Absolutely.
And now you buy a health food store. But health food stores tend to have, so we all know, if we go to Health Matters and we speak to Kim, that she's got all this training behind her. But my experience is, Kim, that most health food stores, these people are trained, like in the supplement department. Can you share with us kind of about your staff, the type of training they have, the type of training they get once you hire them?
Right. So my staff, I usually am looking for someone that's got some sort of basic nutrition or herbs or some sort of basic training that I can work with, so that they have the good physiology of the body and understand the body. From there, we do training. We have lots of training modules for our own brand. But then on top of that, we have fabulous vendors that bring in naturopaths and scientists, and they do lots of training. So we are continually training, usually 1 or 2 a month easily, sometimes more, where I make sure my staff attend. So we have a continuing education program that learning never stops. Who wants to stop learning? There's always new science out there, new products, new science. Is very exciting. So we want to keep up with all that.
So I want to just break this down. And the reason why, Kim, is, I'd shared with you off camera that, we had a long-standing chain of health food stores, Kaddish, in Ottawa, Ontario, that,
Right.
Recently closed their last 4 stores. And they'd been, getting whittled down. And it really created a sense of urgency for me that we need to protect our health food stores, our local health food stores. And I think that a lot of people don't understand what a resource they are. So, so you're basically explaining, I mean, as a store owner, and I know you're not alone, but as a store owner, so if you go to Health Matters, the people hired there already have a background in
Correct.
herbs or nutrition. Well, and then while they're there, they're having to attend seminars, they're having to continue learning. And so some of these are, and this is another thing that people don't understand. So in Canada, our manufacturers, which are wonderful, they have trained reps that visit the stores regularly. So the reps.
Absolutely. And they know me, and they have my cell number. So yeah, we're friends.
Yeah, and they share, like, so when they come and visit, they're sharing information. They hold seminars on the products and latest research. So there's this continuous kind of education happening. The stores are being kept up to speed, and we basically have Canadian manufacturers through their reps doing this, which is another reason to support the Canadian manufacturers.
Absolutely.
Is they're out there basically, educating the store so that the stores can help you. So that if somebody comes in and wants to buy one of their products, the store staff there is able to give them important information on how to help them.
Yeah,
Now,
absolutely.
I'm not going to ask you to get into trouble. I can say that as a lawyer in this field, that a one-on-one with a customer is not advertising under the Food and Drug Act, but everyone's all spooked. So I'm not going to ask you to get into trouble, but I'm just saying, in my legal opinion, that a store person engaging with an individual customer, and it's just because there was a case, I think it was the Lipton case, where the court said, no, a one-on-one is not advertising. So,
Right.
I think that what you're doing is okay. And the reality is people come into health food stores, not yours. I'm just kidding. But, like I use the example offline, and it's an example with somebody I know who went into a health food store saying, I've got migraines.
Right.
And the person they spoke to, who was highly trained, suggested, you might want to try this type of magnesium, the L-theranate, I think it is, and this type of B complex. And, off you go. And it was very helpful, not only in the type of product to try, but in kind of a schedule for taking it, because they had been trained in this area. And the point I'm trying to make, Kim, is these health food stores are a tremendous resource.
Absolutely. Our staff is so diverse, and I do that intentionally, making sure that I've got someone that's really good in herbs, and someone that's really good in homeopathic, and someone that's really good in supplements. And we all know a little bit, but I've also tried to find team members that were really, more educated than the rest of us, because we want to be able to look at somebody and really give them, say, the best options that would be for them. And maybe it is something that's way more herbal rather than supplement. So we can say, go talk to blah, this team member, because this is their specialty. And I really think this is going to, really help, solve whatever, you've got going on. And they have a little bit more information than me. And it really works. And customers love, because maybe they say, I just love homeopathics. That's all I want to take. Well, you've got to have somebody on your team that understands them and can help with homeopathics, because they're thousands of year old training that's worked for, ever. And it works, and it's simple, and it's great for kids. So, it's one of the modalities that I love, and you need to be able to help people in whatever way they want to. And we're just a wealth of information because of, the vast variety of staff that I have and their education, plus all the new stuff that we have. So yeah, come talk to us, because we can look past the label and guide you.
Right. And so this is the point, and this is why, because, we've got all this online stuff, and we all, it's hard to avoid Amazon, for example.
Right.
But the problem is if you go to Amazon and you buy a product, you don't know that you're actually getting the product, because there's a lot of counterfeit out there. And you've heard horror stories, and I've heard horror stories. So you know what I'm talking about, don't you?
Absolutely. Yeah.
But if somebody buys from Health Matters, you guys are ordering from reps that you know.
Yeah.
And so there's a real confidence.
Yeah.
There's a real confidence. Yeah, that it's not a counterfeit product, because you actually know the rep. You have a personal relationship with the rep. You contact the rep, and you get a shipment from the manufacturer. So you're not worried about products being counterfeit.
Absolutely not. And a lot of the vendors, I've actually been to their warehouses. So I've seen their manufacturing, and that's even more exciting to see all the quality controls, what these vendors are putting into their products in Canada is amazing. Like, our standards are so high. And that's one thing I always reassure customers when they come in, that don't worry what you buy from my store, because I vetted all the products that are in here. I know them. I know the manufacturers. I know the reps. And what is on the label is what you're going to get, because it's not counterfeit.
Yeah. And, you know, again, just because I just want to drive home the point, because some people, the public, they don't know
No.
that basically the efforts the manufacturers take, you know, to be completely up on the research, completely up on their product, and that they take the responsibility to pass that on to the stores. And they won't see that behind the scenes.
No.
You know, they're not just, and the manufacturers don't have to do that.
No.
But they choose to do that because they want to be making a difference.
Yeah. And they're so excited about their new products and their new launch and the new research that's come out. And so it makes it really easy for us to look at it and assimilate it and know it, and then be able to share that with public too, that, you know, they did all this kind of research, and you go on their websites and check out the research that they've done to come to these conclusions, to put these products together for them, because they're passionate about health and wellness too. They want to reach as many people as they can too. And that's why they take such good care of us at the store level, to educate us and have relationships and, you know, train the teams and make sure that we all understand. And it's fabulous relationship. And we're able to be passionate about the companies that, you know, really are passionate with us. And we share that with our consumers, because we can tell them knowledge that this is right from the manufacturer. We were trained.
But at the same time, so you guys are all trained, and there can be discussions, in my legal opinion, one-on-one, but beyond that, to actually like advertise about things, right?
Yeah.
And you want to be careful about saying anything on, you know, to me, because you know this is going to be broadcast. So you know, it's kind of funny. Like, I feel like we're dancing around.
We're doing a little dance here. We're screwing
we're doing around this little dance.
Yeah.
But which is really interesting. So, you know, even sharing truthful information, like I've said magnesium solves, helps you sleep this certain type. And, you know, one of the first things many of us will think of if somebody's complaining about muscle cramps, for example. Correct. So, but you have to be careful.
Yes.
And, you know, you could know as a fact, because of published research, because of your training, because of actually knowing that people have had, you know, a specific condition solved by, you know, specific natural health products. You could know to your core. I mean, if you had that problem, or the people you love the most had that problem, it's like, this is what you're taking, or this is what I'm taking, but you can't say it out loud publicly.
No, not really. Not really. You know, you say it. I usually say it like, well, I personally.
Well, I don't want you to get into trouble. Let's be careful
okay.
here.
I can say I personally take, and that helps with the liability.
Right, but
I can talk about myself, and I take this for this, and, you know, but I would like to just be able to talk honestly, you know, with the person in front of me, you know, that's come to me looking for guidance, and just say it how it is, from this research and this research and this research, and this is what the conclusion was. That would be nice.
That, you know, you've just said something really important. So, and I run across this with store after store after store, manufacturer after manufacturer after manufacturer, where they want to be able to tell you the truth, but they're afraid of getting into trouble. So it's kind of like, they'll dance around as much as they feel they can, but they're all holding back.
Yes, we're all holding back.
Like, you're holding back, your staff's holding back, everyone's holding back. And which is really interesting. The amount of censorship, Kimberly, and the amount of fear is interesting.
Yeah, and it's very real. When I took over the store 20 years ago and had my degree, we did training on this very specific thing, what you can and can't say legally. And, you know, I took it, you know, to heart that, you know, I'm not a doctor. But a lot of times the doctors don't have any education in nutrition at all. And it's really a shame that we can't integrate and have them support us and say, go here and take this, because, you know, it's really simple stuff, because it's just the physics of the body. The body needs this to do this. And so we're not doing anything that the body hasn't already told us it needs. We're just supplying it because our food's not so great.
Yeah, like, well, let's unpack that. So, because I mean, you're trained, you've got a Bachelor of Science in Nutrition. You've been doing this for 22 years. You've been getting educated. So
Yeah.
you tell me when I get off the rails here. So the human body is an amazing thing with an incredible ability to heal itself, but it needs a whole bunch. We list, it's not a secret. It needs a whole bunch of nutrients.
100%. Yep.
So, it's almost like if you tried to run your car without gas and oil, you know what? You're just not going to drive far. Same thing with the human body. It's a wonderful thing, but predictably, it needs a whole bunch of nutrition.
Correct. Yep. And a lot of it's basic, and a lot of it should be coming from our food sources. But as we know, our food sources are highly corrupted, stripped down, and there is an addictiveness of food, junk food, because they make it taste so good that it makes us bypass eating, the great salad, over a bag of chips, because the chips taste good. The salad, doesn't taste that great. It doesn't have all, because it's Mother Nature, and she hasn't boosted up all the flavor molecules in it, right? So yeah, we need these things. So if we don't get them from food, we have to take them externally to keep that body functioning, so we can feel young, do things, and keep our immune systems up. And we have life things that are stressful. Body needs a little help. I'm overrun here, and food doesn't do it.
Just unpacking that a little further. So body needs nutrition, but
Yes.
You were saying, like, our food supply, it's compromised. So the nutrients that were in our foods 100 years ago just aren't there anymore, because we only fertilized with a couple of elements, not with everything we need. And so it's basically impossible, just even if you're trying to eat well, to get what we need, isn't it, Kim?
It is impossible because of the food changing. The soils aren't amended. We don't do any biodynamic, fertilization or re-putting back, or crop rotation that they used to do back in the day, so that we could put the nutrients back in. That technology is all lost. So yes, food is not the same at all, and it has nothing. Even the beautiful lettuce and the beautiful tomatoes, they're still lacking so much nutrition now, even if you grow them yourself.
Yeah, and as I interview people, basically everyone is saying that. And when I ask them personally, like, well, do you supplement yourself because you believe you can't get what you need? Basically, everyone says yes. And I'll tell you, I supplement for that very reason, right? And I expect you have your own specific regime just to make sure that you're getting the nutrition you need to stay healthy.
Absolutely. I have, it's a busy job. You're managing teams, you have stress, you've got worrying about orders not coming. Like, there's just so much dynamics to running a store that I personally, my adrenals couldn't handle it unless I gave them a little bit of love. And the love only can come from external, supplementation to keep them happy, so I can show up to work and, have energy to get out of bed and, have cognitive thinking. These are all things that, I need to keep at a premium level so that I can function really well and do my job.
Yeah.
And
So, I
most
mean, just
people are like that.
the point is we have to supplement just to stay healthy. And when we're lacking certain things, the body tells us, it gives us symptoms to say there's something wrong.
That's right.
And the something wrong is we're not giving it what it needs. Like, this is the whole approach of nutrition and health food stores is okay, there's predictable things that happen when you're missing certain things. And so health food stores help us understand, well, you might want to try this or that.
That's
And
right. Fill those
it's
gaps.
it's as simple as that, isn't it? These are the foods you need because that's what the supplements are. It's just the nutrients we need.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Just the nutrients. If we can just slide those in, they'll just make it a little bit easier to close those gaps so that there's not such a large amount missing, right? Zinc is a really simple one. I love it this time of year. You know, I love to take it so I can boost my immune system. And, you know, it's great if you've been a little bit sick. It just helps in so many things. And it's a real simple mineral. You know, it's something, yeah, where are you going to get zinc? Who knows? You know, go chew on something outside. We don't really have food sources for it. So it's something that's really nice to just, you know, be able to have something that we can offer, you know, someone when they're presenting those symptoms that show the deficiency.
Now, some people watching this might not understand at all, you know, what types of things you'll find in a health food store, right?
Oh,
Like, you know,
yeah.
we'll think vitamins and minerals and that, but it's much broader than that. So can you share with us kind of the different types of things that if somebody comes to visit Health Matters in Edmonton and say, hey, Kim, you know, what's here? What types of things would they expect to find in a health food store like yours?
Yeah, so we would have the classic things like vitamins and supplements. So that's everything from A to Z. So all those vitamins and minerals, we carry all those. We carry a whole extensive line of herbs. So pretty much same thing, A to Z of herbs. We carry lots of combinations, which I love. A lot of our vendors are really put a lot of research and thought into really good combinations. So you only have to buy one product, not 5, and create your own. We also carry protein. So lots of different kinds, vegetarian, and your traditional. The biggest craze now is beef. So beef protein is very tasty. It's very cool. I thought it'd be really beefy, but it's not. It's very satisfying. Lots of collagen. We like to sell some food things. So salt is super big. The Celtic salt, the Himalayan salt, and we know from our vendors, you know, that they're really good quality. We carry a lot of local, so we carry skincare, your toothpaste without fluoride, your skincare that doesn't have chemicals in it. We carry makeup. We carry lots of cool drinks because we have a whole fridge full of drinks, probiotics. Any kind of probiotic that you could think of, we carry. We carry a lot of juice things. Like I said earlier, I love homeopathics. So I have a whole wall of homeopathics, and we carry professional lines. So those are the lines of supplements that typically your naturopath or your practitioner would recommend because they're kind of developed a little bit more specific for very specific things. So they're a little bit, a lot more research goes into their combinations. And so we carry them because A, I have a naturopath that works for me, and B, because I'm a practitioner, it allows me to have those very unique products behind the counter in my store. So that's, yeah. And then
it's quite broad. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. So, I mean, even, you know, you want some kombucha.
Yeah.
It's going to be there type thing, right?
That's right.
So,
exactly.
And if you don't know what kombucha is, Google it. You'll like it. So,
yeah, exactly. Exactly. You're 100%.
So, Kim, something else I wanted to talk about, and again, I don't want to get you into trouble, but I think we can have this conversation without there being any recommendations. But, you know, somebody might pick up a vitamin bottle. So let's use vitamin D as an example. Oh, yeah, and I saw the lips move there. See, but we can do this without getting you into trouble here.
Sure.
So, so let's just, you know, do that little that little safety dance. So somebody might pick up, you know, a bottle of vitamin D, and, you know, it will basically have a dosage on there of, let's say, 1,000 IUs at the most. Am I right about that? And IU just means international.
We got 2,500 now.
Oh, that's right. We bumped it up to 2,500. That's right. We were limited to 1,000 IU.
Yeah.
Forever. And on that bottle will be the percentage of the recommended daily allowance. And every vitamin has this, RDA, and somebody picking that up that doesn't know any different might think, oh, recommended daily allowance, that's the maximum that I should take. You're not giving any health advice, but what do you think of these recommended daily allowances? And then I'll give you and the people watching a history lesson on this.
I know that the recommended daily allowances are the very minimum that you would have to take to actually stay alive. Just alive.
Okay.
That's how low they are. They're so low that they barely would keep you alive. So they're too low for any kind of real, because foods change too, since a lot of them were put out, that, they were always thinking you would get them, the rest of the vitamins, from your food sources, but that's not true anymore. So those really low levels are even now more low because we're not getting them from the food.
So you basically said, if you follow those, like you'll be lucky to be alive.
Yeah.
And why this is important, because people who don't know, they're going to pick up that bottle and go, oh my gosh, maybe I shouldn't take that much. And
Correct.
so, Kim, most people don't know where the recommended daily allowance, or RDAs, came from. And it actually comes from World War II, because the Allied forces were planning on invading France and creating a second front. And they weren't expecting that only one beach would break through. They were actually expecting each beach to break through. And so they're going to have soldiers like just going deep into France. And they had a problem. There's no way we're going to be able to supply these soldiers. So they had to determine what's the minimum amount, because they're having to carry ammo and food. What's the minimum amount of basic nutrients, keyword minimum here, that a healthy 20-year-old male needs to stay alive for 2 weeks?
Yeah.
Person could they drop dead after 2 weeks, but they just have to be able to fire a rifle for 2 weeks, the minimum amount. And somehow this became used by Health Canada as, a maximum. People get into trouble if they go over. I learned during a court case where I'm cross-examining a Health Canada person, and we get all this disclosure, and they'll agree this isn't secret. So Health Canada, any RDA, so the maximum, so vitamin D, 2,500 international units. The RDA is the amount that every single Canadian can take every day of their life. So you're born, you're not even a day old, till you're 100. So every Canadian from birth to death can take daily, every day of their lives, and we will not see a single adverse reaction in the population. That's how they set the RDAs. It has nothing to do with what you actually need to be alive.
Right.
So
Yeah.
I don't even know why we have to put them on the bottles, because it's absolute madness. And people who don't know and follow it will be chronically malnourished.
Correct. Yeah. And Health Canada uses those guidelines as to what they'll allow in a formulation too. So it's tying the hands of the developers to put something that's actually really going to be impactful.
You just said
Because
something really
it's too low.
You
The levels
just
are too
you
low.
said something super important here, Kim. So before, we didn't need Health Canada pre-approval to sell a supplement. And just recently, we started in 2004 this process of starting to comply, but really we didn't have full compliance till around 2015, 2016, arguably even later. So this is brand new that we have to get Health Canada's permission. Well, everyone's had to drop the level of nutrients. And if they want to put something new in, we're basically forced on our vitamins and minerals to have amounts that you can't be healthy taking.
Yeah.
And there's no good health reason for it. So a product of this regulation is that unless you see a nutritionist or naturopath, is somebody to tell you, well, ignore the label. You have to take this times more. You're basically wasting your time.
Correct. Yep. And the science will back all that up, because they'll do studies and it was at this amount, but Health Canada won't allow them to put that amount in whatever, new product they want to do. No. They got to go back to the RDA.
And this is important to know. And Kimberly, you tell me if you know of any nutritionist or healthcare practitioner that will disagree. You can't be healthy with the amounts, these RDAs, that Health Canada sets out. You can't be healthy, but Health Canada attacks anyone that tries to give us the nutrients we actually need.
Yeah, absolutely. And when your body's in a crisis mode, it actually needs maybe 10 times more, maybe 30 times more of what a normal person without something going on would need because of whatever's going on. Because, we have vitamins and supplements that the body just burns up in literally hours. So it's not helpful. They can't, it's not enough. It's highly deficient in its levels to even make a change for somebody.
It's fascinating because
it's so negative. You put you almost in the negative, because there's just not enough.
Sometimes, so people watching might not know. I mean, so I'm a lawyer. I practiced for, I'm in my 32nd year of practice, but the last couple of years I'm not really practicing. So I practiced for 30 years, and half of my practice was basically, trying to prevent Health Canada from shutting natural health products down. So manufacturer would be charged, primarily manufacturers, or not even charged, but Health Canada, most of their enforcement action is outside of court. And you're running interference. And Kim, so you learn things like these RDAs, like if we follow them, we will be chronically malnourished and we will be chronically sick and we will suffer and die much younger than we should. Like it's absolute madness. Like on what planet would any regulatory body suggest anything as asinine as what we have as RDAs? But then when Health Canada's attacking companies, you've got a vitamin where your vitamin C is over the recommended daily allowance. Just ignore that an orange, it will be 10 times over that. We need you to shut down. We need you to recall this product. We need you to take steps that will basically put you out of business. Especially back in the day, we had primarily small players.
Yeah.
And it would grieve me, Kim, because we basically have this machine with unlimited resources forcing us to be chronically malnourished.
Yeah. It's not about health. It's not about health. Their mandates are not about health. Because if they did, they'd look at the research and they would update something that's from the war. They would update that to now, based on research, what the findings are. And the findings
they're asking the wrong question. And this is interesting. This is like, so they just want zero risk. So the RDAs, as I say, are the amount that every Canadian can take every day of their lives, including the day they're born. So, you're born, you're 5 pounds, 8 ounces. Well, you can take 2,500 units, international units of vitamin D on the day of your birth and every day thereafter, and you'll never have an adverse reaction. But you need so much more. Like the question should be, what's our optimum nutrition level?
Correct. Yeah.
How do we actually be healthy and prevent chronic illness, which the numbers would be like geometrically higher?
Yeah.
So it's actually morally wrong that we have this regulatory body that's forcing us to be malnourished.
Yeah. And that's exactly it. Because if we could handle some of these deficiencies easily, and it would keep people out of doctors' offices, and it growing into something even more, even higher deficiency, then now you've got really bad health concerns. If we could handle it at the low levels, it just accumulates and you just get more unwell. And as time goes on, I mean, I'm not young, I'm not 20 anymore, and I need more than when I was 20, so it's a real shame that our hands are tied, our vendors are tied, the manufacturers are tied, the practitioners are tied, that we can't say what we need to say, and we can't get people to optimum health, because we all want to live longer, and we also want to live longer with a better quality of life. And that could easily be done with, if our hands weren't tied and people had better access, better pricing, because of all the regulations, things are just getting crazy price. It would just make it more accessible for everyone, and people would have a better quality of life.
So I just want to use, because for whatever reason, magnesium biglycinate became a theme in the show. So we have at the health show, and I'm not going to name this lady, but just watch the show, who's sharing a personal health journey, Kimberly. And it's interesting because she basically then became a nutritionist and started helping people because of her health journey.
Yeah.
But she's a young mom. She's got 2 young kids, and she develops what the doctor diagnosed, the medical doctor, as restless leg syndrome. And she said, she was okay during the day, but as, night came, she would start getting this, almost like shooting, like she was being shocked in both legs. And if she went to lay down to go to sleep, she's getting this restless leg syndrome that was really uncomfortable. And the only way to get it to stop would be to walk around.
Yeah.
So she can't sleep. I mean, she's the mother of 2 young kids. Like, already that's taxing. Help me out here.
That's right.
So at least that's what I was told when,
Yep.
when, the mother of my young kids were young. I said, hey, this is hard work. So, so she's getting exhausted. Her immune system's getting run down because she can't sleep. She's becoming cranky. She's becoming hard to live around. She's catching everything because her immune system's compromised. The medical doctor, if I recall her story correctly, didn't have any solution at all, but was suggested that she go on a medication that they use to treat Parkinson's disease. She doesn't have Parkinson's disease.
Right.
She's got restless leg syndrome. But because the doctor doesn't have any other chemical drug to help her, suggesting this drug for Parkinson's disease, which she researches, and like the side effects are just crazy. She comes across magnesium biglycinate, and of course, and that's why you're smiling, but I don't want you to get into trouble, so cover your mouth so you're not communicating by smiling. And it goes away, and it's transformative. And so she's now down this journey, right? Because it's helped her. And it's kind of like, why didn't the medical doctor know this? Well, because they get maybe 2 hours of nutritional training.
Yeah.
The medical school's curriculum is controlled by the chemical drug industry, which funds the journals, which funds the medical schools. Yeah. And they don't want restless leg syndrome solved by people understanding that, well, maybe they're missing some nutrients, and it may not be magnesium, or it may not just be magnesium. I get that. I can give you health advice without getting into trouble because I'm a lawyer. I'm not selling anything. Isn't that crazy?
Yep. Yep.
So, but people that are trained and selling these things, they can't.
Yeah.
What a fun world we live in, eh, Kim?
It's interesting. Some days it's really interesting, and it's disheartening because we really want to share more. We really want to educate our consumers so that they feel empowered, and then we know that they'll maybe help somebody else because of their wins. Which is taking something so simple that I think magnesium does. I don't know, a couple hundred things in the body. I don't know. I'm just guessing.
Well. Do you know the work of Dr. Carolyn Dean?
Yes, a little bit. Yeah.
Okay, so you know what? So just for the people watching, so Dr. Carolyn Dean, was a medical doctor that practiced in Canada, and then the sugar lobby went after her when she was sharing things that you're all going to know is true. Oh, maybe processed sugar isn't good for us, and we should limit it. So she was getting tired of the attacks in Canada. So she's now practicing as a medical doctor in the US. So, but I remember watching a presentation by Dr. Carolyn Dean where she's got up on the display all the symptoms of heart disease. And then she says, well, let me put up the symptoms of magnesium deficiency. They were identical.
Yeah.
And don't say any, I don't want you to get into trouble, Kim. I can talk. I'm a lawyer. You know. So, and how many people, and the doctors aren't going to know this, the medical doctors. So how many people are going to the hospital, going to a doctor, they're suffering from magnesium deficiency, not heart disease, and they're treated for heart disease
A lot.
because the doctors aren't trained in nutrition. So here we have this fact. Anyone can say I'm a kook. The human body needs nutrients. If it doesn't get nutrients, it suffers. And you stop that suffering by giving it the nutrients it needs. Okay, call me crazy, but that's true.
True.
And if we don't train the medical doctors, well, here's what happens when specific nutrients are missing, then they can't solve that. And how did we end up in a world where doctors are not trained to understand the symptoms of nutritional difficulty, right?
Yep. Yep. It starts there. You know, that's kind of a basic thing that should be changed. I mean, we've been doing medicine the same way for hundreds of years, and we're not solving a lot of things that are solvable if things, you know, the education was there and we worked together. Absolutely, we could eliminate a lot of stuff going on and human suffering, really, because a lot of it is just human suffering, and it's hard. It's heartbreaking. You work and people come in and you know, they're afraid to take supplements and they're on meds, and you know, that's a whole nother thing. But you know, we work with prescribing pharmacists to help, you know, solve that equation for them, because I can't say anything, and some things I can, but some things I can. And so we've buffered ourselves with that and sent them to a prescribing pharmacist that loves supplements and knows and understands physiology, so that he can fill the gaps for them and help them on their journey. Because, you know, we don't like to see the suffering. I hate it. I if I could, I would give away everything for free. You know, like if there was those things in the world where we could just offer it and get people well, I would do it. You know, if I had the means and could do that, you know, because I think so many things can be solved by something really, really simple. Really simple. But it's not the world we
Kim,
live in.
I appreciate your heart, and it's interesting. So, you know, we're doing a fair amount of pre-recording for the health show because we're actually traveling during the health show. So there's really no other way we can do it. You know, there'll be live content, a fair amount of live content, but we're also having to do pre-records, and I'm having people share their stories, like this, you know, restless leg person. And Kim, every one of these stories has a happy ending. But I'm actually finding I'm being affected emotionally in a negative way. And just let's use this restless leg syndrome as an example, because I know there's a whole bunch of people out there with the same issue. So they're having restless leg syndrome because they need magnesium, and they're going to the doctor, and they're now suffering on Parkinson's medication, for example, just to use that story. So the magnesium deficiency isn't being corrected. So those symptoms can't go away because the body's suffering because it's missing a nutrient. You stop the suffering by giving it the nutrient. It's not being given the nutrient, but now it's also having to deal with having to have a synthetic chemical drug for Parkinson's, which it's no secret. It's in the drug monograph, has a whole bunch of side effects and ill health effects. So now, so I'm grieving because people like you can't talk about this. And so I know there's a whole bunch of people out there suffering needlessly, and they don't have to. And that's why we're doing this health show, because you can refer people to us to tell their stories, and that doesn't get you into trouble.
Right.
But you can't share them or you'll get into trouble. And we need Canadians to understand, and we're not here to knock the mainstream medical system. You know, I get in a car accident, I want to go to emergency.
100%.
And we've all had those experiences where we're grateful. But, you know, there are people that aren't finding relief there, and they're getting hopeless, and they're suffering, and their families are suffering. Don't lose hope.
No.
you're going to find the solution. You just have to keep looking. And we're all individuals, we're all different. And, you know, I guess, you know, my message would be, and this is your interview, sorry,
Okay.
but don't lose hope. Keep looking. You'll find it.
Yeah. Yeah. One of my go-to is Dr. Burr, because he's a medical doctor, does tons and tons of research, and he has great YouTube. So sometimes that's my voice. That's how I can get people to be educated. Then they just come back in and they say, I need this, this, and this. I want to buy this, this, and this. And, you know, I watch Dr. Berg and I'm like, okay, let's go. Let me get a basket for you. Because that's the hope, you know, is that we can get past this point of hopelessness because we can't help people. So, you know, we got to find workaround. But yeah, it breaks my heart too. I see it all the time, you know, every day, and hear people, yeah, that same on meds and the side effects from that. And yeah, I'd hope they come and see me first.
and you can't say what you want to say.
I cannot say what I want to say. No, and it's sad. And it makes you, you know, I don't want to be jaded. I don't want to be, you know, I don't want to be that person that's upset about what I can't do. I just want to help elicit change. And so, you know, that's part of, you know, being part of your program, is so that we can educate people, support your local health food stores. We need your support. We're here for you. We just want to help. And that's why you talk to any entrepreneur owner, and our first button is that we want to help people to be well and be their best and help them on their journey.
Oh,
So,
it's so true. Like, I mean, so I hope that message gets out through this show, that we have a precious resource that we can't replace.
no.
And we need to protect it, and we need to benefit from it. Like, so for those of you that, you know, actually, and it's a different feel. I just find health food stores, I mean, they're literally healthy spaces spiritually. Like, it's you
Yeah.
just know, if you haven't been going to a local health food store, just start going and you'll understand exactly what I said.
Yeah. We just love people and we love helping, and it's, you know, just such a positive environment, you know, to be in, that, you know, that's what drew me to the industry to begin with, was, you know, visiting health food stores, and they're helpful and they're wonderful and the people were great and super cool products, and, you know, they love to support local. So, you know, you find that's a lot of what you'll find in health food stores is really niche-y stuff. So yeah, that's
right. Also
my message.
the
Come
local.
see us.
Also the local. Like, I
Local.
hadn't thought of asking you that, but yeah, most health food stores, they try to source local as much as possible. Now, Kim,
Absolutely.
I'm going to have a final question, which I
Okay.
don't want you to answer yet, which is going to be, you know, what's your message to Ottawa? So don't answer that. I thought before I ask you that final question, I'm just going to ask, you know, is there anything important that you think we haven't talked about?
We've touched on a lot of things, and I think you've touched on a lot of the heart things that really make a difference for us every day. And I probably the biggest, you know, maybe something we haven't really touched on is, you know, the escalating costs of products. And it's not that the product, some of it, a little bit is, you know, the cost of goods has gone up, but the majority of it is all the legislation and all the extra fees that are put on top of products. And I mean, that's what we're up against this last bout, is that they want to add this extra fee on already products that have had 50, 100,000, 200,000 for one product to get it to market as fees. That's not including any of their research and whatever. So I would like to make people know that, and Ottawa too, is they need to keep this accessible for the average Canadian, that any of their stuff that they're doing is just adding to a burden and a hardship. And the manufacturers are trying really hard to keep that the consumers, you know, radar, and they're doing their very best to cut corners and, you know, in being economizing, so that they don't have to pass that on to the consumer, is what I'm trying to say. Because they don't want to lose the consumer. Because if a bottle of vitamin D that's $10 is now $30, we've just lost a whole margin of people that could afford it. Now there's a whole bunch that can't. And that's just fees. That's not, product supplies don't go up that much.
I think I'm glad I asked you that question, because this is an important topic. So people have to understand, I mean, natural health products are primarily just food supplements. They're vitamins and minerals, they're concentrated foods. They're things made from plants and animals. Like that's by and large what natural health products are. And we weren't regulated before. We didn't have to get this pre-approval. And listen, if a company is going to create a synthetic chemical that's never been in the human body, and we know that synthetic chemicals as a class are one of the most dangerous substances that man has ever ingested. So in every Western, country, including Canada, one of the top 5 leading causes of death are pharmaceutical chemicals taken as directed, not abused, taken as directed. And this is just a fact. So these are highly dangerous. When you create a synthetic chemical and you put it in the human body, it's a fact, it's highly dangerous. So that, maybe you need to do safety studies and pre-approve that, get pre-approval before you put that on the market. Maybe that's a good idea. Now, it may not be a good idea. That's a whole different discussion. And, we're going to have regulatory experts. And I know that in some countries, they're actually having this discussion. Is this actually in the public interest? But that's not where I'm going. But, when we've been using ginger tea for 3,000 years to safely treat nausea, maybe we don't need government approval. Maybe we don't have to go through a licensing process to, for the first time, not be able to use ginger tea to treat nausea, because now that's illegal in Canada. So after, 3,000 years or longer, now in Canada, it's illegal to use ginger tea to treat nausea unless you get Health Canada pre-approval. And it's likely, Kim, that there is no pre-approval to use it to treat nausea. It's probably some milquetoast claim like, supports digestive tract or is calming or something like. So we can't even tell you the truth.
No.
So we have to go through an expensive licensing scheme to say the partial truth.
Right.
And you see the madness of that. And this makes ginger tea expensive. And then, so use vitamin D as an example, like we have to do more and more and more when it's an essential nutrient. In the Northern Hemisphere, we don't get enough. Your immune system and a whole bunch of other parts of your body need it. Medical doctors in the know will go, my gosh, take vitamin D and ignore the RDAs. It's essential, but we need to get government pre-approval and pay all these fees so that lower income Canadians can't afford vitamin D, which is an essential nutrient. That's where we already are. We're already, Kim, correct me if I'm wrong, because people come into your store and they can't afford it. A number of Canadians can no longer afford essential nutrients that are necessary for them to be healthy.
Correct. Absolutely.
And that's because Health Canada is over-regulating them. There's no other, across the border, they're cheaper. They were cheaper here before we had to do this nonsense.
Yeah. And you can see on Amazon, or even people ordering stuff out of the States, it's a lot cheaper. And it's not even the dollar, it's that they're not regulated as heavily. They don't have as many fees on their products down there. So they can do things a lot more inexpensively.
Yeah. So
even if you just go shop down the States.
So let me just give you another real life. This is a real life example. So Nature's Sunshine. It turns out that parsley has some positive health effects. And you know that, Kim, but don't tell me. I don't want you to get into trouble. But parsley, so the stuff you buy in the produce aisle, it has some health benefits. And Nature's Sunshine, long ago, wanted to help Canadians with those health benefits. So they encapsulate parsley. Now, it's actually safer than the stuff you would buy in, the produce aisle because they're selling it for health purpose. They're testing for heavy metals and microbes and that. So it's the same stuff. It's the same plant, just for sure, it's sourced better. Well, they try to get a license with Health Canada, but they can't prove to Health Canada that parsley's safe. Because don't you know, Kimberly, nobody's done safety studies on parsley. Nobody's taken the money to run clinical trials to prove that parsley's safe. Well, of course we can't license it. There's no clinical evidence that parsley's safe. And this is the madness. This is the absolute madness that Canadian manufacturers have to face to provide you with nutrients that you need or you will be sick.
Yeah, absolutely. It's terrible. It's, you know, I think it's almost to the point sometimes inhumane, you know, be it as when you think about it, that you're denying people things that are just really simple. I heard too that the Native Indians, that they're trying to squash them with any of their folklore and any of their herbs, that they're not going to be able to talk about it or use those. That's something else that's on the chopping block too. And they've been using it for how many centuries? You know, it's a cultural thing. They're even going after all that. People that have used basic herbs in their culture for thousands of years, and they're trying to stop any of that knowledge being shared or changed or anybody doing it. So that's not good either.
Yes. Now, thankfully, you know, we're on the Charter Tour. The Charter of Health Freedom not just protects natural health products, but also traditional healing practices.
Yeah.
So
thank you.
And that's because they do work and they are essential. And we shouldn't be telling cultures that they have to abandon healing practices that are part of their culture. Why can't they decide to continue doing what they want to do?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And they're so harmless. They're so beneficial, and nobody gets hurt. Right. So, I know.
Okay,
It's a big, wide world of crazy. So I'm glad that you're tackling it, Shawn, and, you know, really appreciating you doing this health show, because we have to enlighten people. We have to get people to understand the risks, the things that are hanging over our head. I mean, I just had to sign my lease, and you know, I was in fear. I didn't know whether I should, you know, and I only signed it for 5 years, because it's like with Health Canada breathing down our neck since 2015. Every year it's like stressful, because I don't know if I'm going to have a business. I don't know if I'm going to have supplements to sell on my shelves. If the policies all go through, I don't have a store. I don't sell enough food.
It is interesting, because Kim, as you're saying that, I'm thinking, you know, if a health food store owner came to me and said, "What should I renew my lease for 5 years?" Ooh, I'd probably say I wouldn't, right? Like, so back to, and so just so Canadians understand what, you know, Kim's alluding to is Health Canada has this new policy called the Self-Care Framework, which if they finish implementing it, they're about 2/3 of the way through. If they finish, we're done. And one of the things they wanted to do, and they promised to do it this calendar year. Now, I have heard on the QT that, you know, at the high levels, they're thinking of delaying it. Delay, not end it. But, you know, you can go to their website. They're still planning on this year. And the last time I had a talk with a high up in Health Canada a couple of months ago, no, we're going ahead with cost recovery. So they basically want to start charging fees for licensing, fees for yearly for renewing licensing for products, and then also for every building that you manufacture or label or warehouse in, charging you a yearly fee. And I was on a call, it's probably about 16 months ago, that Health Canada was having with the industry, because they've actually published this in the Canada Gazette. Here's the proposal. Here's the proposed regs. Here's what we're proposing to do. And the industry is saying, like most of the manufacturers on the call were saying, we're gonna go out of business. For those that also are in the US, well, we're just gonna stop in Canada. You know, some are saying, well, we'd have to drop like 8 out of 10 of our products, like 80% of our products. Like, it literally, that alone would be a total bloodbath. And for those left standing, the cost will be higher.
Yeah.
And then, so there's more Canadians that can no longer afford basic nutrients. Well, they're going to start trying to buy from the US. now there's fewer. What's separating you, Kimberly, now from, Walmart or whoever else has a pharmacy?
Yeah.
And then now the local stores are out of business because cost has become so overriding, and now we've lost that resource.
Yeah, and it'll be, a hardship. Just think of all the people that support all our vendors, the trucks, the car, like all the billions of jobs that are tied up with just a health food store, the people that drive things here, the people that package, the labelers, the bottlers. Like, we are a really big billion-dollar industry, and they literally want to shut us down. So it's going to suffer for our economy. All the people that I support, with a wage that, they're a single person and they live on their own, they need their job. They're not going to have a job if I can't keep my doors open and I don't have enough products to sell. And even with the clinic, there's only so much you can do with that. There's only so much income you can generate from that. The bulk is our supplements because they're portable and they're consumable. And, I will be heartbroken if, I've been in this industry for close to, I guess 25 years is a good number. I like that one.
And Kimberly started when she was 4. Yes. So.
Yeah, exactly. No, I had my 60th birthday this year. And, I think a lot of my health and wellness is because of what I take and, my mobility and my energy, and I'm not on any meds and I feel great. But if I lose all that, if I lose my ability to share with people and help them on their journeys and their wellness, that will be a tragedy. That is something I'm not willing to do yet. I'll fight.
No. So Kimberly, then the last question, what is your message to Ottawa?
My message to Ottawa is step back, really look at what you're doing and how negatively you're impacting all of us and all the billions of jobs and the consumer at the very least. You need to step back and not be so overbearing with your regulations. We're happy with a little bit. We're happy with good manufacturing. What's on the label is what's in the bottle. Those are perfect. That gives customers and consumers really good confidence in products. But the rest, step away. For us to have to make a health claim so that we can actually put something on the market, leave that up to the professionals. Leave that up to the consumer. There's so much education out there, and you have really good stores with really educated people. We can do that. People aren't stupid. They can figure it out. And my message is, step back, Ottawa, and let Canada have a really good health system so that we can support the people and not have all this overbearing regulations that stop a billion-dollar industry from making people well. Because by us being helping the person, we also keep them out of the emergency or in other things. It also takes a burden off our healthcare system if we can help at whatever level. It needs to be a joint venture. That's my hope and dream. Get the doctors on board. Let's work together. That's always been my dream. So that's my message. How,
Well, Kim,
step away.
That's a wonderful message. Thank you for sharing it with us. And on behalf of the Natural Health Product Protection Association and the World's Greatest Health Show, I sincerely thank you for coming and sharing. It's your heart for wanting to help people just shines through.
Thank you. It was a pleasure. And thanks for the opportunity to share my story.
And I think we kept you out of trouble.
We'll see. I'll let you know.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks again.
Bye.
Section 14 is codifying a principle in enforcement, because
The Charter of Health Freedom gives the Ministry of Wellness some very significant powers and gives courts very significant powers to basically make almost any order necessary to protect us. Well, this has to be reasoned. Remember, I have spoken previously, we need balanced risk analysis. Section 14 codifies that. So a court, in protecting us, is to make the least restrictive order necessary to protect us, and is not to take a treatment away if actually taking a treatment away will be more dangerous and cause more harm than leaving it on the market. Sometimes we should be mitigating risk in other ways. And so Section 14 is a big protection for us, because a court is required to be doing a balanced risk analysis when deciding what is best for us to protect us. Because the goal here is the best health outcomes. And so we don't want to thwart that with going too far in enforcement. And that's what Section 14 is all about. Welcome to the world's greatest health show. My name's Shawn Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and I'm very pleased to have with me Chantal Ann Dumas. Chantal, welcome to the health show.
Thank you so much for having me, Shawn. It's a pleasure.
It's kind of fun. You are attending today from the Dominican Republic.
I am. I've been living here since November 2021.
It's kind of fun because, you know, I interviewed a person from Paris, France today. So this is really, you know, kind of international day at the health show. Now, you have a compelling health story. So can you kind of share with us, you know, you ended up in the Dominican Republic and then, you know, something happened. Can you share your story with us?
Yes, of course. Yes, so in my early 20s, I was working in the tourism and hotel management industry, and I came here as a destination representative. Eventually, ended up falling in love with a Dominican man, getting married, and started living as a local in Dominican Republic, because when you come as a destination rep, you usually live with the tourists and the resort. But living as a local was a very different story in terms of, you know, access to clean water and a variety of food, and, you know, the emotional strain also to live abroad as a young person. And eventually I became infected with different types of parasites. But the one that caused me a lot of problems was Salmonella typhi, which caused typhoid fever. So I was infected with typhoid fever for 2 years of my life, and it became very, very serious. Of course, doctors here, gastroenterologists, were trying to treat me with different types of antibiotics, chloramphenicol, various drugs, and they would usually make me feel somewhat better, meaning they would improve my fevers, they would improve the constant diarrhea. But as soon as I would stop taking them, I would fall right back. So I went to a point where I was extremely sick. I was having very high fever, so I was literally unconscious for about half of the time. My weight went down to below 100 pounds. I lost my hair, and I could not travel back to Canada because I was too sick to travel by myself. My then husband didn't have visa to come to Canada with me, and my family come from a small village in Quebec, and they had never taken a plane. It was way before the internet, and they didn't realize, I think, how sick I was. And so I was basically stuck here. And eventually, I was in the hospital for a week taking intravenous antibiotics until the gastroenterologist decided to let me go because there was no improvement and he did not know what else to do with me. So at 25, I was basically sent home to die. And on my way home,
Can I just slow you down so that people really get the gravity of this? So you're like a 25-year-old woman, and you're being sent home to die from the hospital. You're down to 100 pounds. You're unconscious for half of the day. You've lost your hair. You're terribly sick. So I mean, this is life and death for you. The medical system's actually sending you home to die.
yeah, out of option. And, you know, from the beginning, the gastroenterologist was telling me to go to Canada, that I might have better options in Canada. He was conscious of his limitations here, but honestly, I didn't see how, and I didn't have the money, I didn't have the resources to get back home at that point. And interestingly, it's something I haven't really shared before, but when I was on my way home, like we have motorcycle here that we use as taxi, we call them motoconcho. So I was so tiny, I was sitting in between the motoconcho driver, my ex-husband on that bike, and all I could think of is I can die, because I was adopted when I was 3 months old. And my parents had lost another child they had adopted when she was 5. She got hit by a car, by a drunk driver actually, and she died. And I felt I couldn't do this to my mom. So I felt like I can't die. Like, you know, she's not going to be able to go through this. So I have to live. I don't know how, but I have to live. And so on my way home, and, you know, sometimes I think maybe I had this inspiration, and, you know, people with more of a spiritual or religious background may say I was guided. I will say I was inspired to stop at what we would call like a general store, but, you know, I was living in a village. Like today it's Punta Cana, but back then it was a very small, underdeveloped area of Dominican Republic. So we had sort of a store that was like in between a pharmacy and a convenience store and had a little bit of everything. And I kept thinking, in Quebec, in my hometown, we often use different herbs to treat common day-to-day ailments. And I felt like, well, you know, typhoid fever is a Dominican problem. They must have a Dominican herb to resolve that. And so I felt inspired to stop in that store. And I did get a book where they were offering different solutions, different herbal solutions to treat different parasites, including the one causing typhoid fever. So the remedy was naranja agrias, that would be like bitter oranges. And I just started making decoctions. They're basically like normal oranges, but they're harder and they're much more bitter. And I was making decoctions. I was supposed to just drink the liquid part, but I was literally eating the whole oranges because I felt like either I'm going to get better, I'm going to improve, or I'm going to die, but I cannot stay like this. And then, you know, I felt even more sick, but 3 days later, I stopped having fever. And diarrhea, you know, started calming down, and I felt better. It literally felt as if a cloud had been lifted up my head, because all the time, you know, my brain was not even functioning properly. And it's like everything cleared up and the fever went down, and I was like, oh, wow, something is happening. Something is working in these herbs. And so I went back to the gastroenterologist. Like when he saw me, he was already impressed. I was like, wow, what happened? And I explained to him. And instead of saying, wow, that's interesting, let's see what's in this naranja agria, it was like, oh yeah, you know, it happens, like spontaneous remission. Anyways, it got me tested and the parasite was gone. So yet until to that point, there was no recognition that this had happened because of the decoction. But nonetheless, the problem remained that because of me being sick for 2 years and taking antibiotics and being malnourished and stressed out for 2 years, my whole GI tract was very, very damaged. So microbiome, GI tract, I was only able to like basically drink water at room temperature. Food was hurting, everything was hurting. And so not too long after, we were able to finally travel to Canada. And then, of course, I went to consult medical doctors and, got all kinds of tested. I was still parasite free, but my GI system was, a whole ulcer basically.
So
And
can we just
yeah,
slow that down? So it's basically because you were on antibiotics for so long that
yes,
destroys all the bacteria and good things in your digestive tract. So your whole digestive system has been wrecked by the antibiotics.
the antibiotics, and I was taking a very potent drug called chloramphenicol, and one of the side effects of that is leukemia, and it's not meant to be taken for a long time, and I was taking that for 2 years. Besides that, the malnourishment, because we didn't have much money, I was not able to tolerate a big variety of food, so I was basically surviving on rice, on white rice, and sometimes like beans, but that was about it. So, that also account like my body didn't have what it needed to repair itself. So it was a combination. Plus I had, amoebas and all kinds of other usual suspects that you would think when you live in conditions like I was living. So yeah, it was a combination of factors, but definitely the antibiotics had a big role in what became my health. And then so when I consulted in Canada, I mean, I was very hopeful that they would be able to help me out. And then all they had to propose to me were antacid medication. And I was like, but I don't have gastric reflux. I barely eat. How can I have gastric reflux? And they were like, yeah, well, that's what we have for GI problems. You don't have no parasites no more, so antibiotics won't help. And that's what we can recommend to you. And I felt that I had taken already so much drugs to no avail. Like, I didn't want to do this. And I wanted to stop hurting and I want to be able to have a normal life and to eat. I was at that point probably like 27 years old. And so I found out about a naturopathic doctor and I felt like, okay, I got better thanks to the herbs in Dominican. So maybe she has something else that I can use. And sure enough, she put me on aloe vera gel, probiotics, stuff to repair my gut lining, vitamin A, zinc, multivitamin and all. And within a matter of weeks, I was tremendously better. And then, I found my way back to health. Of course, I was now living in Canada, less stress, more financial means, better nutrition and all of that. So again, a combination of factors, but I got my health back. And I was so impressed and so in love with herbal medicine and naturopathic medicine as a whole that I decided to switch career and I started studying naturopathic medicine. And I have been practicing naturopathic medicine for the past 28 years.
What do you have to do to become a naturopathic doctor? Like, so what did you have to do?
Yeah, back then in Quebec, remember, like it's like literally 32 years ago. But still today, naturopathic medicine is taught in private schools. So you had to have in Quebec after high school, we have an extra 2 years to get a college diploma. And then you need the college diploma, which is like 2 years post high school education to enter the program. It was a 4-year program in a private school. So I basically studied with the person who gave me back my health. And so today it's still, naturopathic medicine is not regulated in Quebec. So it's still taught in private schools. And, because it's not regulated, you have different programs and different associations. But I've been a member of l'Association des naturopathes agréés du Québec for the past 28 years. And it's the association with the strictest standards. And we have promoted programs to the private schools that have scientific courses and all of that. So we literally operate as in the other provinces, but we just don't have the regulation in Quebec. So I studied that, and then I realized, as much as naturopathic medicine has saved my life, that as a practitioner, I needed more tools, because although naturopathic medicine has 4 pillars as a foundation, and emotional, psychological health is one of the pillars, I felt that my training did not prepare me well enough for that, as well as the energetic component of the human being, because all the natural approaches are what we call holistic approaches, meaning that we take in consideration the whole person. It's not compartmentalized, cells and tissues and blood, and we take the whole person into account. And I felt that I needed to have better tools for that. So I studied another 4 years to become an homeopath, and I did an extra 2 years as a mind-body practitioner, and I'm currently completing acupuncture. And then besides that, because we didn't have the recognition, we still don't have the recognition in Quebec, and I had a clinic where I was working with pharmacists that are compounding pharmacists preparing bioidentical hormones and all of that. I was seeing a lot of women with hormonal issues and breast cancer, like everything related to hormones. And it was difficult for me to get the respect that I guess I deserve as a practitioner, because I was practicing a profession that was not recognized by the conventional medicine. So I decided to go back to school, went to McGill, got into biochemistry, ended up as a medical anthropologist, and then started working on different health and humanitarian missions, and became a consultant for the public health government in Cuba, because Cuba is trying to bring more of a scientific approach in the herbal medicine. And that was my role until the pandemic happened in 2020. So, and then besides that, I've worked with different companies as a medical advisor, consultant. I'm also very present in the media. So basically, I was supposed to die when I was 25, and then I've doubled that, and I'm super healthy, super energetic, and I felt that my life has been dedicated basically to herbal medicine and natural healing modality.
It's interesting, Chantal, because I'm having the honor of interviewing people like you that are healers now. Like, they've dedicated. You've done an impressive amount of training for the purpose of helping other people, but it seems that so many have had their own health journey first, and it's like, okay, I got to help others, right? And you're
Yes, and thank you for pointing that out. And in all honesty, though, like, it is for helping others, but everything starts from our own journey. So a lot of what I've studied was also to help myself. But when I did my medical anthropologist stage and part of my studies in Mexico, I studied with the Maya, and I produced an interesting paper that I had the opportunity to present at the Anthropologists Association. And it was very a common thread there, because the healers are called men in Mexico. So it's X''MEN. It's like shamans, we would say, but shaman is a Siberian term, actually, but we tend to apply it to all the traditional healers. But anyways, when I was with the Maya, I found out that this was also a very common trait. And there's even an archetype, that we call the wounded healer. And we also talk about the dark night of the soul. And I think that I consider this almost as an initiation process. It seems that in these times where we're very healed, in my case, where I was in and out of my body, in and out of consciousness, I think we have the opportunity to touch with other realms and with something that is bigger than us. And somehow we become a vessel for that higher form of energy. I've seen that repeatedly in almost every real healer regardless of the name of the modality, whether it's homeopath, naturopaths, acupuncturists, we're healers fundamentally. And I also taught at the naturopathic school in Quebec for about 13 years. And it was also common stories amongst many of the students. And many of the students of naturopathic medicine are people that come from conventional medicine. Many nurses, many other practitioners who didn't feel fulfilled with the system as it is, are looking for different approaches, something that makes more meaning to them. And it seems to be a very common thread.
If I can share a funny, well, it's not funny, but I've interviewed two now medical doctors, both that practiced for over 40 years, one who's still practicing as a medical pediatrician. And both of them, you know, partway through their medical journey as you know, medical doctors, came across homeopathic medicine, and then they both trained as homeopathic doctors, so that now they, you know, they were practicing as both of them for at least 20 years as both. And, you know, I asked them, like, do you get better results out of homeopathic medicine? And like both, like, it's without question that you know, like the one doctor was sharing, actually he was so dissatisfied practicing medicine because, especially for chronic illness, he wasn't helping people. And so there, you know, kind of that spiritual ethical joy you get when you're helping people was absent. And neither of them were knocking traditional medicine, but it's just, your discussions led me to kind of be thinking, you know, medical doctors could be getting so much more satisfaction out of their practice if they became integrative medical doctors, where they have more tools, you know, and more training in these other modalities. Like they would be happier people.
I think, you know, we're talking about the wounded healer. Again, very different archetypes amongst natural health practitioners and medical doctors. The majority of medical doctors, because medical anthropology, we have many courses with conventional doctors and nurses. Many courses are from, you know, from the same programs. And I don't know too many medical doctors and nurses that did come to medicine because of their own health challenges. Some do, but not a majority. When a majority of the alternative, so-called alternative practitioners have come to that because of their own journey. And I think that in itself speaks volume about the motivation, about the kind of people. And also the spirit in terms of, we all know that to practice conventional medicine, you know, you have to adhere to certain codes and this and that. And I find that sometimes it can, like a frame can be a good thing because it standardizes treatments, but it can also be limiting. And I feel that at some point people kind of give up on creativity, on seeking for answers outside the box. And I think that's also why they don't get maybe the satisfaction that we do get in other modalities, because most of the time, like, some people come to us for prevention, but that's not the majority of the patients. Most of the patients I see are people who haven't had answers in the conventional system, because let's face it, people come to see us, they pay from their own pocket, and then, you know, it requires a lot more involvement in your healing modalities, because you have to change your diet, you have to adhere to, you know, exercise program and all of that. So if people had remedy their situation for free in the conventional system without so much effort, we wouldn't have patients or clients in the alternative approaches or complementary approaches. So I find that the fact that we are not regulated in one way has certain advantages, and it forces us to go outside the box and find other solutions maybe that were not found, because obviously if the patient got to us, it's because they haven't found their solution. So again, it's not to talk against conventional medicine. I think all the modalities have their reason for being in existence. The problem is when you start limiting people's access to the different modalities.
Yeah, no, it's a good point because, obviously in Canada, you go to the mainstream medical system and the government is paying for a whole bunch of treatments, basically almost without exception, chemical drugs. Like
Yeah.
they've structured that system deliberately so that it's one type of treatment modality only. And I think most people access that not only because it's free, but Chantal, I think most people don't understand that there's this whole other system, this natural health community with naturopathic doctors, with homeopathic doctors, with traditional Chinese practitioners. And one of the things that's affecting me, like I'm interviewing people like you that have had health crises. The medical system wasn't helping them. They find the answer. Like, so every story is positive, but I'm finding I'm grieving, which I had to ask, why am I so unhappy when these are positive stories? And the reason is most of these people also explained, they were losing hope. They were suffering. And I know that there's a whole bunch of other people out there that are losing hope and they're suffering and they don't know they can find health again.
I agree with that statement, partly, because after practicing for 28 years, I feel that we are quick sometimes to blame the system, whatever that means, the conventional doctors, big pharma. And yes, they're part of the system that in some cases save our lives. But patients also have a responsibility. And because, like, for example, in Quebec, we've been having La Régie de l'Assurance Maladie du Québec. So we've been basically having free healthcare since, 1967? So it has also created this mentality that you're not really responsible for your health. And if anything happens, you go to the doctor, they fix you, and it's even free. So patients go see the conventional doctors. And I have many friends in the conventional community. And they tell me, well, sometimes we try to, recommend a vitamin. One good friend of mine who's an MD say, I was prescribing statins for a big part of my life and opioids, and people never questioned me. And if I prescribe vitamin C, they ask me if I have scientific studies to validate that. And some patients don't feel like they had a satisfactory encounter with their doctor if they don't leave with a prescription for a drug. It's so they're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place because there is a demand. Like I said, everything in the natural realm is a partnership. Like I tell people sometimes as a joke, I say, okay, you came to see me to do the initial consultation. We spend an hour and a half. We go through a 17 pages questionnaire, but you're not fixed. It's like if you're going to have an encounter, an evaluation with Arnold Schwarzenegger at Gold's Gym, you're not going to come out of there buff. Like it's an evaluation, then you get to do the work. So I accompany the patients on their path to a better version of themselves, but they have to do the work. And a lot of times people are not ready. They're too tired. They're too sick. They're too broke. They're too emotionally despaired to do the work. And so this system works for a majority of people because a majority of people is not willing to invest in their health, whether financially, whether in terms of time commitment and all of that. So yes, it's great that we get the word across and then we give people that option. But realistically, I know that even people who know me personally, people who know other practitioners, sometimes prefer the conventional road, either because they've been brainwashed into thinking that it's better, more efficient, faster acting, or simply because they're not willing to become the co-creator of their health.
So you've kind of mentioned some different things here, and I'm wondering if you can explain the importance, because you've implied when somebody comes to consult, you know, you're spending an hour and a half in the 17-page questionnaire. You're going to be asking many people to change their diet. And so I'm going to ask you, like, why is diet important? You're going to be asking many people to change their lifestyle, which could include exercising. And I want you to explain why that's important. You're going to require some people to change, do things that will change their emotional stress level, or, you know, make them healthier, you know, kind of lifestyle from a stress and emotional perspective. Yeah. And you know what I'm talking about. So why are those types of things important? Because Chantal, I think a lot of people don't understand that, you know, the human body, it needs nutrition. It needs exercise. It needs to be out of significant stress. Like, we are all going to have those periods, but those things will put us out of balance. And then when the body's suffering, it tells us. And now we want to go to a doctor when there's something else going on often. So do you want to share with us why those three things are so important?
There's actually 4 components. We have to add what you've already mentioned, the environment. So everything related to, for example, heavy metal exposure, or, you know, well, they're important because obviously, like, if you tell people that they have to change oil in their car, everybody knows that. It makes sense that the quality of fuel you're going to put in your car and changing your oil regularly is needed to have the optimal performance by your car. So why doesn't it make sense that the food that is our fuel does not need to be premium quality as well, right? And that is by design. That is for the reasons you were explaining earlier, that the whole medical and pharmaceutical industry empire is built on people being sick. Like I always tell people, a healed person or a dead person doesn't produce money, is not desirable for the industry. And we've somehow forgot about that. We think that because for a number of years, the hospitals were run and staffed by people that were nuns and the whole religious establishment. And people have kind of forgotten that pharmaceutical industry is an industry. It needs to make profit. And so if you take the time, like I do, like health practitioners in the complementary field do, to spend an hour plus with your patient and really find out about all these different aspects that might not be aligned in their life, then you're really addressing the root cause of the health issues or the symptoms, right? And then you're going to fix it. Like, patients are going to fix what is wrong. Therefore, they're no good consumers of drugs anymore. So if you depend on people being sick and buying drugs, what you want to do is see as many patients during a day that are going to buy a maximum of drugs. You're not going to encourage people to have a better diet and a better lifestyle and manage their emotion and all of that. So the whole medical empire depends on people being sick. And the medical empire, well, spends a lot of money doing lobbying. So it influences governments. They put money in advertising, so it influences the propaganda we get. It influences big technology in censoring people such as myself, because they have the money to do it. And to keep having money, they need people to keep being sick. So that's why we have the model that we have. And that's why people believe that. You don't know, Shawn, the amount of patients that I see that have cancer and that were told by their medical doctor diet doesn't change anything. You don't have to change anything to your diet. Although we know that diagnostic depends on sugar molecule, because cancer cell will prefer sugar molecule. And so we know that. Why do medical doctors tell patients that their diet doesn't matter? Well, because in their 7 years of training, they get like 3 hours of nutrition. And because the whole system, the whole medical system, has compartmentalized medicine. So of course, if you're looking at a tumor and you're not realizing the tumor is part of a system that is part of a human being that is interacting with other human beings that have exposed to, I don't know, 5G, to heavy metals, to you, it doesn't matter. It doesn't make any sense because you're just focused on your tumor. And then you have so many different specialties in medicine, and the more specialized, the more compartmentalized they become. And they lose focus of the human being as a whole. And for me, the more I practice, the more I am convinced that everything starts in the emotional realm. Because let's take a very common ailment that naturopaths see all the time in consultation, GI issues. The first thing that happens when you're stressed, your body goes into fight or flight response, right? So you're going to secrete all these stress hormones, adrenaline, cortisol. And what happens is your body is now shutting down all other functions that are not essential to your survival right now. So like I often say as a joke so people understand is, if you're running away from the mammoth, it's not time to digest your Big Mac. And everybody understands that, right? So then your whole digestion system, your whole gastric acid production is going to be shut down because your body is going to use the resources to fight or flight. So GI issues are almost all the time related to chronic stress, but we're so chronically stressed that we don't even see the difference. Everything is going to go on shutdown mode. Everything that you don't even think is related. Bone mass turnover. You know, when it's not time to make new bone cells if you're running away from a stressor or a perceived stressor, because they're not always real. 90% of the problems we worry about will never occur, but we get into chronic stress because of that. So again, if you're disconnected from the whole human being and the impact of stress on the different systems in the body, well, you're going to miss the point. And why does that matter that we have chlorhydric acid production? Well, because if your food stays too long in your stomach, you're going to start having gastric reflux, and then you're going to be prescribed inhibitor proton pump, or antacid medication. And what's going to happen? If you don't produce acid, you're not going to be able to absorb your minerals, your fatty acids, your proteins. And guess what? Everything in your body is made of that. People take so much antidepressants, anxiolytic drugs, but all of these neurotransmitters that we need are produced from the proteins that we consume, but we need to be able to absorb these proteins. If we're stressed or if we're taking this medication, we're not able to break them down into amino acids to build the neurotransmitters. So everything in our body comes from our diet, but having the proper environment and the proper lifestyle is what allows us to be able to integrate these nutrients properly. Because again, there's 4 pillars to health. You can have the best diet, everything organic, and your macros right, and your micros right, and everything right. But if you're chronically stressed, it's not going to work out. If you're not being physically active, it's not going to work out. If you're emotionally distraught, it's not going to work out. So you have to address the 4 pillars.
I've actually really appreciated you sharing this because you've made it actually quite understandable. I was interviewing a naturopathic doctor the other day, and I asked, what's tell me about the patients that impacted you the most. And one of his stories was a 10-year-old girl that came in and was suffering from severe allergies. And the medical system just wasn't solving it. And, the mother was concerned and brought brought this child in, and the doctor I was interviewing, the naturopath, said, oh, there was a clear emotional dynamic between mother and daughter that was really unhappy. And so he realized there was, it was most likely emotional, this fight and flight. And so the treatment plan included addressing that. And the mother got completely on side and, resolved that tension and reported back that like everything went away. And I have to say, when he was saying it was emotional, I wasn't really with him. I was thinking, this sounds a little off to me. And then he explains exactly what you did. No, you go into fight and flight. The parasympathetic nervous system puts you in the stress response. And if it goes on too long, you get an inflammation response and then leaky gut. And now your food you're allergic to, and bang, this 10-year-old is suffering from severe allergies, which is emotional. So I really appreciate you sharing it. If for no one else but myself, it's kind of driving home that I need to watch my stress levels. So
Yeah,
we're a whole being. We're not just you can't just add a chemical and have problems go away.
that's the thing. And again, it's this, Cartesian, coming from the compartmentalized vision of the human being that has made us lose sight of this. But when I was working with, the men in the Maya community, it would never occur to anybody to prescribe herbs to their patient without doing some kind of consultation and some kind of spiritual ritual. They don't disconnect, and that's something common to most traditional modalities, is everything is integrated, and they know very well. And that's another thing I really appreciated with working with Cuban doctors, is because they still do a lot of home visits. And so if you go and visit a patient, you realize their house is near, electrical plant or golf course or something like that, then you're already conscious of something that might affect their health. I'm not saying it will absolutely affect, but it might have an impact on their health. So nowadays, in a 3-minute consultation in your office, a lot of doctors don't know their patients, they don't know about their lifestyle, they don't know where they live, they don't know what's going on. So they're missing out on things like that. But for example, because I've been practicing for so long, I've had like a first generation of women, I've had their daughters and now the granddaughters in consultation. And some of them that were well on their way for the past 15 years, whatever, something tragic happens in their life. Of course, they have a reoccurrence. And very easily, we're able to make the connection. There was this English doctor in the 1890s called Edward Bach, and he created an homeopathic system of the Bach flower remedies, we call them, and they address the 38 human emotions. And Bach was talking about the fracture between the soul and the personality. And I can say that, especially since 2020, my practice is very much revolving around that. I've added trauma and somatic work into my consultations a lot, because you can see that fracture between the soul and the personality in different ways. And that's where chronic disease enter the person, is in that fracture between the soul and the personality. And again, if you don't take the time to find out what's happening in someone's life, you're not going to be able to connect the different stressors. And like you said, most people, because they don't know the biochemical pathways, will think that while emotions and, what happened in someone's life is sort of woo-hoo. It's not woo-hoo at all. We have this science, like I think since the 1960s or 70s, with Candace Pert, molecules of emotion. We know psychoneural immunology. So we do know that there is an impact on our nervous system, on our immune system, on everything in our body based on stress molecules. So we know how to explain nowadays. So it's not woo stuff. It has a very scientific basis. And it's just, to me, again, very sad that so many things we know, whether it be the impact of sugar on cancer, whether it be the impact of emotion on a whole array of health issues, we know that scientifically. Why hasn't it translated into the conventional medical practice? And the only logical reason I can say is follow the money.
Right, meaning that if we actually were treating cancer in other ways, so by diet change, by addressing emotional issues that are basically preventing the body from healing itself, even if we're giving it what it does need, taking a holistic approach as opposed to just doing chemicals, there's no money in that. There's healing in it, but there's no money in it. That's what you're trying to say.
Correct. Unfortunately, correct.
I find this this really challenging how we're treating people, because there's suffering going on, and the fact that we can't share it. Like, you're now in the Dominican Republic, but if I was interviewing you, if you were still practicing in Canada, you would be afraid, literally, to share with me if I was to say, "Hey, can you share some of your patient stories?" And you're nodding. So there's censorship.
Yeah, I refuse to adhere to that, and that's one of the reasons I came here, because I've always been very vocal and very critical of this system, because my own life is a testimony of what I say. So it's not just a philosophical approach. It's I am alive today because of it. So, and I have seen it over and over the 28 years of practice. Now, in Quebec, I have certain approaches I can use, and a lot of others that I can't. And that's why I was working in a clinic with medical doctors and pharmacists and, other health professionals more in an integrative manner. But of course, here, laws are different. And for example, intravenous vitamin C is very readily available here, and it isn't in Quebec. Now, it is in Ontario, so people with cancer in Quebec have to travel to Ontario being sick, having to pay out of pocket for those treatments. So they're not dangerous in Ontario, but they're dangerous in Quebec. There's so many things like that that don't make sense. And I've been critical about it all along. And one of the cases, like you were talking about, the cases that influence us or that had an impact on us, of course, 28 years is a long time. So I've had many. And because I guess I was also in the media, I probably had more of my share of difficult cases because, I was more readily available, I guess, and also because I was teaching to other naturopaths, so they would refer me the cases they could not deal with. So I have a lot of them, but I can certainly share the one from my own adoptive mother. My mom was diagnosed with lung cancer, and they initially thought they were going to be able to operate on her, but because they realized that her both lungs were affected, they could not operate. So they can only propose chemotherapy. And my mom had just lost one of her close friends, and she had gone through the whole process with her, and she just didn't want to go that way. And
you mean
so
she'd lost a friend to cancer?
To cancer, and so she was with her when she was sick and taking her chemo and being extremely sick. And my mom didn't want that. She was someone who had never taken any drugs except for, the occasional Tylenol, but she was not on any medication or anything like that. She was never very much into that, right? So the whole idea of her taking chemo, she would have done the operation if it had been an option, but at that point it wasn't, and she didn't want to do chemo. So she asked me if I could, help her out, and I said, of course. And my mom was living in a different city. I was living in Montreal at the time. So I took her to my place. completely changed her diet, bought her a juicer. We started, the green juice, the detox, the heavy supplement. I was lucky to work for a supplement company at the time, because that's another factor to take into account, is that high-end supplements can get expensive when people have serious health challenges. And because, we already pay for the medical system, whether we want it or not, and then we have to pay out of pocket for all the supplements. That's another issue that, interferes with our freedom of choice. But because I had a better price on the supplements, we were able to create a very heavy protocol for her. And another very key factor for me was the fact that because I left my home when I was 15 years old, there was so much stuff I didn't know about my mother's life. And I have a son. So I told her, because I knew my mom was not the type, and we didn't have the time to send her to therapy or to other stuff like that. So I said, Mom, because there's so much stuff I don't know about your life, and I would like to write about it so that my son has those stories when you're no longer with us. And so basically, we went through her whole life story for those 2 weeks that she was at my place. And so we cried a lot, we laughed a lot, and she was a transformed person when she left my place. And also, my mom was believing a lot in Frère André. I'm not sure how you say it in English. The guy was like a priest, and he got sort of a special status. And he's buried in the basilique, in the l'Oratoire Saint-Joseph in Montreal. And my mom had always believed in him because she had health challenges when she was a child. And they prayed to that saint, so to speak. And so I took my mom there. And she spent a couple of hours praying and just soaking in the energy of that church. And I think because she had so much faith, I think that also played a role in her survival. So at the time when she come at my place, the conventional medicine had given her 3 to 6 months to live. And my mom ended up living for 5 years. The lung cancer didn't recede but never progressed. It stayed exactly the same for 5 years. So the oncologist was taking radiography every 6 months. And I told my mom, this is not a good idea because you're exposing yourself to so much radiation. And she was going to tell the oncologist, and he told her, well, because you're doing so well, we're only going to do it every year. And then eventually it became every 2 years. And at some point he told her, well, I'm not sure what you're doing, but whatever you're doing is working for you. So we're not going to keep having those regular visits. And if at some point you need us to alleviate your pain or whatever, then, we'll be here for you. And so my mom basically stopped going to see the oncologist. And that went on for 5 years until 2020. My mom had moved in a senior home. And when they came with all the public health measures, it was very difficult in Quebec. And my mom had trouble sleeping at that point and was falling asleep in the morning, but they were coming in every room at 7 in the morning when my mom just basically fell asleep to take their temperature. And then they had, the little arrows to go to eat, and everybody had to eat at the same time, at the same place, in the same room with the same people. And my mom, having spent her whole life in the countryside on a, big farmland and everything, she just could not live like that. So in October 2020, she told me, I don't want you to send me all my supplements. And, and I said, Mom, if you stop, what's going to happen? She said, yes. And I said, well, why? And she said, because I don't want to live like this no more. And I don't see the end of this. And I said, I can ask you to do it because I wouldn't do it myself. And so she said, so how long do you think I have? And we were in October. I said, probably 3 months. And she passed the 1st of February of 2021. So
so sorry.
Yeah. But it was on her timing, you know what I mean? Like she still gained an extra 5 years of life, with me, with my son, with her other grandchildren. So those 5 years were extremely valuable. And the interesting part is the fact that because she did not take any conventional treatment, it cannot, like, her survival for 5 years cannot be dismissed as, it is not because of naturopathic medicine, because in her case, it clearly is because of the changes she made and because of her own journey, And so there are a lot of cases like that, but I guess I feel more at liberty to speak about this one because it's my mom and she's no longer with us. But yeah, we have that. And then sometimes we have not so good issues. I had a friend, her name was Jacinthe, and she had breast cancer and she was also a practitioner. And the cancer was very aggressive. So she was younger than myself. She was in early 40s. And for some time, she sort of went into remission. She was doing a lot of her own research. And she wanted to come here in Dominican to work with me. And she had found a treatment that she needed to import from somewhere else. And then nobody else could go. I could not go because of my status at that point. So she was waiting for somebody to bring that to her. She could not have access to certain remedies in Quebec that I'm no longer allowed to mention. And the remedy came in on her birthday, and she also passed on her birthday. And 3 days before that, I had posted a picture of the different ice cream, like, gelatos made with natural fruits that we have here in DR. And she was telling me, oh, I'm going to have the raspberry one. And all she wanted was to get well enough so she could travel here and have access to other modalities that she knew would make a difference in her life. But she didn't have the time. She didn't have the opportunity. And I did a very emotional live that evening because I was very upset. Because we had so much hope in that treatment that she was waiting for, and everything just happened so quickly. And options are available, but people just don't have access because they happen to live in Canada, and some bureaucrats decide that they shouldn't have access. And that, for me, is the difficult part. Not that, some people may not elect to go with those treatments. We should have the choice. We should have the choice of what we want to do with our own health.
No, you had explained earlier, I mean, you've just gone through so much education and you've been practicing for 28 years. You're talking about remedies that you've seen work, that you know are perfectly safe. Like when we're talking about natural remedies, like even to talk about risk is misleading.
Well, absolutely, because toxicology reports how many years have we having that. We know that it's very well accepted in different studies that up to 2/3 of serious incidents and deaths in hospitals are related to medicine, are related to drugs. And we do not have one single recorded case of people being seriously harmed or dying in Canada or the US because of vitamins and herbs. But yet we're the dangerous ones, right?
Yeah, and that's when you know that the narrative's not right. And I mean, the real danger is that they're taking the benefits away.
They're taking the benefits away. They're reducing dosage. Like a very simple example I can give, I was mentioning, for example, intravenous vitamin C being available in Ontario, but not in Quebec. Let's talk about progesterone. Why do they have access to progesterone over the counter in the US, but in Canada you need a prescription? What about vitamin K? You have common dosages of like 20 grams, even more in the US, but we're allowed to use 120 micrograms in supplements in Canada.
Which
Why
is
is
meaning,
it dangerous for us and not for them?
Mhm. Oh yeah, like I mean, it's a whole other discussion how Health Canada limits us in vitamins and minerals with these recommended daily allowances
Yeah,
that no one can be healthy if they take.
absolutely. Like I tell people, at 65 milligrams of vitamin C, you're just not going to have scurvy, but you're not going to be healthy. We're not talking about optimal health. And
Hmm.
it's like that with every vitamin, basically. Talk about vitamin D and the whole impact of vitamin D on our immunity, which was one of the big issues that I faced in 2020 and 2021, because I was talking about natural immunity and vitamin D. And, they strictly authorize amounts based on bone metabolism, but completely ignoring the fact that we need much higher dose for our immune system, to counteract depression. And how much does it cost to the system? The simple fact that we all have pretty much in Canada suboptimal level of vitamin D. That's also
Hmm.
in terms of collective burdens financially and otherwise.
Yeah, like so vitamin D is so essential for our immune system and a whole bunch of other functions that basically limiting us in the amount of vitamin D we take guarantees that we're going to have a sick population, just as a
Absolutely.
single vitamin. And we
Absolutely.
could talk about vitamin after vitamin. So we basically created a system in Canada that almost guarantees we're going to be sick.
Absolutely. And some provinces are worse than other. Like we can talk about why in Quebec we don't have access to a lot of things that other provinces do. Why isn't naturopathic medicine regulated in Quebec when it's regulated in many other Canadian provinces? And we have to remember that uh, the first medical university, which was McGill, was founded in Quebec. The Collège des médecins was initially in Quebec. The first Régie d'assurance maladie was in Quebec. The first coverage of conventional drugs was in Quebec. So it's a very strong hold of the medical pharmaceutical industry. We have 22,000 jobs in Quebec that depend on the pharmaceutical industry. That's a lot of people paying taxes. And how much money is given back to the pharmaceutical industry because of that, because they're creating jobs and all of that. And when all these government incentives go away, many of these pharmaceutical companies close down and go establish themselves where they get cheaper labor and where they can operate. And what is left to us? What is left to us beside the sick population? Like mRNA. We are seeing now under Robert F. Kennedy all these different regulations appearing in the United States to limit, the use of mRNA vaccines. We're having new plants built for mRNA vaccines in Quebec. Why are
Oh, that's
we like
right.
20 years
Right.
backward?
So what you're saying is Quebec as a province is particularly invested in the
Absolutely.
chemical drug industry,
Absolutely.
and
100%.
that's influencing provincial policy. So Quebec is limited compared to other provinces in what
Absolutely.
can be accessed. And then here we are federally, where Health Canada is moving to take away all of our natural health products. Now, that's a bit of an over exaggeration. We're still going to have, basic vitamins in that, but
Yeah.
they really are moving. So we're going to lose our multi-ingredient products. We're going to lose those things that people like naturopaths and homeopathic doctors use to treat us. What would the health consequences be if Health Canada succeeds, Chantal?
Well, it's tragic because that, first of all, when they created the Natural Health Product Directorate, we saw a reduction of 70% of the products available already back then because of the different regulation. It put a lot of the small producers out of business. People didn't have the money to apply for those licensing fees and all of that. So it has reduced and then again put the ball in the hands of the bigger players and concentrating the power to the pharmaceutical industries, who has also bought a lot of natural health product companies. And so, well, the consequence would be like, just think about myself and how many other practitioners, such as myself, the amount of patients we see on a weekly, on a yearly basis. These people literally depend on the natural products for their health. Many of them are also using drugs. So it's a misconception, I feel, that if you support naturopathic medicine and a healthy lifestyle, it would completely destroy the pharmaceutical and the medical industry, because there will always be a need for that. You have, car accidents, you have certain disease that absolutely need conventional medicine, but we are also complementary to that system in helping reduce a lot of the side effects of a lot of these treatments and optimizing the health of many people who just don't want to go the pharmaceutical route. And collectively, we are an aging population. So eventually, who's going to pay for all these drugs? Who's going to pay for all these, expensive testing and expensive procedures? How many hip and knee procedures are we doing annually in Canada when, we could slow down that process or even reverse it with the proper diet, proper supplements, proper exercise, So eventually, who's going to pay for all of that? Because we're having an aging population who's not going to be working. So it's limiting all the actual Canadians that depend on these products, but all of the future ones as well. And then think also about emerging diseases. For example, one of the big concern right now internationally is about bug and antibiotic resistance, right? So I was doing an interview last night with one of my longtime friend and practitioner. He's also a naturopathic doctor, but he's specialized in essential oils since, the past 30 years. And we were talking about, because of the complexity of the mixes that we do, like the herbs themselves containing hundreds of phytochemicals, and then we're combining them amongst each other. And it makes it a lot harder for any kind of bug or parasite to become resistant to those plant molecules, because they're a lot more complex. And those synergies of molecule, they don't just act on the bug, but they modify what we call the terrain or the milieu, which means they will, modulate the immune system, reduce the inflammation, reduce oxidative stress, and all these factors that are conducive to healing. So if we don't have essential oils, what are we going to do when we're all, infected with antibiotic resistant bugs? And like so many other things, we were talking about the pandemic and vitamin D. It's been demonstrated over and over that the higher the deficiency, or the more important the deficiency in vitamin D was, the more severe the symptoms were, and the more likely to die the patients were.
Well, what I find interesting about vitamin D is some governments, like I believe Scotland, for example, was giving vitamin D to their population.
It should have been a public health measure.
We had the public health in Canada saying vitamin D doesn't help you, when that is false. The reality is to have a healthy immune system.
It's worse than that. It's worse than that, Shawn. I did a webcast where I showed one of the memo that was issued by the institution pharmacists. So there's an association of pharmacists who works in CLSPs and all of that, that had given specific orders to not administer vitamin D to the patients. So whether it was done knowingly or unknowingly, people such as myself were advocating, the administration of vitamin D as a public health measure, but we got silence. So, yeah.
Yeah, no, the censorship, like that's an example of specific censorship. And I just find it, heartbreaking that actually practitioners and manufacturers, just using vitamin D as an example, can't share even published peer-reviewed research that's government funded on vitamin D. So are people listening? So in Canada, manufacturers of vitamin D, practitioners that see amazing turnarounds with vitamin D, cannot share with you peer-reviewed, published, government-funded research on vitamin D. There is total censorship of truthful health information. So people can't know about things that will help them in Canada. And this protects the chemical drug industry and the government-funded healthcare because it keeps our public confidence in it.
Yeah, and this propaganda is also what makes people influenced by those decisions. Like we were saying earlier, that I said, I know for a fact that even if some people knew that they could have good results, like it creates the doubt. And even amongst my clientele, some people will say, well, I'm doing the diet change and I'm taking the supplements, but I don't want to get off my statin drugs, for example. And even if I share with them the studies that show that you have an inverse correlation between all-cause morbidity, mortality, and a lower level of cholesterol in your body, people still have that mentality that if it were true, although I show them the PubMed study, right? But people have this notion that if that were true, their doctor would have told it. If it were true, then everybody else would know about it. It wouldn't come from my naturopathic doctor, right? So
yeah, like your body manufactures cholesterol, and that in itself, should tell you maybe you shouldn't suppress it. Most of your nervous system, like 60% or something, is cholesterol.
Yeah.
You need cholesterol to be healthy.
Yeah.
And so here we have, and somebody very close to me, Chantal, is on an anti-statin drug, and it drives me crazy because I know, like another person that's presenting at the health show is a medical doctor, Dr. Zoltan Rona. I mean, I've seen him lecture, like, whatever you do, don't go on an anti-statin drug. You are not going to have good health outcomes. And this is what you're sharing. So, PubMed, peer-reviewed, published research. And those of us in the natural health community know it's out there, but it's not shared with the public so that they can make informed decisions. Do I go on this drug or do I not?
You can share, because if you are a regulated professional, there are certain things you cannot say. And then even if you're not, because it was a good and a bad thing for me that naturopathic medicine was not regulated in Quebec. But then I had 2 radio shows and I got canceled. It's very difficult. Radio shows depend on money they get from the government and money they get from advertisers. And so you have this naturopath that talks of, about the side effects of vaccines, about going on a gluten-free diet or in a dairy-free diet, and you're being sponsored by the dairy industry in Canada or the agriculture industry or whatever. So it's very hard to get a Tribune to talk about natural health because there's no money involved, once again. And big tech is also in cahoot with big agro and big pharma. So, for example, my Facebook pages and YouTube are constantly being shadow banned because of the stuff I talk about. And like you said, even if I publish peer-reviewed studies. So there's obviously a financial interest in suppressing the information. A financial interest, and at this point, to be quite honest, I think it's beyond the financial. I think it has to do with controlling the population as well.
Yeah, but I mean, you're raising interesting points. So here you've got 2 different radio programs. I expect they were wildly popular because most people find health information really compelling. And so but because big advertisers are basically big industry. So it's, the chemical industry, the pharmaceutical industry, the food industry, which is just this huge machine. Well, they're the main advertisers. So that the radio stations don't lose their advertising, they drop shows like your shows, and on social media, shadow banning. So means it's hard to find you. The algorithms hide you. Even though people would find you interesting, you're deliberately kept down because of the advertisers. And that's just the world we live in. I don't know how to get around that, Chantal, but it hides. And I think with AI, it's going to get worse.
It's going to get worse, definitely. And it's with everything because, for example, my website is on a platform called Wix, and now in the conditions, you cannot sell certain products. And so, and everything is getting all together. I was just trying to organize an event. I'm going to be in Quebec for my birthday in November, and I was trying to organize an event. And Evan Bride started giving me all kinds of problems about my identification. And, my whole name is Chantal Ann, but my passport was done with just Chantal. So now I cannot identify myself. And so everything is getting blocked. And so it is an issue now that oftentimes they'll tell you your password is not accurate, when I know my password is accurate because I use the same one everywhere. And then it forces you to use Google to get into whatever program it is you're trying to get into. And then, of course, it's getting centralized after that. And so people are just not understanding, the extent of the ramification. And that is a huge problem, because when we talk about natural health product, people think it's an isolated factor, but we just name the cahoot between, the advertisers that come from, big tech, big agro, big pharma, and it's all working together. And again, in order to keep their stronghold, they're going to have to limit and censor people who give an alternative version of their narrative. And I think it became very obvious during COVID. And now what did we see with this guy who got killed during a speech about, arms in the US? The freedom of speech is a big issue. The freedom of speech is a big issue. And you don't know it is until you get confronted with it. I feel it's like, I always tell people to travel the importance of a health insurance. And until you get sick or hurt at destination, you don't fully understand, being Canadian, how expensive and how problematic it is. Well, it's the same. Freedom of speech, until it affects you directly, and it's often late in the process, people don't realize that it's not just about health. It is a lot about health, but it's not just about health. So when we're fighting for the freedom of choice in accessing natural health products, we're actually fighting for freedom as a whole, because we know what happened about restricting bank accounts during the pandemic. We know a lot of human rights violation that we saw, and because of AI and because of biometrics, facial recognition, central currency, digital currency, everything is converging, and literally by the push of a button, we can decide that someone such as myself is undesirable.
No, it's interesting, but I would even take it further and say people are suffering in the health community from a lack of freedom of speech, but they don't even know it. So which is one of the reasons I'm having you on this show. You're sharing a health journey, and because you're sharing your personal journey and your mother's journey, you're free to share it. You're not going to be punished for that. As a practitioner, I see you've been really careful not to talk about patients because you'll be hammered. But people are suffering, locked into a medical model. And again, it has its place, but you're not, people are losing hope. They're suffering when they don't have to because of this censorship. So, I mean, Chantal, I think it's deeper than we think. Yeah. But if people don't understand that they have to protect freedom of expression, they have to protect the right of people to share information that you could disagree with. They have to protect the right of people to share information that advertisers disagree with. We're not going to end up in a very good place.
No, and the freedom of choice, it's freedom of expression, but I don't know too much about other provinces, because a lot of people I know moved to Alberta during the pandemic and seem to be receiving better healthcare. But in Quebec, a lot of my patients are literally held hostages because it's so difficult to have access to a doctor. And if they refuse certain interventions or don't want to take certain drugs, then they're being told, we're not gonna keep you as a patient. And that's terrible, because it's beyond not granting access, which is already not a fair access, because of, like we said, we're already paying for the drugs socially and for the medical system socially, what we have to pay out of pocket. For example, I raised my son. My son's going to be 24. He had never taken an antibiotic. He had never received a shot until he got in the army. So people such as myself, who haven't been on antibiotics for the past 25 years of my life or any other drugs, you know, we're paying for that system collectively, and I'm okay with that. But then we are paying the high price now for all the natural health products that are being overpriced compared to any other country because of all the lobbying and the regulations, and because some people purposely want to limit our access to that. So that's already bad. But it's worse than that, because not only we're not competing on a fair foothold and adding to that the censorship, but the patients are under the threats of not having access to a medical doctor. Some people take diabetic drugs, some people take chemotherapy, some people need a surgery, and they're being told, if you don't want to take this and you don't want to do it my way, then you're just not going to have a doctor.
So, you know, that kind of goes to really your choice, your informed consent, because, you know, both international criminal law is you can't be pressured or coerced into taking a medical treatment, or else it's not consent. But here, you know, you're diabetic, you need to continue to be prescribed insulin or you will die. And yet there's other treatments. The doctor's going to drop you, and then basically it's life and death. You need your insulin prescription.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the medical system's so strained, you're not going to find another doctor. So really, there's no informed consent in that case.
No, yeah.
Yeah, and that, you know, so that in itself is, you know, raises other ethical concerns.
Absolutely.
And I don't know, you know, I assume, well, I do know there's pressure on doctors not to be integrated, you know, not to allow these things. And even patients are conditioned, and you brought it up, you know, if a doctor can prescribe any chemical drug and there's no question from patients, but if they suggest you take vitamin C, which just is an essential nutrient, you know, let alone for your immune system, but for almost everything else, that they're going to question the doctor, because we've been so conditioned, and doctors have been so conditioned. And I think what's happening, Chantal, is the mainstream medical system is now under so much stress. I feel so sorry for these doctors and nurses and other practitioners that, you know, I think the stress level is so high that they're losing their perspective.
Well,
You know,
they're contributing to that, unfortunately, because if they would let us do our job, and I'm talking about naturopathic doctors, but, you know, osteopaths, all the other complementary modalities, there would be a lot less people that would end up in the emergencies and burdening the system, because we would have a real preventative approach, just like RFK is trying to do in the US by modifying certain laws regarding drugs, regarding vaccine adjuvants and all of that. Like, we have to address the whole system. It's way beyond just the freedom of choice. And another factor I want to mention while we're talking about medical doctors, because of this threat hanging over people if they talk about, you know, their naturopaths and the vitamins they take and the herbs they take, patients lie to the conventional doctors about it. And so that also contributes to this situation we have where they're not witnessing the good that we're doing because the patients lie about it.
Because they're afraid to say.
Exactly.
So they don't get fired. I know how to solve our healthcare crisis. And that is we just change our policies, because, and you've mentioned this already, the chemical pharmaceutical drugs are one of actually the leading causes of death in Canada.
Yes.
So, and, you know, the person I interviewed this morning, you know, was sharing that it's the third leading cause of death, pharmaceutical drugs taken
absolutely.
as directed, let alone, you know, highly preventable medical errors, which is another leading cause of death.
Yeah.
So they're so risky, and natural health products are so effective at treating chronic illness without endangering us. We could solve our healthcare crisis by changing our policy so that you had to take natural remedies first and could
Absolutely.
access the chemical drugs if and only if it's shown that the natural remedies aren't helping you. The doctors would have so much time, Chantal, they would be doing home visits again.
That would be awesome. And we were talking about, for example, antibiotics, probiotics. We all know that, you should be taking a probiotic if you take an antibiotic. We know that. We were talking about the effectiveness of essential oils. Essential oils have been demonstrated to potentiate the effect of certain antibiotics, even certain antibiotics that were no longer useful in treating certain infections. When you combine them with essential oils, they're more efficient. So the idea is not to eliminate, the conventional medical system, but if we could really work together, then like you said, they would have more time, we would have more money in the system so that we could have more modern methods of testing and all of that. But the problem is, and it was very obvious to me when I was working with the Cubans, because Cubans is not part of the central bank. Pharmaceutical companies don't have a foothold in Cuba the way they have elsewhere. So we had a real patient-centric approach where we all sat together from different approaches, and we were really trying to find what was the best modality for that patient and the best course of treatment. Now, in Canada, we are completely disconnected from what is best for the patient. Again, everything revolves around, the industry. And on an individual basis, I do believe that most doctors and oncologists and everything, they do their best. They are presented with a toolbox and they're competent in using that toolbox. But just like the oncologist had told my mom, I don't know what you're doing, but it's working for you. Why can't they just admit that their toolbox is not the all-encompassing toolbox, that other practitioners have other types of tools, and that we are experts in our tools? And if we put different modalities together, we could be potentiating what they're doing. We could be minimizing the risk. But we're talking about the statins. Well, one of the things that statin does, besides blocking the production of the essential cholesterol, which our body produce 80% of. So for more you take statin drugs, our body is still going to produce 80% of the cholesterol, but it destroys vitamin Q10, which is very important in cardiac health. So you get into this, catch-22. And vitamin Q10 is also very important for cancer. So, why can't we just do that? Okay, you're going to take the statins. I don't think you should. But if you do, could you at least take extra supplementation of vitamin Q10? So there are ways to work together, but until it's all going to be about the money and not the patient, we're going to be going on the wrong path.
Chantal, this has been an absolutely wonderful discussion. And I'd love to go all day, but I think, we're probably already an hour and a half. We're stretching it. I ask every person that comes and presents kind of a final question, and that is, what is your message to Ottawa?
We are a democratic country. We have an aging population. We need to have the freedom of choice. We need to be a leader in the free world of showing what can be done when we combine the best of all we know and the best of all we have to be thriving on all levels.
Oh, I like that. So, Chantal, it's just been an absolute pleasure. On behalf of the world's greatest health show, I thank you so much for coming and sharing with us.
Thank you so much for inviting me and for your implication in preserving that freedom of choice for Canadians. You are a testament of, what we can and should be doing to get on the right track, to get back on the right track with our health.
Thanks.
Welcome back to the Highway to Health. I'm Jason Dahl, and this is day 18 of the Health Charter Tour, just days away from our grand arrival in Ottawa. Yesterday, Shawn, Teresa, and the world's greatest health van wrapped up another massive stretch of travel, overnighting in Collingwood, Ontario, after a long drive across the province. Meanwhile, on the East Coast, our second Red Highway event took place at Killarney Lake Rotary Centennial Lodge in Fredericton, New Brunswick. It was an intimate, cozy gathering with a fantastic turnout, proof that even small-town Canada is wide awake and ready to protect their natural health freedoms. In an update from the road, before we get to today's events, I want to share an update from Shawn and Teresa, who've been living life on the road in what Teresa describes as a rolling condo, the health truck, towing the world's greatest health van across the Canadian Shield. Their first day out from Dryden was a 13-and-a-half-hour drive, the longest yet. It began beautifully with open skies, sunlight, and laughter, and ended as a test of sheer endurance and faith. Around hour 11, after a breathtaking sunset, darkness set in, and with it came reality of what driving across the Shield at night really means. Narrow, winding roads, heavy semis in both directions, and finally sheets of rain and high winds. Shawn white-knuckled those last hours through the storm, steering the Health Charter truck safely through gusts that seemed determined to push them off course. Teresa said it felt symbolic, like the very forces opposing health freedom didn't want the charter reaching Ontario's stronghold. She compared the road to our healthcare system. In daylight, it looks smooth and orderly, but when darkness falls, when illness or crisis strikes, we see how fragile and treacherous it really is. The Health Charter, she said, is about lighting the road ahead, making health a safe, steady path, not a fight for survival in the dark. They finally arrived in Sault Ste. Marie, well past midnight, completely exhausted. Shawn had a brief gallbladder scare, but after rest, both were back up early the next morning to finish the drive to Collingwood. A short 7-hour haul this time. The morning light revealed the raw beauty of the Shield, massive rock faces blasted open to create the highway. Teresa said it reminded her of the work the Health Charter Tour is doing, breaking through barriers, carving new paths, and educating as we go. When they reached Collingwood, there was one more surprise. Their Airbnb was suddenly canceled due to a sewer backup, but as always, persistence paid off and they found another cozy spot nearby, affectionately nicknamed Uncle Buck's Place, to rest and prepare for tonight's big event. Through fatigue, storms, and long miles, Shawn and Teresa keep pressing forward with the petitions, and their determination mirrors exactly what this movement stands for: resilience, purpose, and the courage to finish the road, no matter how rough it gets. So much symbolism on this trip. What started as a crisis ended up being a wonderful place to collapse on a couch. This is it, the week where we find out who wins the friendly battle for the biggest Health Charter Tour stop of the year. Tonight we're live in Collingwood, Ontario at 6:30 p.m. EDT, and tomorrow it's Barrie's turn. These two communities are neck and neck in ticket sales, each rallying incredible local energy. Whichever one comes out on top, we're the real winners, because this tour is about connection, awareness, and a shared belief that Canadians deserve better access to natural health. The Collingwood event will be broadcast Thursday, October 23rd, so make sure you tune in for that one. We've got an amazing lineup today, stories of recovery, courage, and advocacy from voices across the country. Wayne Elliot shares his powerful story of natural heart health and how Hawthorne and Strauss products helped transform his recovery.
After football, Joe got up to 400 pounds, and he had so much wrong with him when he moved into my house that it's crazy. Had he not been such a tough guy, he is dead. He had a tumor on his kidney, sleep apnea, bad diabetes, blue and red legs, 3 or 4 black toes, enlarged heart, irregular heartbeat like I never saw in my life before, go from 0 to 200 like a pinball machine. It was just crazy. Blood pressure, high blood pressure, just about everything you could think of, and this damn sleep apnea. So anyway, and when he moved in here, he was on 13 drugs, 13 pharmaceuticals. When he moved out of here, he was 240 pounds on no pharmaceuticals and working full time. He was running our railroad yard, loading the rail cars and so forth, climbing up on the cars and everything. And it was amazing return to health.
And Health Canada, just so the viewers understand, they were totally always trying to shut him down because he wouldn't stop saying he could treat heart disease, which is,
Yeah.
I came to understand it was true preparing for the trial. It's Wayne, that's how I came to understand this is real.
Yeah.
It's your own personal health journey, so I don't have to tell you. But so Health Canada, he's living in Kamloops, Jim Strauss.
Yeah.
And they've got to drive from Vancouver. So, they're not out there all the time, but they come out to harass him. And so once they're out there harassing him, they're in his, herb shop, Natural Way Herbs, remember?
Yeah.
And they're saying, well, like there's a door to the back, where he stores stuff. And I assume he did mixing back there and everything. And they said, you have to put a sign there saying employees only. Like, they're adamant about it. You got to put a sign there, employees only. So they come out months later and they want to go in the back and he won't let them in the back. He says, can't you read the sign above the door? Employees only. And he wouldn't let him in the back. And that was Jim Strauss. I mean, he understood.
Penny Hodgson dives into emotional healing and trauma recovery through self-awareness, faith, and natural approaches.
I found a naturopath who, on her first examination, said, wow, I don't know how you're going to make it through this surgery, but we'll try to get you ready, and sent me home with a bag full of various tinctures and medications to try to get my body built up again to withstand the trauma. Surgery is by definition physiological trauma. So I was able to get, obviously, to a point where I could get through the surgery.
Had you ever thought of seeking a naturopath before? Or did you know they existed, or what, did you know what that word meant?
No. No, I honestly didn't, because I mean, what did I know about alternative health? Not much. Probably whatever you hear about it is usually ridiculed. You think of it as some woo-woo science. And because I was very allopathic minded, in other words, because I had grown up in an environment that looked at everything from one perspective, that was the perspective I looked at everything from. But
and what perspective would that have been?
Well, surgical and pharmaceutical approach to healing. For every problem, there's either a drug or a surgery that will cure it.
And that was what you knew.
Well, that was all I knew.
So when you met the naturopath and she started to give you some additional supplements and that, what then was the reaction to your body, and how was that then preparation for your last surgery?
Well, it started to build me back up to withstand, to get me into a better immune function and better adrenal function to withstand the surgery. But then in that, I realized there's a whole segment that I don't know about. And I think what's fantastic about what you're doing and what hopefully this health show will do is educate people that it's very real how important these herbal remedies and tinctures and nutrients are to our health, and how important it is to have choice in the supplements.
Kim Umphrey speaks about building resilient communities through local natural health retail and what it takes to keep those doors open in the face of overregulation.
You're managing teams, you have stress, you've got worrying about orders not coming. Like there's just so much dynamics to running a store that I personally, my adrenals couldn't handle it unless I gave them a little bit of love. And the love only can come from external, supplementation to keep them happy, so I can show up to work and, have energy to get out of bed and, have cognitive thinking. These are all things that, I need to keep at a premium level so that I can function really well and do my job. And so it makes it really easy for us to look at it and assimilate it and know it, and then be able to share that with public too, that, they did all this kind of research, and you go on their websites and check out the research that they've done to come to these conclusions, to put these products together for them, because they're passionate about health and wellness too. They want to reach as many people as they can too. And that's why they take such good care of us at the store level, to educate us and have relationships and, train the teams and make sure that we all understand. And it's fabulous relationship. And we're able to be passionate about the companies that, really are passionate with us.
Chantal Ann Dumas, naturopath and educator, discusses integrating clinical practices with health freedom principles to ensure Canadians maintain true choice and care.
Store that was like in between a pharmacy and a convenience store and had a little bit of everything. And I kept thinking, in Quebec, in my hometown, we often use different herbs to treat common day-to-day ailments. And I felt like, well, typhoid fever is a Dominican problem. They must have a Dominican herb to resolve that. And so I felt inspired to stop in that store. And I did get a book where they were offering different solutions, different herbal solutions to treat different parasites, including the one causing typhoid fever. So the remedy was naranja agrias, that would be like bitter oranges. And I just started making decoctions. They're basically like normal oranges, but they're harder and they're much more bitter. And I was making decoctions. I was supposed to just drink the liquid part, but I was literally eating the whole oranges because I felt like either I'm going to get better, I'm going to improve, or I'm going to die, but I cannot stay like this. And then, I felt even more sick, but 3 days later, I stopped having fever. And diarrhea, started calming down, and I felt better. It literally felt as if a cloud had been lifted up my head, because all the time, my brain was not even functioning properly. And it's like everything cleared up and the fever went down, and I was like, oh, wow, something is happening. Something is working in these herbs. And so I went back to the gastroenterologist. Like when he saw me, he was already impressed. I was like, wow, what happened? And I explained to him. And instead of saying, wow, that's interesting, let's see what's in this.
Kathy Van Gogh tells her story of healing and creativity after chemical sensitivity, showing how natural products helped her restore both her art and her health.
That's a good thing, because it has given me enough time to actually pursue my passion in natural health. But before I was retired, I was a serial entrepreneur. I had many businesses over my lifetime, but the most substantial ones and the most recent ones were, I was a systems analyst and a computer programmer for about 12 years. And that was a really great way to make a living, especially right around Y2K. People were panicking. Oh. I made a lot of money doing that, programming people out of their fear. And then after that, I went into the paint and craft industry. I manufactured a paint line for refinishing furniture. And then I traveled all over the place, teaching people how to create finishes to upscale old furniture and save it from the landfill.
Dean Camfferman defends the vital role of independent health food stores, explaining how policy shifts threaten the very backbone of Canada's wellness culture.
Yeah, well, Shawn, I started out life as a farm boy.
Okay.
Yeah, my parents immigrated from Holland in 1950. I was born in 51 here in Newestminster, BC. So I've lived most of my life here. And so I had an amazingly strong, healthy body. Growing on a farm, you're eating from the garden, you're eating fresh meat, drinking fresh, unpasteurized milk right out of the tank. So I really, that stood me in good stead for many years. But then I moved into the city and, started to lose some of my good habits, found my health going down slowly. And in my early 40s at that time, I was working as an instructor for a local business college, and I was teaching what are called life skills. So we would get contracts from the federal government to retrain people on social assistance and get them back into the workplace. And my particular area was life skills, so time management, stress management, and that sort of thing. And it was a pretty heavy load. As you know, you're dealing with people and interacting, and it takes a lot of energy. And I just found my physical gas tank was just getting emptier and emptier, and I didn't know why. Probably to this date, I can't explain it fully. But yeah, I would be working 5 days and then having to just stay home for the weekend to have enough strength to go back to work on Monday. And, this just caused me a lot of concern. My wife was very good. She was her training was as a nurse, but she did a lot of research into natural health. And so she started to help me. I found a few things as well. I learned how to do deep breathing, and I found just that matter of deep breathing helped. I remember one morning I was just feeling oogie, and so I was practicing this new deep breathing technique, and suddenly click out of the...
Dean, a lot of people don't understand how involved, so our Canadian manufacturers of supplements really are involved with the stores, where the reps have a personal relationship with the stores. And I'm sorry, I'll wait till you're...
Yeah, so my son just popped in, sorry. Go ahead.
Right. So I'll just get back to, it's like a lot of people, the public, they don't know how the manufacturers actually support the stores and how the stores then give feedback back. So the manufacturers, a lot of them have reps that routinely visit the store, so you know who they are.
Yeah.
And they actually share the most up-to-date information and what's happening with products, and they'll hold seminars for the stores and the whole thing. Can you kind of share with us that world so that people viewing can understand that our local stores are also being trained by the manufacturers, but they also then give feedback back to the manufacturers? It's kind of like this, everyone's helping each other to get us the best products possible.
Exactly. We depend a lot on our suppliers to have up-to-date information. And if they don't, then, we just don't buy from them. I expect them to know more than I on their particular area of information. Some of them are great. Some don't know a lot themselves, and then we'll educate them in some cases. But yeah, that back and forth traffic, and especially getting back to the rep and let your boss know that they really need to do this or this, and so. From that respect, there's that feedback loop that's constantly ongoing, and so we're very.
Julie Nelson offers an inspiring message about advocacy through personal healing, how one person's recovery can spark a national movement.
And of course, the first thing he recommended was 400 milligrams of magnesium bisglycinate or magnesium glycinate every evening before you go to bed. So he recommended a few other things, but they were more for overall health and boosting the immune system, things like that. So, but for targeting the restless leg, it was primarily the magnesium. And so I did take it, and probably, I would say I took it 2 nights, and then probably by the 3rd night, I took my magnesium and I lay down, and for the first time in a long time, probably 6 months, my legs weren't, I don't even want to think about what would happen if we don't have. I'm burying my head on this one in the sand, Shawn, but I don't even want to think about what would happen if we didn't have natural health products, even traditional Chinese medicine products, herbal tinctures. There's just so many stories out there about, and I'm sure you're hearing them all, about how they've helped people with their health issues. So yeah. It's not a pretty picture, let's put it that way.
Mm-hmm. So,
And Janice Amirault closes the day with a message of faith-based recovery and renewal, showing how natural health remedies can restore not only health, but hope.
but that came later in life as a response to a health journey you had. And I'm wanting you to share that story, and then we'll talk about what it's been like to be a registered nutritionist.
Sure.
So so you're actually working as a teacher. You've got a full-time job as a teacher. You're 38 years old. Can you share with us what happened?
So sure, I was working full-time, and I was teaching cosmetology. That was my first profession, was being a hairstylist. And so I was teaching cosmetology, and I noticed I was getting very, very tired near the end of the year. And I really thought it was the stress of the year, because teachers work hard and mentally it can be very draining. And so summer came, and I had this summertime off, and I basically did nothing.
And, the most obvious one that came to my mind is, historic, the British sailors with scurvy.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're sailing these long ocean journeys in these, sailing ships with no vitamin C, and they're getting scurvy.
Yeah.
And it wasn't an illness. It was a symptom of not having enough vitamin C. I mean, you could call it an illness, but proper nutrition completely heals that. And I was interviewing somebody else today who was talking about, well, if you're getting a certain type of cramp that, where, compressed heat makes it go away, likely it's lack of magnesium, right? Like, and if people don't understand how important it is, can you talk about just the diet we have, the food we eat today? Because you've already made it clear, we shouldn't be eating processed foods. We should be, I call it real food. And my wife and I, we try to find restaurants that cook real food. They tend to be ethnic ones, we find now.
Yes.
Right. So can you just talk about the importance of real food, and then how we've kind of lost nutrition? Because you said to me in our pre-interview, a carrot may not be a carrot, so to speak. And I think people need to understand this too.
Yeah. We have normalized junk food. We see it around us all the time. You deserve a break today. Bet you can't eat just one. All of those things, all those advertisements, we deserve all of this food. It's all around us. It's pushed in our kids and for ourselves. And what's happened over time is the food we're eating is not real. And if you go to the grocery store, I remember my mother saying, I must have been grade 8, so a long time ago, shop in the outside aisles, in the exterior of the store. That's where you're going to get the better selection. And it's very true still today, although they're putting the brownies right next to the apples now to get you to buy them. But real food, a lot of
8 speakers, 8 stories, 1 message. Healing, freedom, and truth belong to the people. Tomorrow, Shawn and Teresa hit the road again, driving the world's greatest health van north to Barrie for another huge live event. It's also the launch of our inaugural French programming block. Or maybe we should say our first French block. The Blue Highway broadcast will feature an opening statement from Pierre Martineau, dub remarks from Shawn Buckley, and a full Quebec City event hosted by Marie-Lise Pelletier, highlighting passionate French-speaking Canadians fighting for health freedom in their own communities. Then on Friday, we continue our French programming with the Montreal event, featuring new voices, new stories, and the same unwavering call for freedom of choice dans la belle Provence. And then it all comes together. On Saturday, October 25th, the Health Charter Tour completes its journey after more than 7,000 kilometers, dozens of cities, and thousands of signatures. Shawn, Teresa, and the entire NHPPA team will arrive in Ottawa, joined by supporters from across the country. At 10 a.m. Eastern, Shawn will deliver a live opening message, followed by a press conference from the Parliament Hill Press Gallery, one of the most important moments in NHPPA history. Then at 1 p.m., we'll gather on Parliament Hill for the ceremony, the official handing of over 150,000 paper petitions to MP Blaine Calkins and other members of Parliament. This will be a moment to remember, a declaration that Canadians want their Charter of Health Freedom passed into law. Everyone will be there, Shawn and Teresa, members of the Blue Highway, Eric, our incredible designer from Montreal, and maybe even a few special guests. And at 6:30 p.m. Eastern, the celebration continues at Bikers Church, live and in person, a night of gratitude, unity, and the spirit of freedom. If you can make it to Ottawa, be there. Health Canada and our government need to see that the people of Canada are watching, and we are not backing down. Bring your signs, your voices, your families, and your belief that freedom is worth the drive. And that's all for today's update from the Highway to Health. Keep watching, keep sharing, and keep signing those letters to your MPs. You can watch all broadcasts and find your nearest event at nhppa.org/live and nhppa.org/join-the-tour. I'm Jason Dahl, and this has been the Highway to Health, Day 18 of the Health Charter Tour. Together we are the voice for health, and we're almost there.
Hello, my name is Teresa Buckley, and I'm hosting today for the world's greatest health show. I'm really excited here to have Kathy Van Gogh share her health story. Hi, Kathy.
Hi, Teresa.
Thanks so much for coming on to be part of the world's greatest health show. Now, tell me a little bit about what you would like to share about today, and perhaps start at the beginning. Who is Kathy?
Okay. Well, thanks for having me, and thanks for doing this on behalf of everybody that this really matters to. Okay, well, I'm retired. As you can see, I'm old, and that's a good thing because it has given me enough time to actually pursue my passion in natural health. But before I was retired, I was a serial entrepreneur. I had many businesses over my lifetime, but the most substantial ones and the most recent ones were I was a systems analyst and a computer programmer for about 12 years. And that was a really great way to make a living, especially right around Y2K. People were panicking.
Oh.
I made a lot of money doing that, programming people out of their fear. And then after that, I went into the paint and craft industry. I manufactured a paint line for refinishing furniture. And then I traveled all over the place teaching people how to create finishes to upscale old furniture and save it from the landfill. I also was a high-end decorative painter. So, you know, those fancy finishes that you get on walls and ceilings, murals and Venetian plaster, I did that too. And I had a teaching studio for that as well. So, you know, I kind of use left and right brain in my life, and that's served me well.
How did you learn all of these skills? Because it seems like you wouldn't have the system analyst and then the artist. That's doesn't
Yeah.
usually combine.
That's right. They don't usually go together. That's pretty weird. Well, I've been creative all my life. And I did go to Europe to study with some very specific masters in decorative painting because it's a largely European art form. And we just kind of steal things over here in North America. So I went and studied in Paris and I studied in Italy with some people who had skills I really admired. And also there was a person in Alberta, not around anymore, who was a master wood grainer. I studied with him. And to learn systems analysis and computer programming and all of that tech stuff, it was actually quite a large field of study. I went back to school. I went back to school as an adult after raising 4 kids and dragged my brother with me, who was a taxi driver at the time. But he was a lot more knowledgeable than I was with computers. So I dragged him with me and we went and did this 1-year course. And it was kind of like the Wild West days when you just had to know what you were doing. And once you started doing the jobs, Vancouver's a very small town. So word gets around and you get referred and referred and referred. And funnily enough, I did a lot of work for law firms.
Wow, that sounds like you had quite a good run.
You know, I feel like I've lived several lives. It's
Yeah.
pretty good. If I die in the next few years, I'm going to be okay. I've had a pretty full life.
That's well, God
And
bless
hopefully
you.
I won't die because of what you
No.
guys are doing.
Well, yeah, that kind of brings us to the next point. Do you have any so you have 4 kids? How many
Yeah,
do you have any
I have 4
grandchildren?
children. I have I had 2 teenagers, and then I was remarried, and my husband really wanted a baby, so I said, okay, I'll have one more. Well, I had twins because by then I was old. So your chances of having twins goes way up after 40. So I had 2 teenagers, and then I had 2 babies, and that was quite challenging. And now they're all grown up. And I have 2 grandchildren as well. And we all live very close. In fact, my oldest daughter lives right across the hall from me and my granddaughter, who I see every single day. And then my other daughter lives 1 floor up. My son lives a block away and my other son lives about 5 blocks away. We're really a very close family, but the husbands are gone.
Right. Well, I guess that's another story.
That's another story.
Yeah. So,
For a bottle of wine.
So I just want to ask, because you shared with me what your grandkids call you.
Oh,
What
yeah.
do your
Yeah. So my oldest daughter always called me Mama. And so when she was pregnant, she said, I think that my child should call you Grandmama. And when she was born, her name is Piper. When she was born, she couldn't say Grandmama. She couldn't even say Mama. So it just came out of her mouth as Ama. And now that's what everybody calls me. All the friends. In fact, nobody even calls me my name. I'm just Ama to the whole family and all the friends.
Well, maybe when we put this video on the NHPPA website, maybe we'll put in brackets AMA, just so
that would be great.
Just so everyone. Good. So now tell me what happened in 2016. So it seems like up until then you've had a good life, multiple careers. You're that woman that just goes forward and has a second family, and twins. What happened in 2016. I suspect you would have been in your, like, maybe in your 50s or close
That's
to
right.
that.
That's right. That's exactly right. Okay, so in 2016, I was diagnosed with high blood pressure. And interestingly enough, all my life I had low blood pressure. I used to faint from low blood pressure. But in 2016, I developed high blood pressure. And that actually came in concert with something else, which it's not really germane to the whole story, but I had appendicitis and I didn't know it for 2 weeks. And my appendix ruptured. I went into total sepsis. It was really terrible. And that was when I developed high blood pressure. So is there some cause and effect there? I don't know. But anyway, that's what I was stuck with, high blood pressure. And my doctor at the time, who had been my doctor for over 30 years, I had a great relationship with her, prescribed a series of blood pressure meds because all of them come with a set of side effects and they affect different people in different ways. So it's trial and error. And I think I went through about 3 or 4 different meds, and each one of those takes about 6 weeks because even if you have side effects at first, sometimes they dissipate over a little bit of time.
What type of side effects did you have with?
The worst one I had was from a drug called Ramipril, and that gave me a terrible cough. I mean, what a weird thing, you know, that there is a drug out there that treats blood pressure, but also gives you a cough. Like, it's bizarre the way pharmaceuticals are created. Anyway, that cough was really annoying. It was constant. So that was the worst one. I think another one gave me really bad swelling. Another one made me dizzy.
See, dizzy is scary because isn't that like,
exactly.
How would you be able to distinguish if that was not the high blood pressure versus?
Exactly. Well, that's a good question. During this entire time, I did monitor my own blood pressure at home because I wanted to know the effectiveness of these pharmaceuticals. And so I bought a blood pressure monitor and took my blood pressure about 3 times a day, every day for quite a long time.
While you were testing the different pharmaceuticals with your doctor that you had for a long time.
Yes. And all of the pharmaceuticals were effective in controlling my blood pressure. No problem. But okay, I got rid of one problem and now I have other problems, which I think a lot of people experience with pharmaceuticals. But I was willing to put up with that because
of course.
I just thought that's the way life is. And all my life, I have gone the standard Western medicine pharmaceutical route. That's the way I was brought up, and that's the way I brought up my kids too. So I didn't really think much of it until. Shall we move into the next part of the story?
Yeah, because you're like, I feel like I was very, very similar with you, where, I mean, I didn't know that there was even another option other than what was there. And so if there's a side effect, well, at least like you were smart because you were going through the different drug courses to try to find the one that would make the best, have the best balance in your life. That makes sense.
Exactly. It's a give and take, right?
Yeah. So what happened then? So you did end up finding a drug that you could tolerate effectively.
Yeah, it was the least worst drug. Yeah, I ended up on a drug called amlodipine, and it was effective, and I could get a generic version of it. So also because I was self-employed, I didn't have a pharmaceutical plan that paid for my drugs, so I had to pay for them. Luckily, the generic one wasn't very expensive. I think I was paying about $45 or $50 a month. Maybe it was a little bit more, but it wasn't terrible. I mean, some people pay thousands of dollars a month for their drugs. So yeah, I stayed on that drug for about I want to say a couple years, somewhere between one. No, it was longer than that. Hang on. 2016 to about 2022. Yeah. That's how long I was on that drug for.
So what happened when, like, there was something happened with your doctor? What was that about? Because you had had this doctor for close to 30 years or 30 years.
Might have even been more than 30 years. I got to think about that. Anyway, my doctor retired, and no one took over her practice. This is one of the problems with the current system, is that in BC anyway, there are not enough doctors. And when my doctor retired, I could not get a new doctor. And I went on lists where supposedly you're going to get phone calls from doctors who are accepting new patients. That never happened. I, at first, would try to get my prescriptions filled virtually. No. At first, I tried walk-in clinics so I didn't have a doctor anymore. So what am I going to do? Well, the only option was a walk-in clinic.
I think I did something similar at some stage. So what was that like at the walk-in clinic?
Yeah, so that was terrible. First of all, they would not take appointments. Walk-in means literally you walk in and you hope that if you sit there long enough, you'll get a turn to go see a doctor, mind you, that you don't know, that you have never seen. But if you're lucky enough, you're going to get 5 minutes with a strange doctor who I'm not saying anything bad about these doctors. They're doing their best, but the system is set up so that you're going to get the minimum amount of time with a doctor that has no idea what your medical history is and doesn't have the time to figure it out. So that was the first little step towards me becoming my own doctor. I had to figure out what was important to tell that doctor in that 5 minutes if I was lucky enough to get in. Because sometimes, this is unbelievable. Sometimes I would sit there for hours only to be told, we're not taking any more patients today, go home. And at that time, I was a working person. So you can imagine the inconvenience. And then I still did not walk away with a prescription. And at that point, I was really dependent on this drug. And really, I felt like my life literally depended on this drug.
So you had to take the day. So you had to take the day off of work.
Yep. And then if I was lucky enough, I'd see the doctor.
And then you would go and sit.
Yeah.
And then
it's mind-blowing.
But you had already started kind of taking your own blood pressure previously. So you're wired that way to kind of to go forward with your own body. Like you're figuring things out and the effects that things are having. So you would go with this information if you did get in, correct?
Yes, absolutely. So basically, all I was doing was getting this doctor to renew my prescription. That was it. That was absolutely it. And then that became not an option because the walk-in clinic that I was going to closed down. This is mind-blowing. When I tell you this story, I think about it. As you're going through it, it's just frustrating and you don't really think about it. But now that I'm talking to you, it's mind-blowing that the medical system is set up so that you have to follow this system that does not work and you have no alternative. So then
did you ever stand outside waiting for the doors to open in the cold? I remember doing that.
No, I didn't do that.
I remember doing that at a Medi Center. I'm just thinking about that now.
Yeah.
Actually, with my son, it would have been, and that would have been back in the 90s,
It's
waiting for the
worse
Medi Center
too.
to open up.
Yeah, I know. Well, fast forward to where we are now, people can't even do that anymore. So where do they go? They go to the emergency room because they don't have any alternative. which is why the emergency rooms are so overcrowded with people that need stitches and, things that aren't really emergencies that could be handled at a place like a walk-in clinic or a GP, but there's just nowhere else to go.
So what happened after, so your town, because you're in a smaller town?
Yes, I'm in a
outside
small
of
town.
Vancouver?
Yeah.
And so your Medi-Center closes down, your doctor is gone, you can't find anyone, and you have high blood pressure medication that you have to get the prescription filled. And you're
Right.
still working.
Yes, and I'm still working, and I have to get that prescription renewed every 3 months because they will only give you a prescription for 3 months because obviously that's how they make their money. So would they give me, I mean, okay, on the medical side, you could argue, well, I don't want to give you a prescription for a year because what if you're not doing well? I need to monitor you to make sure that you're doing okay. If that actually happened, but that isn't what happened. That never happened. Nobody ever monitored me except me.
But your first doctor did. Your primary doctor for
Physician.
30 years did do that. But once you stepped out of that into the next stage, that component of care and tracking was gone.
Right.
So then what did you do after that Medi-Center?
Right. So
closed?
after that, I discovered, I don't think I just discovered it. I think it came out around this time, the TELUS app. It had a name. I can't remember what it was now. Something like My Health, something like that. The TELUS Health app or something like that. Anyway,
like on your smartphone?
Yes, on your smartphone.
So it was one of those applications on your smartphone.
Yeah. So you download this app, which is free, and then you set up your profile, which doesn't have medical information. It's just normal information about your account, name, address, and so forth. And then you can pick an appointment. So you look at the calendar. At first, you could pick there was lots of appointments to choose from. So you would select a date and time that the TELUS employed doctor would call you and FaceTime you on your phone. And those doctors,
so you have your phone, you have the app that you've just put in, your name and address and cursory
you set
information.
up your account, and then when you want to choose an appointment, you pick a time and date, and then you do a little write-up for why you want to see the doctor.
How many spaces, how many characters did you have for the write-up?
Well, I never used more than, I don't know, about 50, because I just said renew BP meds. That's all I ever said. I mean, I guess if you had a lot of medical problems, you might run into that character limit, but I never faced that problem. But on the appointed date and time, you would get a phone call, and it would be a random doctor. Who knows who you're going to get? And most of them were very nice, and they would ask you a few questions to verify your identity. Oh, this is crazy too. I mean, you can see that there is a huge opportunity for all kinds of fraud and I don't know what in that system.
How is that?
Because nobody asks for your ID. There's nothing to really prove that I'm who I say I am. I set up an account. I put in a birth date. I mean, I guess I've got my health number. You got to put your health number in there. But, I haven't spent a lot of time thinking about this, but I just think it's not a very good system. And what if I had some sort of dependency on opioids? That just seems like a kind of a lax system. But that's not my story. So forget that. You call in, you get a doctor, you don't know who, and it would always be the same thing. Never more than 5 minutes. They would verify my identity, ask me my name and my address and that sort of thing. And then they'd say, okay, you're here for renew your blood pressure meds. Okay, what are you on right now? I would tell them. When was your last blood test? I would tell them.
Okay. Just 1 second. Did they not know
No.
what you were on?
No, they didn't know what I was on. They didn't know what when my last blood test was, and they didn't know the results of my last blood test either. And then, if my last blood test had been within 6 or 8 months, they would just renew my prescription. But if it wasn't, then I guess they had a little checklist, you know, okay, then order a blood test. They would send a requisition to me to send to whatever walk-in clinic, not walk-in clinic, a place that takes your blood. Can't remember what those are called. Medical. I can't remember what they call, but you know, you can walk in and they take your blood, and you know, maybe you can do a urine sample and stuff. But I discovered early on that I could actually add tick boxes to that requisition, so to me, I thought this was the best thing since sliced bread because, yeah, I was loving it because I didn't have to go wait at the walk-in clinic anymore. There was no downside to the doctor I was seeing because there was no difference between a doctor that didn't know me in person and saw me for 5 minutes and a doctor I see on the phone who doesn't know me for 5 minutes. But I felt, well, I have a little more control here because if they don't order the blood test I think I should have, I can just tick it off. And so I felt kind of great doing it that way. And
how did you know what blood tests to tick off? Or are you?
Yeah, that's such a good question. So you know those requisitions you get for blood tests? It's a 1-pager and it's all acronyms.
Yes.
Well, I looked up every single one of those. And it's actually not very difficult now that we have, you know, the power of the universe in our hands. You can just type in, you know, blood test ADP or whatever it's called. And up comes a whole explanation of what it does, what it looks for, why you might need it, what numbers might tell you, oh, you might have this, that, or the other. So I looked up every one of them and I decided which
everyone on the requisition form?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, I don't remember them all now, but at the time, yeah, I went, oh yeah, that's interesting. I should check that. I checked my cholesterol because I just thought, you know what? I'm getting nothing out of this medical system. I'm left to my own devices. Well, I'm going to check my cholesterol. So I was loving it. But then what happened was it was good for a while. And the reason they want to give you a blood test every so often when you're on these meds is because, and they don't tell you this stuff, because those meds can over time harm your liver. So the one blood test that they wanted, I mean, they might have asked for a couple others, can't remember, but was to check your liver. So that, that's kind of, I see how it works now. They've got their checklist of, okay, person's on high blood pressure medicine. They're on this medicine. What are the bad side effects? Oh, it can hurt your liver. Every 6 months, make them do a blood test so you can do your job to make sure you don't prescribe this medicine if their liver is affected badly. So
is that like projecting a predetermined illness that is a result of a medication?
I would say yes, but I would word it differently. And what I would say is they're well aware of the dangers of the medicine. And as a doctor, their responsibility is to not continue to prescribe a medicine which is doing more harm than good.
Okay.
So if I look at it that way, it all kind of adds up. I see how they have their little checklist and they just, as a computer programmer, I get exactly how that's written. I mean, I used to write databases that we called them SMEs, subject matter expert. So you're an expert in what you do, and I pick your brain like crazy, and I write a program that not only takes your knowledge and puts it into a program, but then I create a series of questions with your help, because you're the expert, not me. I create a series of questions that anybody can be asked. And based on their answer, then I know they need to go to A and do, whatever it says there. I see that that's what is going on with these doctors. They've got 5 minutes. They don't have time to go look things up, and they don't have time to become an expert in everything. Yet they're going to get a patient that they don't know what's coming at them, that they know nothing about. So obviously they must have a database just like that. So when I say I need a blood pressure refill for amlodipine, they look up amlodipine. It tells them exactly what they need to do. That's what I think goes on.
I wonder who creates those lists.
Probably somebody like me, you know, a database programmer who works in tandem with a subject matter expert. In other words, a pharmacist, perhaps.
Right.
Or a researcher that knows more about how pharmaceuticals work with the human body. You know, it's pretty interesting. Like, if you saw the movie 2001, this is so in my brain. When I saw 2001, at the beginning of the movie, I think it's Frank, the main character. He's just about to go on a spaceship, and he's in an airport, well, a spaceport, and he wants to see a doctor before he goes. And he gets into a little phone booth thing, and a screen comes up, and it's virtual, and he's talking to a machine as if he's a doctor. And this is all before iPhones. And I just remember being blown away watching that, thinking, I bet this really is the future. And here we are. This is the future. We are living 2001 in 2025. Yeah.
So what happened with the app experience? So you're actually then at a happy place because you're the person who loves analyzing. This is in your blood, and you also have this creative side to you that you embrace change, and you're quite bendy. So you're able to adapt. So then what happens with this TELUS app, doctor?
I'm feeling great. I'm in control of my health. This is great. And I can add blood tests. So it's all great until the TELUS app becomes so successful, I guess because there is a real need, because there's fewer and fewer doctors, especially in BC, that it now becomes impossible to get an appointment for months. Okay, you see the problem. If I only have a 3-month supply of my meds, if it takes me more than 3 months to get an appointment, I'm in trouble. So fast forward to somewhere around COVID. Can't remember the exact year, but of course it got crazy busy around COVID. And I begged the doctor that I finally got to see to give me my 3-month prescription and then the ability to renew that 3-month prescription. They can do that once according to their rules. And I said, hey, it's COVID. It's going to be busy. I'm not going to be able to get an appointment. It took me 5 weeks to get this one with you or whatever it was. Please, please, please do this. And I was really worried because I thought, what am I going to do if I run out of my blood pressure medicine and I can't get more? You know, what's going through my head is, well, I'll start chopping them in half and I'll start just taking half my dose. And anyway, he gave me the 3-month renewal, the prescription and the renewal. But in the meantime, interestingly enough, two things happened in the meantime. I discovered natural health. I became interested in herbal remedies, or plant medicine is really more accurate. I didn't know about this thing called herbal remedies. I didn't even know the term herbalist. I just knew plant medicine. And also at this time, I was getting older and my pharmacare kicked in, and now my meds were free. So I just mentioned this because what's coming is I'm going to go into plant medicine and get off meds. But I just wanted to say that the very last prescription I got filled was free. Up until then, I paid. And as soon as it was free, I stopped getting it. Which is
that's kind of
ironic.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah. So once I could see that I was going to be in a tough position, I just felt like I needed to find an alternative. And that's when I did my first little bit of research.
It was a tough position because you wouldn't
I was scared I
wouldn't get
be able
another refill.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And I even I even talked to my pharmacist, and I said, look, this is my problem. Can you help me? Can you just refill this for me without a prescription? Absolutely not. Can't do that.
So you're feeling you have this medication, you've been on it for a number of years now, and that's your lifeline.
Yeah.
But you now have exhausted avenues of actually getting refills.
Yeah. Yeah.
Even though you've been creative all the way along, you're now looking at the end where how am I gonna when this prescription ends and then I get refilled for another 3 months, what kind of challenges am I gonna have to actually get, and then what's that gonna do to my body?
Right. And don't forget, this was all around the time when COVID was going crazy. And even people with really good, I had a friend who was on a fantastic plan where her employer was paying, had like $1,000 in meds every month, and her employer was paying it. I mean, she had a great plan. Even she was told, there's a shortage of medication. We're not giving you your full prescription. We'll give you, whatever it was, some partial fulfillment. So if people with great plans weren't going to be able to get their meds, what did that mean for people like me? So I was really scared. I really felt I had to find an alternative before, well, I don't know, how long does it take for high blood pressure to kill you? But, before that happened. So, so my first foray into herbal medicine was I was curious about a drug called ivermectin. And I thought, well, what's ivermectin made from? This is before I even realized that almost all pharmaceuticals start out as a derivative of a plant. So when I started looking into that, I realized, it's actually not that scientific. You don't have to be a pharmacist to figure out or to even learn, to get the information that something like ivermectin is based on a plant called wormwood. Okay, well, how do they do it? How do they make ivermectin out of wormwood? So that's what started me down that path, that question. And so I started reading a whole bunch of online information, and I found a school. You might even be going to visit these people on the island when you go. There's this, I'm trying to remember, I can only remember the guy's name, the Herbal Jedi. Does that sound familiar to you?
Well, I will write it down, and we'll try to go stop and see the Herbal Jedi.
Yeah. He's brilliant and very knowledgeable. His father is a herbalist. He's a herbalist, and they have a school on the island, Wild Rose College. Wild Rose College, is that right? You know what? I'll confirm that. But if you just Google the Herbal Jedi, he has 1 million videos. That's what started me. He has such great information to share, and they have all kinds of courses, and they want to teach people. They call it the people's medicine, and that was sort of my first step into that world and into learning. I took one of their really great courses. I've taken a few courses now from various sources, but that was the first course I took, and it's a self-guided course, so you could take it at your own pace. It took me about, I'm going to say 6 weeks to get through it. It's quite a lot of information. And I created a binder about this big, which I still refer to. And it taught me not only, how to make medicine. There's lots of different ways to make medicine and lots of different remedies to end up with. You could have a cream, or you can have a tincture, which is an alcohol extraction of plant constituents. So it taught me how to make medicine, how to do it safely. So I want to make sure I'm not A, using a plant that's could harm me. And B, I need to have safe practices in my kitchen. Just like, you know, if you were canning tomatoes, you want to know what the rules are so that you don't give yourself botulism. It's the same kind of thing.
Right.
So I took that course, and of course, my main interest was blood pressure. Is there anything in the plant world that can help lower blood pressure? Well, it turns out there's quite a few things. For example, this is common knowledge. A lot of people know that if you're taking a blood pressure medication, you should not drink grapefruit juice or eat grapefruit. Now, why is that? Well, I'll tell you why. Because it lowers your blood pressure. So if you're on a blood pressure med and you take grapefruit juice, you might lower your blood pressure too much. I mean, isn't that insane to and I am one of those people who never questioned, oh, why can't I have grapefruit juice? Okay, I just
So
know
you
Yeah.
knew that you couldn't have grapefruit juice.
Yeah, so I just avoided it. But it wasn't until I started questioning things that I went, oh, that's why they tell you not to drink grapefruit juice.
But
And
you
that-
questioning things was birthed out of a real fear of not having access to a prescription.
Exactly right. Yes. So it turns out there's a lot of plants that help with high blood pressure. And I tried many of them. So when I say try, I think it's important for me to make this clear, because if anybody else listens to this, I wouldn't want them to be rash. I wouldn't want them to just take crazy chances with their health. I did a lot of research. I did a lot of learning. There's a website called PubMed where you can go and read scientific studies. I did that, and those are hard to slog through, let me tell you. But I didn't do this lightly, and I tried several different combinations of plants over a long period of time. So what I did was I would make myself a remedy, and then I would reduce my prescription medication by 25%. And I would take my remedy that I had made by whatever I thought was 25% of my eventual full dosage. And I did this very slowly, so that I slowly decreased the pharmaceutical and increased the plant medicine until I could see that, hey, my blood pressure is still normal.
Because you were monitoring your
Yes.
blood pressure.
Yes.
So you were still but you had been monitoring your blood pressure from the moment that you were diagnosed with high blood pressure, it sounds like.
Although for the years that I was on the amlodipine, I didn't do it as frequently. Once I knew it was working, I did it, maybe twice a week. But once I started fooling around with, self-medicating, I checked it at least 3 times a day, at least. Because, they call it the silent killer, because you still feel okay, even if your blood pressure's up. It has to be really high before you start feeling symptoms, at least for me and for many people. So I just want to make it clear. It's not something you should do lightly. If you did want to go down that road, you might want to actually go under the care of a naturopath, or any one of the many people I'm sure you have met and will meet that are experts in this. Not me. I don't consider myself an expert. I know there's a lot more to learn, but I have learned a lot in the last, I've been doing this now for about 3 years, and I've made at least 50 different medicines. I have healed so many ailments. It's shocking how effective it is. It's every time I'm still shocked. Like, wow, that worked.
So what happened, because you were here?
Okay,
Let's
right.
finish that story. So
Okay,
like,
sorry, I digress.
no, yeah. Like, no, because I just want to get, because we're here, we're kind of like half and half, and you're taking your blood pressure 3 times a day, and then what happens?
Okay, so then I started accumulating more plant medicine, less pharmaceutical. And as I did this, I didn't do it, day by day. If I was going to decrease the pharmaceutical and increase the plant, I did it for a week. And then I would do a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more until the day finally came when I just got rid of the pharmaceutical altogether. I mean, I actually still have, I don't know, probably 2 or 3 months, no, 2 months, probably about 2 months. I don't know. I still have a bottle of medication
from that last prescription
yes,
refill,
which I never used.
That you didn't pay for because you finally got to
the free one.
The free one, yeah.
I still have the free one.
You still got the freebie.
Yeah, and I've been on that now for it's been at least 2 years where I have not taken any pharmaceuticals at all. And I've only been taking my own remedies. And my blood pressure has remained stable. It's usually around 134/78. It's interesting, when you get old, your pulse goes down and the bottom number goes down. So I'm happy with that number. It was not any lower when I was on my pharmaceutical, and I think that's acceptable. There's a whole argument to be made about what is a healthy blood pressure anyway, but that's another story. So I'm happy with that.
What happened with when you finally kind of slowly went off?
Oh yeah.
Did you have any other because when you had initially went on the first couple of rounds of different types of blood pressure medication, you had side effects. This was the one that at the time you didn't really have anything. What happened when you finally did go off of it and then you had the herbal replacement?
Good question. I used to get up in the night 3 or 4 times to pee. And when I was off the pharmaceutical, I started sleeping through the night. Amazing. Sleeping through the night. I mean, you feel so much better in every way just getting a full night's sleep. And it was then that I realized, now when I look back, it seems so obvious, but that's when I realized, there's a diuretic in the amlodipine. And that makes sense because when you have high blood pressure, often they will prescribe a diuretic in tandem with the high blood pressure med because just having less fluid helps to lower your blood pressure. But I didn't realize that was a symptom of the drug. I thought it was a symptom of getting old. And I just accepted it. Yeah. So, no, now I sleep through the night. Unless I've been, consuming a lot of liquid late at night. So yeah, that was a huge eye opener. And there was probably other things too, which were subtle and maybe I didn't notice, but that was the one I really noticed.
Well, being able to go from, being what my mom used to call it, a night owl. She used to say, "Oh, I'm just a night owl." It's like going from a night owl to actually, Sleeping Beauty. That would be a nice change.
So nice. Sleep is the answer to so many things. Getting a good night's sleep. I now have lots of herbal remedies for people who suffer from that, but I'm not one of them. Yeah, like passion flower. I mean, it's fascinating once you start going down this path. I have remedies. I have this one remedy. I call it green cream because it's green and it's a cream. It is good. It is amazing. It's amazing for so many skin problems, including eczema, which is actually a symptom of a immune system. Eczema comes from inside. It's not an external problem with your skin. It comes from inside. So a cream that could actually help that is hard to find. But this green cream, my granddaughter has eczema. It's amazing. I put it on her at night. If she has a little hot spot, it's gone in the morning. But it's good for all kinds of things. Well, I won't go into all the gross things that people can have, but I just want to say I have so much respect for the people who came before me and figured this stuff out. I would never be able to figure it out. But because I have an excellent library from amazing people that have come before me, and I am a voracious reader, and I'm a very good student, I now know where to look. And actually, it's not very different from when I was a systems analyst and a computer programmer. You don't need to memorize anything. You just need to know where to look it up. And so now I know where to look things up. And I consult many sources. And when I say sources, I mean many authors of my books. And sometimes a plant medicine will work for one person and it doesn't work for another person. I've learned it's very personal. But it's shocking how many times I have been able to help the people in my life. I don't sell it. I don't treat anybody. I don't treat strangers. It's only my family and friends. And they come to me and they'll go, I got this thing. And I'll go, well, let me see what I can do. And I'll go whip something up. And I have this really cool book that I write in. I purposely bought a leather bound. It looks like a witch's book, you know. And I write all of my recipes in there, and I'm up to a 50 something now. And it's very empowering. So that's where I am now.
Where do you get your herbs? Because like the question is, what happens if the herbs are no longer accessible for you? And like, do you go into your backyard and just pick them, or where do you get what you use in your green cream, as an example?
Such an excellent question. Well, right now I have 3 sources that I think deliver truly organic or wild crafted, ethically sourced herbs. One of them I use 90% of the time because it's local. Now, not to say that the herbs themselves are local, but the business is local, and they import herbs from all over the world, depending on what it is. And they mail out of their warehouse in Vancouver. So that's close for me. Plus, I think the quality of what they sell is top notch. That's where I get them now. In answer to sort of part B of your question, which is an excellent question, if I couldn't get those, I'm left with, and believe me, I've thought about this, I'm left with foraging or growing my own. So foraging, that is a whole nother level of knowledge. And I'm just getting into that now, where when I go outside, I'll go, oh, it might drive my kids crazy. Because I'll go, you see that thing there? That's medicinal. And it drives them insane. Every time I'll go, hey, look at that tree. They'll go, I know, it's medicinal, right, Mom? But I'm starting to learn to recognize plants now. But I can't just forage a plant that I see and know, for a couple of reasons. One, I don't know if pesticides have been sprayed on it. And if it's anywhere near Crown land, a park, even the side of the street, it probably has been sprayed with pesticide. So why would I want to concentrate what's in a plant into medicine that has poison in it? I wouldn't. So that leaves me with, well, do I know anybody that lives near a forest? No. Could I just go in the forest? No, because I don't even know what's on that plant. Does the government? Well, yeah, the government does. They spray for gypsy moths and all kinds of things. They literally spray poison on all of us to get rid of the gypsy moth. So I can't do that, which leaves me with growing my own. That's a problem, because you have to grow tons of a plant in order to get enough to dry it down and make, say, a liter of medicine. I usually make about 750 mils at a time. So that's not really practical. I live in a condo. Now,
Right.
I do have a friend that has a house, and we have talked about this. We've talked about starting a herbal garden, but it's a huge undertaking. I'm a plant killer. I'm not good at that. It's a whole nother level of study that I would have to get into, which I might have to. You know,
Yeah.
if you guys aren't successful, I might have to. But so far, I haven't learned that stuff yet. But I guess I would have to. It's like going back to, you know, what, the 1800s. I mean, we're just going backwards in terms of healthcare. I'd have to go back
Backwards
to
and yet, but backwards, but yet forwards.
better. Yes, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, it's
So,
crazy, isn't it?
so what if you were back to Kathy when after doctor retired, after Medi Center closed down, after the phone app just kind of basically imploded onto itself because everyone discovered it and was using it at the same time. If you went back to that self and had you not had the seed planted inside of you to go explore other options, which led you to this path, where do you think Kathy would be today?
That's such a good question. I guess I'd be sicker. Yeah, I'd probably be sicker. And I mean, when I say sicker, I don't mean to say, oh, I'm sick. I do have high blood pressure. I do have to manage it. So that's why I say sicker. That's my sickness, if you want to call it that. But I guess there would be other problems that would have resulted from prolonged, untreated high blood pressure, because undoubtedly I would not have been able to get the meds I needed. And I would be, man, that's just so not my nature. It's hard for me to imagine because I'm just not the kind of person that just takes it. I would have probably done something. I don't know, maybe chained myself to the pharmacy counter. I mean, I'm not above crazy protesting.
But there's other people that aren't that system analyst and creative painter that would be able to get there.
I guess they must be willing to. Yeah. I think this
like,
is
where would they be? So where would, if Kathy was not the system analyst,
right,
and the creative painter that was able to like just cure, is it tenacious? It's just stubbornness, whatever it is.
Yeah.
The will. Where would that person be?
Yeah. I think what that person would have to do is you have to just surrender yourself to the system that is. So they would be standing in long lines, hoping to get into some maybe emergency room. Maybe they go to the emergency room every 3 months. I don't know. Or maybe they drive far away to a place where there's a walk-in clinic that they can get seen. Or maybe they get, I don't know, maybe they get their friend who has a doctor to fake. Really, I don't know. What does somebody do that just uses the system as is? That's a good question. Maybe they're having their meds. I wouldn't be surprised, especially elderly people. I would not be surprised at all if that's exactly what they're doing. They're having their meds or quartering their meds. Like, how much can I not take and still be okay?
Right.
That's probably what's going on. I don't know, though. I can't say for sure. But what are they doing? Good question.
I think there's a few people that are listening right now to you share that are really struggling in that loop, in that vortex. So I part of what I think what you're bringing forward today, Kathy, is just a little bit of a nudge that will hopefully get people to look at some other options. So as you know, we're going across Canada, and we're bringing forward the Charter of Health Freedom to Ottawa in hopes that it will be enacted into law that will separate the pharmaceutical from the drug model. And we want to know, Kathy Van Gogh, one of my favorite artists.
Mine too.
I almost wore my Starry Night shirt.
I wore my Klimt button.
Oh, okay. Oh, I like Klimt as well. There you go. That's I knew there was a connection.
I have so much Van Gogh stuff. I thought,
I'll do Klimt. Yeah. Well, very good. So Kathy, we digress. So Kathy, what would be your message to Ottawa?
Well, I'm not as nice as you are. And I'm not as nice as most of the people you will probably come into contact with. So my message is not that nice. My message is you can't even handle the system you've built. And you're forcing people to try to fit into a broken system. And not only are you doing that, you're trying to take away their opportunity to have any alternative. So, number one, fix the system. If you believe in it so wholeheartedly, then get it together. Fix the system for people who actually want to be part of it. And two, how dare you try to fool people? It's not even a good lie when you try to put natural health products in the same category as pharmaceuticals that make billions and billions of dollars. You're trying to impose the same sort of fees and fines on an industry where many people make less than $50,000 a year doing it. I mean, I bet there are more natural health product businesses that have failed than there are those that have been successful. And not because natural health products aren't great, but because it's a really tough market. And now you want to make it even tougher? It's absolutely obscene. That's my message. Not very nice.
But perhaps the truth.
For me, anyway. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Kathy.
My pleasure. Thank you. Thank you, Teresa and Shawn. I am so grateful for what you guys are doing and for everybody that is supporting you in this venture. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Kathy. That's very, very gracious of you to say. And on behalf of the world's greatest health show, I would like to personally thank you for sharing your story.
Thanks, Teresa. My pleasure.
I look forward to interviewing you next time.
Yeah, on the Hooray We Did It tour.
That sounds good. Until next time.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Welcome to the world's greatest health show. My name is Shawn Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and I'm very pleased to have with me an old friend, Dean Camfferman. Dean, how are you? Welcome to the show.
I'm doing really well, and it's sure great to see you.
Yeah, no, it's good to have you. Now, you are the owner-operator of Surrey Natural Foods, which is a health food store in Surrey. And
Yes.
if I understand it, I mean, it's probably one of the oldest running, continuously running health food stores in Canada.
Yes, I believe so. We are celebrating our 50th year being in business. I haven't been there since the beginning. It was started by this amazing woman named Ann Wallace back around 1975. A single mom raising about 3 children, and somehow she was able to run a health food store on top of that. And then we got involved. We bought the store in 2011. So we've been in business now for about 14 years rather.
Right. Well, looking forward to 24 years. And now, how is it, Dean? And maybe let me just back up. So because some people watching this health show, they probably just go to the supermarket. They may not be going into health food stores. What types of things is somebody going to likely find if they go to Surrey Natural Foods?
Well, I would say the majority of our business is in supplements, vitamins, minerals, plant-based products. We also carry natural foods as well. The only thing we don't really carry is produce at this time, although we're looking forward to adding that to our list once we move to our new location at the end of the year. But primarily, so it would be natural products and supplements that we primarily sell.
Right. Okay. And we're going to get into kind of trained staff and stuff like that later, because I want people to understand how important health food stores are. But can you share? It's just funny, Dean, is most of the people that we're interviewing for this show have a health journey, and that's kind of helped them get into helping others. And you also had a health journey. You weren't in the health food store area before. You were a teacher at a college.
Yeah.
Can you share with us what happened?
Yeah, well, Shawn, actually, I started out life as a farm boy.
Okay.
My parents immigrated from Holland in 1950. I was born in 51 here in Westminster, BC, so I've lived most of my life here. And so I had an amazingly strong, healthy body. Growing on a farm, you're eating from the garden, you're eating fresh meat, drinking fresh, unpasteurized milk right out of the tank. So I really, that stood me in good stead for many years. But then I moved into the city and, started to lose some of my good habits, found my health going down slowly. And in my early 40s at that time, I was working as an instructor for a local business college, and I was teaching what are called life skills. So we would get contracts from the federal government to retrain people on social assistance and get them back into the workplace. And my particular area was life skills, so time management, stress management, and that sort of thing. And it was a pretty heavy load. As you know, you're dealing with people and interacting, and it takes a lot of energy. And I just found my physical gas tank was just getting emptier and emptier, and I didn't know why. Probably to this date, I can't explain it fully. But yeah, I would be working 5 days and then having to just stay home for the weekend to have enough strength to go back to work on Monday. And, this just caused me a lot of concern. My wife was very good. She was her training was as a nurse, but she did a lot of research into natural health. And so she started to help me. I found a few things as well. I learned how to do deep breathing, and I found just that matter of deep breathing helped. I remember one morning I was just feeling oogie, and so I was practicing this new deep breathing technique, and suddenly, click, out of the it just snapped me out of my lethargy, and I thought, wow, this is powerful. And so, the matter of breath impressed me deeply. Another time, if I can give you another example, I was feeling not that similarly, and so I thought I'd just been learning a little bit more about vitamin D. This is going back probably about 8-9 years. And so I just decided, I'm just going to take a whole bunch of vitamin D. I did, and within 10 minutes, again, I snapped out of that lethargic condition. So this sort of thing really got me excited about, wow, we've discovered something here. There are a lot of answers to our health problems, and mine in particular, and that just led me more deeply into researching and reading and studying and learning about all the various facets of natural health, from traditional Chinese medicine. I was learning how to practice what is called Qigong, which is breathing and meditation, a combination of that and movement, and that helped me tremendously. I was learning about the benefits of various vitamins, minerals, nutrients, natural nutrients as well. And I would be online. I'm sure I've spent well over 15,000 hours of researching in this topic, and continue to add to that.
Dean, I'm just going to slow things down because, you and we've had a more detailed conversation. When you're talking about being extremely fatigued when you're doing the teaching, and, you'd have to take it easy on the weekend.
Yeah.
Am I correct? You basically would be in bed for the entire weekend.
Pretty well, or just lying on the couch, resting. Yeah.
Yeah, like you couldn't do things. And my understanding is during the week, you just get home from work and you'd have to lay down. You couldn't function at all.
Yeah, I just had to get as much rest as I could.
Right. And this impacted at the time. I mean, you had 3 children and a wife. It also impacted your family life because you basically not being able to contribute in their lives the way you could before.
Yeah, very true.
Okay. So you basically find a way to get your energy back. You get excited about natural health, and you basically have become a research person ever since.
Yes, very much so.
Okay.
Including, if I may add, often my customers would tell me about a product or something that worked for them. And I found quite often, not only my own direct research, but customers would say, "Hey, Dean, I've tried this, I've tried that. What do you think of it?" And I said, "I don't know. Let me look into it." And immediately I would go looking. And at that time, going back, let's say, 8 or so years, you could go online, Google it, and get lots of good information. But as time went by, it was harder and harder to find that information. You really had to dig.
This is interesting because of the algorithms,
Yes.
And for, I don't want to date us, but for the young people that weren't there at the beginning of the internet, like Dean, you could search for something and find it. Like it wouldn't be buried on page 673 of your search.
Right.
And now I think we have less information, even though we have more websites and our information base is growing. But it's becoming hard, isn't it, to get
and so you have
health information.
Yeah, and so you have to use different browsers to say, a certain browser will work better than another on a particular topic. And so you just have to do more, just have to research more and use more browsers in order to find what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
And even then, sometimes, and it's all in the wording, trying to come up with the correct wording that would bring forth what I was looking for. So I got good at it.
Yeah. So you become passionate about it. You research. Now, actually being an expert in natural supplements, it's really a pre-requirement of running a health food store, isn't it?
Absolutely. Educate. And I wouldn't call myself an expert. I would call myself a student with 15,000 hours of research. Still learning.
Right.
There's so much there.
But Dean, I want to have a conversation so that people that are watching this health show, and they don't understand the importance of supporting our local health food stores because they haven't really engaged with them. There's a resource there. there's a knowledge base there, and I want us to have a conversation about, you know, why it's important, and the training that your staff regularly goes through, so that people come to understand. Because I've been spooked, like, you know, in the last couple of months, we lost a long-standing chain of stores in Ottawa, the Kaddish stores.
Yes.
And and I'm personally worried, you know, if people just keep buying from Amazon, buying in other countries without that advice cycle,
Yes.
that we're going to lose something that's really, really kind of unique in Canada, like just the quality of our stores. And I'll just share a personal story. So somebody very close to me, suffering with migraines, you know, goes to a store where we live, and you know, you can go to any store where we live, and you're going to find the same thing, but just, I'm complaining of migraines. They've been trained in the supplements, they've been trained in a regime, and this, you know, you want to take, you know, this type of magnesium, the L-theanate. You want to take these B vitamins. Here's, you know, kind of dosage amounts and that you know, likely are going to be useful. And it was useful, Dean. And we're going to talk about how you can't talk about this, but the reality is it's helpful to have people on the ground that have been trained by the reps. And can you kind of share with us about how that works with a health food store, with reps coming and sharing information and the like?
Yeah, knowledge is power. Information is power. We need to get that information and then pass it on to our customers in order to help them. Go to you know, a big box store and get your bottle of magnesium. All you're getting is the product. It may be reasonably priced, but what is the quality like? Who's making it? It's you know, for us, as you know, we're constantly, my staff, you know, are coming to me saying, Dean, I found this in this product. I don't think we should sell it. And I would take it under advisement. I would get back to the supplier and say, how come you've got this ingredient in there? So it's always refining, learning, getting that information so that not only can you give the customer good information, and in our case, we have monthly meetings where we get together and discuss various products and what direction we should be taking, so that we're all on the same page together. And I'm so proud of our staff. They are. We have my son works full time. He's been here since day one, and the customers just love him. We even have a dog on staff, and believe it or not, he's just this lovely dog. He's been with my son forever, and customers come just to talk to the dog. Believe it or not. I know this is getting a little off track, but just to show you what we need to do is, first of all, it has to be a welcoming place where people come into. Is the owner directly involved in the day-to-day operations, or is he an absentee owner and he just got his staff working who say, oh, you got a headache? Well, here, try white willow. But you know, that's really not getting to the root of the problem. So yes, absolutely. Information is vital.
Yeah, and thanks for sharing that, because again, I think a lot of people don't understand that, you know, we need to protect our local health food stores. And
yes,
you know, anyone watching this show is going to see that we keep bringing this theme up because we want you to understand that, you know, there's really like a community in stores, isn't there?
Absolutely. Yeah, our customers are our friends, and we build up that relationship with them. Just today, I had an elderly woman. Well, she's actually younger than I, but you know, she had a whole series of problems, and so you know, my way is I just listen. I listen until I ask questions until I get a little response that says, okay, this is where we need to start. And in her case, I just said, start in the gut. That's where the problems all start. Don't take too many. Here's 1 or 2, 3 things I'd like you to start, see how that works for you, and get back to me with the results.
Mm-hmm. Now, and you're allowed to talk one-on-one. I know when I'm talking with some people, it's like, okay, let's be careful here because we don't want to attract trouble. And and Dean, it's just interesting is I find that most people that, you know, that are the store owners, like not of the big box ones, but they're people that actually, the training impresses me, the training of the staff impresses me, but they're usually here because they've had a health journey
Yeah.
or someone close to them have. And you know exactly what I'm talking about, don't you?
Yes, absolutely. That's the foundation. Is you're stuck, you don't know what to do, you discover an answer, it works, you think that's the only thing there is, and then as you go along, you discover, whoa, no, there's way more. This is just the first entrance into this labyrinth. And then you discover all these other areas of health as well that are so critical. Yeah, absolutely.
No, and I imagine that you get a lot of joy from what you do. And you laugh, but we'll go there in a second. I'm just going to set this up because I've been interviewing, naturopathic doctors and medical doctors that have become, included integrative medicine.
Yes.
So they've come to understand a different way of thinking, and homeopathic and traditional Chinese and nutritionists and people, just who have had a health crisis, just got no relief in the mainstream medical system. And then they found a solution. And so many of them, like you, they just feel compelled to research.
Yeah.
And one theme is, and Dean, I don't even know but I feel compelled to keep repeating it, is, our body needs certain nutrients just to do what it needs to do, to be healthy.
Yeah.
And we're not getting it in our food supply.
That's right.
And so when the body doesn't have what it needs to be healthy, it's not healthy.
Right.
And if it's not healthy, you're starting to have problems. And give it what it needs to be healthy, and it can be healthy again. It's as simple as that.
You summed it up perfectly with that statement. Give your body what it needs, and it will do the work.
Yeah, and you see that because that's really what supplements are. It's just nutrients.
Yes.
We're supplementing with nutrients we're no longer getting in our food. And I imagine you have customers coming back and just saying, wow, I'm doing better.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, and it's a step-by-step procedure. That's why, with my years of experience, and there's a saying, good judgment comes from experience, and experience comes from bad judgment. For the simple reason that, you learn from your mistakes, you discover something that works better, and then my favorite line to my customers is, in my opinion. That's how I like to address them. I'm saying, I'm just giving you what I've learned, and this is what I've come to know at this point, and then help them with their health issues as best I can. And in some cases, I'll tell them, you need to go see a naturopath. You need to get some more foundational help first of all, and say, I can't help you. Well, a good example is I'll give someone some information and I'll say, well, I'll go think about it. And I said, well, you're not sick enough yet, because, if you're just saying that, it means you're not ready to make a decision. You need to be sicker. I know I'm being a little facetious here, but the point is that, is to recognize where they are in their health journey, meet them where they are, and take them to the next step, and then hopefully continue to help them further along.
Mm-hmm. Now, Dean, a lot of people don't understand how involved, so our Canadian manufacturers of supplements really are involved with the stores, where the reps have a personal relationship with the stores. And I'm sorry, I'll wait till you're.
Yes, my son just popped in. Sorry, go ahead.
Right. So I'll just get back to, it's like a lot of people, like the public, they don't know how the manufacturers actually support the stores and how the stores then give feedback back. So, the manufacturers, a lot of them have reps that routinely visit the store, so you know who they are.
Yeah.
And they actually share the most up-to-date information and what's happening with products, and they'll hold seminars for the stores and the whole thing. Can you kind of share with us that world so that people viewing can understand that, like, our local stores are also being trained by the manufacturers, but they also then give feedback back to the manufacturers? It's kind of like this, everyone's helping each other to get us the best products possible.
Exactly. We depend a lot on our suppliers to have up-to-date information. And if they don't, then, you know, we just don't buy from them. I expect them to know more than I on their particular area of information. Some of them are great, some don't know a lot themselves, and then we'll we'll educate them in some cases. But yeah, that back and forth traffic, and especially getting back to the rep, and let your boss know that they really need to do this or this, and you know, so from that respect, there's that feedback loop that's constantly ongoing, and so we're very, you know, we depend a lot on our reps to really bring that information to us, but we don't wait for them. In some cases, you know, I would say in our case, we go that extra mile to discover things, and then go to them and say, how come you're not carrying this? Or when do you expect to get this product online? And so, yeah, it's a wonderful interchange of information.
Mm-hmm. And now, when you order products from your reps, you know you're getting the product from the company.
Yes.
Like, it's not a fake, because you've got a relationship with your rep.
Absolutely. It's not, you know, when you buy online, do you know what you're getting? So it's cheaper, but what's in it? And who can read a label? Well, let's talk about that.
I can't.
Exactly. I mean, and the amount of information that Health Canada requires them to put on the label, the print is so small that, and in some cases now they have double labels where you pull off the outer label and then there's more information underneath. And well, you know, you can only put so much on a bottle, and with respect to that, at least, I mean, the ingredients is vital. What are the medicinal ingredients? What are the non-medicinal ingredients? And there are some non-medicinal ingredients we'll say, how come you've got that in there? That's really not a very good ingredient. And sometimes it's just to make the product flow better into the capsule. Well, there's other ways to deal with that as well. So we're you know, as the Bible says, iron sharpens iron. So, you know, we're working together with a common goal, and that is to get our customers the best quality possible. And I would say generally, you know, the manufacturers and the manufacturers in Canada they're a wonderful bunch. I think we're blessed with some amazing manufacturers who hold to that ethic of bringing quality products to Canadians. And I'm proud of that.
No, I am too. And so I'm glad we're having this discussion. And, you know, you'd kind of touched on it. Like, Dean, we get reported to us some real horror stories about people buying online, like Amazon, and I'm not here to knock them.
Yeah.
But, you know, if the product costs twice as much as you'd have to pay in a health food store, if you really think you're getting the real product, like, and then you're not getting the advice.
Yeah.
You know, and you're not supporting this network that we need to support. And, you know, and so I just like people, you're missing out. You're missing out on the community. You're missing out on the advice. And it's so important to be supporting local. Now, Dean, I want to kind of segue. Like, I've kind of danced around, you know, you're seeing some good outcomes in that. But there really, stores like you have to be careful in what you say, because otherwise you're going to get in trouble with Health Canada, right?
That's why I use the phrase "in my opinion" a lot. I'm not, you know, yes, we don't prescribe, right? That's not our job.
Well, and you don't advertise truthful information because you know you'll get in trouble.
Yeah. I mean, there are limitations, and that's a shame to that has to be that is that way. It doesn't have to be that way, but it is. But, you know, you learn to dance the dance and still bring the information to the customers. And
well, the customers that come in knowing to ask on an individual basis.
Yeah.
And it's just the point I wanted to make, because, Dean, I'm so frustrated that we can't share truthful health information. If you're a manufacturer, if you're a practitioner, if you're a store, you can't advertise truthful health information so that people that wouldn't know that they could access something can access it. If I can just segue and share something that's breaking my heart as we do these interviews. We are interviewing people for this health show that, like, they're sharing life and death stories, or they're sharing stories where like they're completely disabled.
Yep.
And then they come across a natural remedy. Now,
Yeah.
Dean, their stories have happy endings. Every single one of them
Yes.
has a happy ending, but most of them are sharing that before they get there, they're in despair. Like some of
Right.
them are saying, you know, I would have killed myself if I didn't find a solution.
Yes.
And I'm realizing there's a whole bunch of people out there trapped in the mainstream medical system. And again, not here to knock them,
Yeah.
but if it's not working and you don't know, to keep looking, to not lose hope. Like,
Right.
because you've heard so many health journeys, and I've heard them, like sometimes it takes people a while to find it, but then they find it.
Yes.
They total resolution. And that's what's breaking my heart about the censorship, is if
Yes.
people can't advertise, hey, there's this option, there's that option, then the public can't know to try stuff, right?
Exactly. Yeah. You know, I have a saying, it's my motto, putting the doctors out of business one customer at a time. And that just means that I know, you know, drugs do not heal. They treat symptoms. Everybody knows that. What we really need is products and services that restore health to the human frame. And that's our passion, and that's why we do what we do. And that's why when I get up in the morning, it's like, okay, who are we going to help today? And yeah, I don't need a lot of incentive to get up in the morning to go to work. I work 6 days a week, take a day off, and yeah, to me, it's my passion. Now I know what I want to be when I grow up. So all I have to do now is grow up.
Yeah, no, don't rush that. I don't think we're given enough time
Yeah.
on this earth to
We should
grow up.
we should be living to be 100 years, 120. You know, that should be a normal lifespan for humans, but and we're not there yet. But I also have a, you know, I feel that, you know, there's so much research being done into longevity. That's a huge topic, and I think we're going to see that, you know, people living much longer and living healthy lives well into their hundreds and later.
Yeah, it's exciting, isn't it?
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
now you have been around long enough to see a whole bunch of regulations come in,
Yeah.
and things get a lot stricter.
Yes.
Can you kind of share your thoughts on, and just so the public watching this understands? So, you know, we've got these drug regulations,
Yeah.
which, you know, were not intended, the chemical drug regulations were not intended to treat like our foods as drugs, because really nutrients, again, it's just the human body needs certain nutrients to be healthy.
Yes.
If we don't have them, we're not healthy, and we
Yeah.
got to take them so the body can be healthy. Like the body just
Yeah.
needs some stuff to be healthy. So we're really talking supplementing our foods. These are foods.
Yes. Yeah.
But and we weren't treated as drugs before, but then Health Canada is now, we're in a drug model. We have to make claims. We're forced to make claims. We're forced to
Right.
prove those claims. We're forced to prove that parsley is safe, for crying out loud, Dean,
Yeah.
before we can get Health Canada's permission. And this has driven up cost, and it's complicated things. Do you want to kind of, and I don't take offense, as an old timer, as somebody that's kind of seen it all,
Yeah.
what are your thoughts about all of this?
Well, first of all, Health Canada, as you well know, their mandate is to protect the pharmaceutical industry and to protect patents. And you told me that you heard that directly from Health Canada people when you were handling a case at one point. So natural products are not drugs. They are nutrients. They shouldn't be under the Health Canada umbrella. My good friend Eldon Dahl, who owns Life Choice in Cochrane, Alberta, he said he once told me, he said, you know, this should be under a totally different umbrella. There should be a natural health protectorate or directorate, and it should be staffed with people who are knowledgeable about this field of health. You know, we have the field of health called orthomolecular medicine, developed by, incidentally, a wonderful Canadian doctor named Dr. Abram. And we have functional medicine. So there are all these other areas that are developing, growing exponentially as people bail out of the pharmaceutical paradigm. But yes, when it comes to natural products, we need our own health directorate, staffed, as I say, with people who have knowledge in that field, not by bureaucrats who are simply, following whatever mandate of the day they are given. That's the first thing, in my opinion. It needs to be taken away from Health Canada and put under a proper leadership.
I mean, I think, everyone agrees with what should be. So, we should protect against fraud.
Yes.
That's unobjectionable. And we had that before we had these regulations. So our regulations don't protect us against fraud.
Right.
And, we should be protected against adulteration. So don't put anything dangerous in there. Don't spike it with a pharmaceutical. And they should be manufactured in a reasonable manner. So let's have reasonable, good manufacturing practices.
Yes.
But aside from that, Dean, I mean, we've gone so much further where they've put us in this expensive drug model where we've lost products.
Yes.
And products have changed. Can you talk about that? Because people walk into a health food store or they walk into, their pharmacy or grocery store, which, it just seems that products are endless. But, just because you have 40 different companies making vitamin C doesn't mean we haven't lost products, does it?
Yeah, exactly. And then a big question is, what is the dosage recommended on the bottle? For example, vitamin D is measured in what are called international units. And 1,000 international units of vitamin D, which is actually a steroid, not a vitamin, but it's been classified that way, so that's fine. But 1,000 international units is 25 micrograms. That's 25 millionths of a gram. Well, that might be enough for a hamster, but not for a human being. And so,
okay, Dean, I'm going to stop you there. There's no way that's enough for a hamster.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, yeah. So I myself, I'm my own guinea pig hamster. I'll try this at a higher dose. What is the result that I get? Vitamin C, there's a wonderful a man named Dr. Andrew Saul, who has done extensive research on vitamin C, and Dr. Linus Pauling was one who popularized vitamin C. And he says the best way to take vitamin C is to what is called bowel tolerance, which means once you get a loose stool, that indicates now you have enough vitamin C in your system to do what it needs to do. And so that's often the case. If the customer reads the label and it says, vitamin E, take, one capsule, 400 international units again. And there's another thing, let us have a standard measurement. Not one thing is measured in international units and something else in micrograms and something else in milligrams. That's confusing enough for the customer. They don't have a clue. So standardization is important, and then dosage is another matter that, of course, that's something that the manufacturers need to address. Again, I refer to Eldon Dahl. He's been a fighter in this field. Like, he brought on products he made products available because he kept going after Health Canada, resubmitting until he got it. And that's the kind of tenacity that we need to have, is don't give up. Just because you get no, remember, no is one no closer to yes. And that's where, especially the manufacturers who are dealing directly with Health Canada and other directorates, they need to keep persisting. Don't give up. A good example is True Hope and the fight they had to keep their products available. It's, these are the people that inspire me and get me to, are the reason why I just keep going, keep working, keep trying.
You're naming people that the public won't know. Health Canada has actually raided these people with the police.
Yes.
To try and take vitamins and minerals away from us.
Right.
And they fought and fought and fought, and that we still have access to those vitamins and minerals because they weren't willing to roll over and say no because they understood we needed them.
Yes, exactly. And we need
No,
that fighting attitude. We need at all levels to keep pushing, keep pushing. Eventually, together, manufacturers, distributors, retailers with passion and desire, it's doable. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but we keep pushing the envelope further and further until we get what needs to be had.
no, back to the so earlier conversation, Health Canada brings in these new regulations where now we have to prove safety and efficacy.
Yeah.
One thing that happened is we lost a lot of multi-ingredient products, didn't we? That
Yes.
really
That's
work.
right.
You would have had customers relying on them and they disappeared.
Exactly. For the simple
Okay.
reason that if it's too expensive to produce because of all the regulatory requirements, how and so let's say XYZ manufacturer wants to bring this product to market, but they have to spend whatever $100,000, $500,000. They can't recover that cost, and if you can't recover the cost unless you sell it at such an exorbitantly high price that no one's going to want to buy it, de facto that product disappears off the shelf. And
Right.
but there are a number of products where that has happened.
Right. So I just want the public to understand, because they see full shelves,
Yeah,
but here we have a long-term store owner that's telling you some really key products that
yeah,
helped a lot of people just disappear, didn't they, Dean?
absolutely, absolutely. And so then what do? We have to go to Plan B, and meanwhile, hopefully, our wonderful manufacturers will, keep pushing, keep insisting, send in their monographs, keep reapplying, and I'm not involved directly with Health Canada, so but I'm sure it's a labor intensive. It's very labor intensive to satisfy their so-called requirements.
No,
But
Dean, when these regulations are being forced in, and all of a sudden people have to like get licensing,
yes,
which we didn't before, and they don't south of the border. Like, why we can't compete fairly with the U.S., I don't know.
yeah,
But I had some manufacturers sit me down and say, I'm trying to get this multi-ingredient product that really works for people
yeah,
approved, but Health Canada's forcing me to drop ingredients
yes,
and or reduce the levels of ingredients to a point. I've had some say, I know the product won't work.
yeah,
Like, I know the product won't work. And so some of them just said, I'm not going to bother getting a license for a product I know won't work.
yes.
And that happened too, didn't it? But
Yeah, that's huge. That's huge, and that's another tactic. It's a low down tactic that is being used for, well, whatever reason. We know what the reason is. If these products work too well, somebody's going to suffer. Somebody's business model is not going to do that well. So, yeah, it's one of the tactics that are used, and it's despicable.
no, Dean, the costs have gone. Like, I've noticed that, everyone else has noticed, and we're talking before this inflationary thing. These regulations
Yeah,
came in,
yeah.
and all of a sudden, Canadian manufacturers have this incredible regulatory burden. It's very costly for them. How has that affected your customers? Because I imagine some customers can no longer afford Canadian products.
I mean, we were hit with a double whammy with the whole, our good friend Mr. Trudeau borrowing billions and billions of dollars, and then suddenly we're having inflation go up dramatically, and then at the same time, the health burden hitting at about the same time, you have a double whammy happening. So yeah, there was definitely people's budgets can only handle so much. So yeah, it did affect us. Yet on the other hand, I think it's a matter of priorities again. When we talk to our customers and let them know, well, yes, maybe you can forego your latte at Starbucks and a few other things. There's always, in my opinion, there's always a way. If you want it badly enough, you'll find a way to get it. But yeah, the cost. We should be selling these products at a significantly lower price than we currently are.
Well, Dean, this is probably about I'm guessing 14 months ago, where we're doing an NHPPA show with, and we've got a practitioner on that gets consulted by both Americans and Canadians. And this practitioner was sharing, well, the same protocol for the Canadians is going to be, 3 or 4 times as expensive as for the Americans, because the Canadian companies have this new regulatory burden the US companies don't.
Yeah.
And so my worry when I hear that is twofold.
Yeah.
One is that low-income Canadians get priced out of nutrients that are vital to be healthy. And my second concern is then Canadians will start ordering from US companies.
Yeah.
And then they're not supporting the Canadian companies, and stores like you have to buy from companies that, are complying with this regulatory burden. So how do you compete? How do you stay in business? How do you have your trained staff there when basically the regulations are making it so that Canadian stores and Canadian companies can't compete?
Well, to me, it's a matter of focus. I can look at those problems, those difficulties, and get discouraged or deflated. But to me, it's a matter of focus. I just focus on what I can do, what is available to me, and I will always look for cheaper optional products. For example, here's a very good example. One of my suppliers, he supplies me with a line of probiotics, and he used to have an NPN number on it because he was making certain claims. So then he decided, no more NPN number, I'm going to just classify it as a food. So he can make no claims on it, yet that was his way of getting around the problem. And of course, not everyone can do that. But this is another thing we're doing is, for example, we're selling vitamin C in the form of a product that's made of what are called camu berries. This is a South American berry. I believe it grows on a tree that is very high in vitamin C. So we're moving people to whole foods. For example, getting your nutrients from whole foods. Now they're still, they come in a bag, a 27 gram bag, but no claims are on it. But, that's one way to challenge, in my opinion, to challenge Health Canada. Okay, you're not going to work with us. Well, we'll just stop the NPN system and we'll just sell it as a whole food. People are knowledgeable enough to understand. Oh, well, yeah, I can get my vitamin C from an orange, but yeah, then I let them know. Well, there's a lot of sugar in oranges, so you're going to have to eat a lot of oranges to get that. There are other ways where you don't have to do that. So that's one approach that I take. And in fact, my son, Dan, he kind of spearheaded that whole effort and said, yeah, Dad, why, here we've got these foods. They don't need any NPN numbers, but they're high in vitamin C. Like, for example, cacao powder is another one, and there's other ones as well. Maca, whole herbs, whole plants. But in a concentrated form in many cases, so that they're getting the benefit without having to bear that onerous regulatory burden. So to me, there's always a way around these characters, to use a polite word, and it's just a matter of working, finding whatever angle. Another example is silica is a mineral that is very much needed in our bodies. There are the products are often quite expensive with an NPN number. Well, I found a supplier of silica is found in diatomaceous earth. Well, we've heard of diatomaceous earth as an insecticide, but it's also can be taken internally. There's food grade in that particular one. I can sell a 280 gram bottle of diatomaceous earth for $24. So there are ways. That's always the challenge is, you throw that at me, Health Canada. Okay, I'll catch it. and we'll find another way around. We will, and we will continue to keep working that way. To me, I'm in this for the long run, and it's so important that, in that way we can help customers. You can't afford that. Well, here's a 24 bottle, and there's enough a bottle of $24 bottle of diatomaceous earth, and there's enough in there to go for 3 months. So that's less than $10, around $10 a month. So there are ways, and that's one thing that I encourage suppliers to do. If you don't need if you don't need, make no claims. People know enough that this is a good product. Sell it under the food instead of under NPNs.
Your optimism and joy are infectious, Dean. It's clear, you just want to help people, and you're viewing it as your role to find a way to enable people to just get the nutrition they need.
Yes. If I could say something, Shawn, you told me once that when you were, when you handled the True Hope case, and you said, the judge eventually said, you must leave this product on the market because it is helping people. If you don't, then you are actually breaking the law, something to that effect. You would be better able to say it than I. But, I've never forgotten, that you said that. And I take that approach. My obligation is to help my customers, not to police Health Canada. And, whatever their job is, that's their job. We're going to do whatever we can to ensure that we will have more products at a better price over the long run. That's my view. That's my focus. I'm zeroed into that. I'm dialed into that. And come hell or high water, we'll be here long after Health Canada has retired in the sunset.
Well, so Dean, I'm going to ask you a final question, which I ask every person that comes to help us. And, I think you've already answered it. I think I can anticipate what you're going to say. But the question just simply is, what's your message to Ottawa? And, Ottawa's Health Canada, it's also the MPs that, we need to bring in a fair regulatory environment.
Yeah. Number one, we better have a good lobbying group in Ottawa. I believe CHFA, Canadian Health Food Association, is working in that respect. I recently heard that.
But what's your message to Ottawa? So to Health Canada, to the MPs? The
same message I give to my customers: educate them. Let them know this is what we're faced with. These are products that should be available to every Canadian, regardless of financial. Here, let me, if I could say this, health products should also be exempt, and I believe that's what they're working on, getting the GST off of health products. These products they're helping people, and so again, all I can say is were I there talking to them, I would be saying the same thing I'm saying to you, the same thing I say to my customers. We need to make sure that Canadians have full access to natural products that are helping them in every way. And here's what we need to do. We need to make sure that we have a proper directorate running, managing, overseeing this industry. Not as a drug industry, but as a natural products industry. And we need to do everything in our power to ensure that Canadians will have this for many generations to come.
I really like your answer.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, I truly do. And Dean, it's just been a pleasure. Just been a pleasure having you on and sharing, and your kind of joy to help people is infectious. So I think everyone's going to enjoy your presentation.
Thank you, Shawn. It's thank you for having me on. It's a pleasure, and keep up the wonderful work that you're doing. I'm so thankful that you're here, helping, doing your part, and we're in this together, as Red Green would say.
Yeah, no, we truly are, aren't we?
Yeah, we're in this together.
So Dean, on behalf of the the NHPPA and the World's Greatest Health Show. Thank you so much for coming and sharing with us.
Thank you.
Welcome to the World's Greatest Health Show. My name's Shawn Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and I'm very pleased to have Julie Nelson with me. Julie, welcome to the Health Show.
Thank you very much, Shawn. This is a big honor for me. I really admire the work you're doing with NHPP, and I follow you, NHPPA, following along with you ever since that first bill was passed in Canadian government. So I'm so glad that you're a great resource for lots of information concerning the Health Canada Act and what they're doing, trying to do to our supplements.
Well, those are kind words. You know, it's a group effort, and it's really everyone that we need to get involved. So I certainly, you know, if those watching don't subscribe to the NHPPA newsletter or follow us on social media, please do, because we have campaigns, and we'll be having campaigns now to get MPs educated about different aspects of the charter and encouraging them to pass it. So kind words, you know, but we're all in this together. Now, and Julia, you're here to help share your story, which, you know, is great participation. Thank you. And I wanted you to share, you've got like a health journey, and do you want to share with us what happened?
Yes, we'll start back in the mid 1990s. I was a mom to 2 young children, and I started to experience some tingling in my legs when I would after I put my kids to bed every night. And it was later on I found out that it was called restless leg syndrome. So what it is it's actually a neurological disorder that creates like an irresistible urge to keep your legs moving. The symptoms are sort of like a tingling or a crackling in your legs. So I was feeling that almost every night, and it doesn't allow you to fall asleep. So I have 2 young children, and I'm also suffering from insomnia. So that didn't go well. I was pretty fatigued during the day with brain fog and everything else. And I'm usually a very high energy type person. So I sort of just figured it was a postpartum thing, that it was going to go away, but it didn't. So after 6 months, I went.
Yeah. Okay. So, but let's just back off for a second. So my understanding is this is happening in both your legs, right?
Yes. Yes.
And it's really uncomfortable.
Very uncomfortable. For the people out there who've never had it before, it's a sensation where you want to go to sleep so badly, and you're so tired from your full day that your brain wants to shut down, but your legs are sending this crackling sort of sensation like you're not ready to sleep yet. So you need to get up and walk around a bit. So.
Right. And your legs, were they actually, you know, jerking and things like that?
Only because of my movements. Physically, I don't believe this disorder makes them move physically, but it was because if you moved your legs with this disorder, it felt better. So I kept thinking, well, maybe if I keep moving them, I will gradually fall asleep with the movement, but that didn't work.
Yeah, you described to me earlier that it's almost like you're getting an electrical shock in the legs.
Yes, that's what it felt. Not as painful as an electric shock, but it goes like that. Well, it is a neurological disorder, so it does affect the nervous system. So it's just imagine that the nerves of your legs are just all fidgety and almost on fire, but it's both legs at the same time.
Right. And if you're laying down trying to sleep, you're not going to get to sleep because you're getting all these nerve firings. But if you get up and walk around, it settles it down, right?
Yes, definitely. So there I was, exhausted, everyone else asleep in their beds at midnight, and I'm walking up and down the hallways just thinking that maybe the more I walk, the more tired my legs will get, that I could go back to sleep. But as soon as you go back to bed, it just continues. So it's a very frustrating disorder. Let's put it that way.
How did that affect you, mentally and physically otherwise? Because you're losing sleep.
Yes, and I'm not good, as my husband and sisters will attest. I am not good when I lose sleep. I do get very emotional and I get fatigued. And it's funny because this restless leg, it's such an odd disorder because I never felt it all day long. Of course, with 2 young children, you're busy and everything's moving and you just keep walking and moving and going shopping and things like that. But it didn't, it just basically, the effect it had was mostly fatigue. And of course, with lack of sleep, we all get brain fog. So that wasn't good while I'm trying to drive the children around. So yeah, it was definitely, and with me personally, and I know this happens to a lot of people, just taking other testimonials with my job, the immune system is affected when you're under stress. So there's a stress of insomnia that you're trying to keep going during the day and you're pushing yourself. So with that in mind, my immune system was affected. So I found myself getting more frequent colds, sore throats. I just needed sleep if I got 1 or 2 nights full sleep, then my immune system fought off whatever virus I was what I was almost getting, So it's just like this vicious cycle where you're getting to bed, you want to sleep, you go to bed early and you just can't sleep. So
Right. Okay. And then you're getting worn down and you're starting to catch things.
Yes.
Because your immune system's compromised. So okay, and it's affecting your mood and it's affecting your outlook on life, and you're struggling. So you go to a medical doctor to see if you can get some help, and what happens?
Yes, he did diagnose it as restless leg syndrome. I believe it's also called a Willis-Ekbom disease. That's a medical term for that. And he told me that they don't know what causes it and they have no cure for it, but they do have a pharmaceutical drug that he was writing me a prescription for. I believe it was called levodopa, and normally it's prescribed for people with I think it's not sorry.
Is that the one for Parkinson's?
Parkinson's, yes. Sorry, I just forgot that word for a minute there. Yes, for Parkinson's disease. So I took the prescription, but I didn't fill it. I wanted to do my research, so I did a little bit of research. I always like to know side effects of whatever I'm taking, whatever I'm putting in my body. I check the ingredients and I make sure that they are, whatever, that I understand what they are, and I research more to find out exactly what the side effects are. And for this particular drug, it did have the typical side effects of confusion, dizziness, diarrhea, constipation. But one that really struck me funny was one of the side effects was unusual or uncontrolled movements of the legs or arms. So I really had to decide there whether I wanted to take a medication with all these other side effects, but the medication was basically the same symptom as what the disease was. So I decided against taking that.
Can I share with you just an anecdotal story that's similar? Because to me, that sounds pretty silly that if your symptoms are restless leg, that you would be prescribed a drug that has a side effect of restless leg,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Like, and in my own circle, somebody close to me pre-COVID was having severe, bowel issues and was diagnosed with a rare form of colitis. And, there was no specific treatment, but a same situation, the person is offered a drug that's not for this colitis. And the doctor comes out and just says, yeah, and the main side effect is that it causes the same symptoms as colitis. And I don't know, just like logically, I can't, those dots don't connect for me. And that's probably happening with you here.
Exactly. Exactly. That's the, and I'm so glad your friend or whoever had enough sense to realize that that doesn't make a lot of sense.
Well,
and to
let me just finish that story because it might, I know, and I'm sorry, I'm not meaning to segue, but then COVID hits and there's lockdowns.
Yeah.
And so this person is now having to eat at home, and at their home they ate organic, and the symptom like totally got well solved, but then eats non-GMO flour, like GMO is genetically modified,
Mhm.
and it comes back. So this person's learned, as long as they don't eat genetically modified, food, no problem, perfectly healthy. So it had nothing, there's no colitis there at all. The person
Mhm.
is just reacting to genetically modified food, which, I've learned that this is a common side effect, one of many of genetically modified food. Now, I'm sorry about segueing, but I thought I should finish the story.
No, but isn't that amazing? The human body knew there was something wrong with the genetically modified flour or wheat or whatever it was,
Mhm.
and gave an inflammatory response, and that's actually a good thing. So yes, so um, uh, basically, I realized that I didn't want to take the medication, so that was a dead end. But I got talking to people, and I'd always been interested in natural health, and so I knew of a naturopath in my area. So I went to see him and told him about my medical diagnosis of restless leg syndrome. And of course, the first thing he recommended was 400 milligrams of magnesium bisglycinate or magnesium glycinate every evening before you go to bed. So he recommended a few other things, but they were more for overall health and boosting the immune system, things like that. So, but for targeting the restless leg, it was primarily the magnesium. And so I did take it, and probably I would say I took it 2 nights, and then probably by the third night I took my magnesium and I lay down, and for the first time in a long time, probably 6 months, my legs weren't jittery or crackly or tingly, and I couldn't even revel in that wonderful feeling because I fell asleep so quickly because I finally had the opportunity to fall asleep quickly. So that was pretty amazing to me. Light
And
bulb moment.
and so it basically resolved within 3 days
Mhm.
of taking magnesium. Now, we're fast forwarding and we'll go over your training, but I mean, you've basically been trained in holistic nutrition. You got a Bachelor of Science, and you've done a whole bunch of your own research and study, and you basically help people. But and with that training now, like, it's kind of like it's a simple thing. Of course, if you're having twitching in a muscle, whether it's legs or something else,
Mhm.
it's most likely a magnesium deficiency. Am I right?
Yes, yes,
Yeah,
most
like
likely.
this isn't a complicated thing, right?
No, and we're not when in my profession, it can be trial and error for some things because there are some tests out there. We don't actually do diagnostic tests as holistic nutritionists, but the tests to sort of determine the levels of minerals in your blood can be very expensive. So most people don't opt
But
for
but
that.
but I'm just gonna slow us down because I'm trying to make the point that, like, in your world as a nutritionist, somebody comes to you with restless leg or other muscle twitching, and it's like, try magnesium. Like it's very likely a magnesium deficiency. And your homeopathic doctor, it's like right off the cuff, magnesium. Like
the naturopath, yeah.
Yeah. So so the point I'm trying to make is in the natural health community, it's like, this isn't complicated. Well, of course it's magnesium, but you go to the medical doctor, that's where you went first. And the medical doctor doesn't know something that's really common knowledge in the natural health field. And it's just, you know, I've been interviewing some medical doctors, and they're not trained in nutrition. They're not, they don't know this. Like, you know, just back to magnesium, which is what you brought up. I mean, I know there's a medical doctor, and it's got to be like 25 years ago, Dr. Carolyn Dean, who I saw doing a presentation, and she has all the symptoms of heart disease up, and then she puts up the symptoms of magnesium deficiency, and they were identical.
Yeah.
So, you know, and her point is medical doctors will be treating a number of people. I mean, we're not saying heart disease isn't real and you don't get clogging of the arteries, but some people will be showing up with magnesium deficiency and be treated for heart disease, which won't resolve because they're not addressing the magnesium deficiency.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And
So
I mean, that's what we do in my profession. We look for the root issues of any disorder, and we work back from there. Whereas I believe medical doctors are not trained in nutrition, as you mentioned, Shawn, and that's really a shame because, as you say, for the sake of a bottle of magnesium, it's saved me a world of trauma and sickness and fatigue and insomnia. So that's the difference between a medical professional and a natural health practitioner.
yeah, and we're not here to, I'm not trying to slam medical doctors, but it's just, you know, when you were telling me your story, it just jumped out at me because I know, like, for me, it's just magnesium, right? So now I don't want us to go, you know, get into the weeds, but my understanding is that a lot of conditions are caused by a lack of nutrition, you know, be that, you know, mineral, be that a vitamin, be that a combination of things. Can you comment on that?
Yes. Oh, for sure. Yes. It's basically, well, the bottom line is this: the human body, as far as I am concerned, and since my very young years, I've recognized as it really is a miracle how it works in homeostasis with itself, and it balances things out, and it helps you handle trauma, stress, you know, good times, bad times, but like anything, it needs to be fed. It needs to be like your car. You put gas in your car in order for it to go. I think a lot of people don't understand that the food you eat helps build every cell at the metabolic level, right down to the cellular level, right through to all of the main body systems, that they can't function properly, they can't do their job that they're meant to do when they're working with absolutely no fuel. So as a holistic nutritionist, we learn about the value of the nutrients in foods and what sort of body systems and what health concerns each of these nutrients can support. And with my job, I mark case studies and I see a lot of testimonials, and a lot of people can see differences just in, it's not even as much as, yes, it is a lot of putting good food, good, alive, natural, good quality food into your system. But it's more about cutting out the bad stuff, cutting out the foods, the processed foods, the refined foods, the sugars that actually deplete the function of these cells. So your body can't function like it's supposed to with all these sort of interruptions of bad foods and things. So yeah, it's that simple, but it is simple, but yet it's not when it comes to, dealing with humans and our habits.
So, just, and tell me where you disagree, but I mean, so, because I think some people don't understand, yet we are a complicated organism, and there's a number of nutrients, be they vitamins and minerals, other things that we need for our body to function properly. Like there are metabolic processes that depend on a wide range of vitamins and minerals. And if you don't get them, and eating processed foods and the wrong foods, you're not getting them, and those can block, even if you are getting them, like bad fats, they're taken up in the cell wall, and they don't function properly, for example.
Yeah.
So you literally can develop chronic illnesses by not just paying attention to the fact you really do have to eat right. Like, I mean,
Exactly.
you do. It's not like your mother saying, eat right. This is real. Am I right about that?
Yes. And for people that are in tune with their body, your body will tell you if there's a problem. We get a lot of main health concerns of fatigue, and so that's the body trying its best to keep up with not only all the metabolic functions that it has to do while you're sleeping, literally, but while you're awake. It's dealing with your stress, it's dealing with emotions, it's dealing with pollution, it's dealing with everything else. And of course, the bottom line is you're going to feel fatigued because it's so busy just trying to keep the rest of the body in homeostasis. So it's such a valuable lesson, and I think I see it when I mark a follow-up case study 6 weeks after a client has tried a few just to change their diet a little bit, and they are amazed at the amount of energy they have and how different they feel. And that's all it takes. Sometimes it's just as simple as adding more fresh spring water and adding better foods, taking out the bad and replacing it with good quality natural foods.
Right. Now, my understanding is like, so obviously, step one is eat well. But we live in a world where even if you're eating organic, we're not getting the same level of vitamins and minerals that we used to get. Am I right about that?
Oh, yes, definitely. There's a couple of reasons for that, but most of the time, a lot of the time, it's the food that we're eating due to agricultural practices are mostly grown in commercial industrial farms. So on commercial industrial farms, many of them practice what they call monoculture, which is growing a single crop on the same field year after year after year. This can eventually deplete the soil of any nutrients. I think I saw a statistic where in 1950, if you had a cup of spinach, you'd get 200 milligrams of iron. And I have to look that up, those numbers. But basically, if you take a cup of spinach now grown on a commercial industrial farm, you might get 25 milligrams of iron. So it's really, really unfortunately very depleted. The good old traditional family farms, they practiced crop rotation, I think it's called, which actually balances the depletion and replenishment of nutrients in the soil. They switch around crops every year. But unfortunately, that's the way it is with industrial farming. And that's when you go to the grocery store, sometimes that's all you have access to. And
right. So and there's no secret here. People can just do their own research. There's study after study after study where they compare the nutrients levels now with our crops and foods in the past, and they're really depleted, which is why, like back in the day, you wouldn't need to supplement, but now, like to get enough iron out of spinach, you couldn't eat enough. So
that's right.
It's not that supplementation was the original plan here. It's just the way we've done things. We're in a world where you basically have to supplement your vitamins and minerals to be healthy. Am I Would you agree with that?
Yes, I would definitely agree with you there. I do remember another statistic, the magnesium content, studies show magnesium content of vegetables and wheat. They did a study. It's declined up to 25% over the last 50 years. So I remember that one. But no, you're right on about that. It's the lack of food in your soil. It's the processed food too. Some people don't have access to fresh foods, so they have to have either processed, packaged foods. So that also adds absolutely very minimal vitamins, minerals, and nutritional content. So if certain families, that's all they can afford or all they have access to, it can certainly have its effect on health issues.
Okay, so now I'm gonna switch gears a little bit. So you went and you got a 4-year Bachelor of Science degree in holistic nutrition, and you did that because, and you were nodding. If we were in court, I'd say please answer. So we have a.
Oh yeah, that's right.
So yeah,
Yes,
so
sir.
well, it's just this could turn into a Podbeam content podcast also. So yeah, and then actually your health journey made you realize, wait a second, there's I was really helped here. So that kind of led you to get interested in this, because a 4-year degree is a pretty big commitment. And then my understanding is you worked in health food stores, so in the supplements department, and that's where people come and they ask for advice. Like, so somebody might come up to you and say, "Jeevers, I got these twitches in my leg at night and I can't sleep." And you might say, "Well, you may want to try this type of magnesium." That's how it works, right?
That's exactly how it works. Yes. And like I said, a lot of it is trial and error. So, what works for me might not work for someone else, but generally speaking, I would, make recommendations, and as long as they were compliant and took it as just as what the label reads, label instructions, usually say between 3 to 6 weeks of starting a supplement, you can start to feel the benefits of it. Sometimes it's faster depending on the person. So yeah,
Right.
it was fun.
But where I was going is some people may not understand the value of these health food stores, because my experience with health food stores that I go to is that they go out of their way to hire people that have training, such as a degree in nutrition, just so that when customers come in, there's somebody there with a knowledge base. And I fully get, it's not like a practitioner patient relationship or anything like that. And I fully get it's common for store staff, I imagine you did this, to say, I actually don't know.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes say, I can look into it for you and get back to you. Like, I mean, nobody's pretending you guys are practitioners, but at the same time, there's real value in accessing local health food stores where the people have training. Do you have any comments on that?
Oh, definitely. Just being able to work at a health food store myself. There were a lot of people, because I worked in the States and in Canada, and in the States, as you know, it's a different healthcare system where people usually have to pay for their healthcare. So they, even though they may not have really truly believed in supplements, they needed to get in because it was cheaper than buying, getting a doctor's appointment and medication, things like that. But to be able to have that community resource where people could go in and get, it's literally free advice or free recommendations from an expert or from an educated person that has, like myself, studied it. And at a health food store too, the staff in usually the supplement department were trained by the supplement, also by the supplement companies, would send in their sales reps or their research scientists sometimes to explain what's in these and what the ingredients are and what each ingredient how it can improve certain body systems or health concerns. So I can't I can't stress how important it is for the health food stores to be there for people who have questions. I
Can
assume
I
that,
just follow up on something you just said? So
sure.
you were talking about the reps, meaning the manufacturing reps, and I don't think the average person understands that there's kind of this there's this relationship. So the manufacturers of natural products have reps that are highly trained in those products that go to the store and share with the store staff that work in the supplements thing. Hey, this is happening. These are our ingredients. This is what's going on. This is what's for. Here's the feedback. But there's also feedback the other way from the stores to the reps,
Mhm.
about what's working, what isn't working, what needs are there. And then because you guys know the reps, like when you order from the rep, you're getting the real product. Like you order on Amazon, there's story after story, and you can know by the price sometimes it can't be the original product, right?
Yeah.
But your story after story, where now there's counterfeit products of the popular products, where it looks exactly the same branding, everything, but it's not really the product. And then you're also not getting the advice.
That is true. Yes. And you, it's hard to actually, anybody can write anything on their products, especially if it's sold by Amazon or some website like that. They can write whatever they want about their product. So we're just sort of taking the word for it. But I know that at least when they come into a health food store, a lot of people had questions about what they saw either online or they saw an ad on TV or something about it. So they were confused. A lot of people are confused because it's not an easy sort of industry to get the hang of and to know what's out there, because there's just so much competition. There's so many different companies out there competing for your dollar. So a health food store makes it that much easier. You go in and you get a real answer.
Even I think this discussion shows something of value. Like, so you were talking about, for muscle twitches, a specific type of magnesium. I think you said diglycinate or something.
Yeah, bisglycinate.
Okay. So, my wife was having migraines, goes to the health food
Mhm.
store because she wants to speak to somebody who's trained, who said, well, you want to try magnesium, I think, therinate or something. It wasn't, it was a different type of magnesium
Mhm.
and this, big vitamin complex, and it was very helpful. But if I thought, oh, I've watched this lecture and I've got a different problem, I want more magnesium, you'll go to the health food store, you'll see that there's different types. And so it's actually to have somebody there to say, oh, no, actually, for what you're talking about, you probably want this type. And you can't get that anywhere else.
Exactly. There's nowhere else, Shawn. There's nowhere else you can get it. And I live in a small community. We have a local health food store here, and that's our only source for people who aren't who don't have the knowledge that I do in supplements. They get answers, and there are so many variables, and there's so many different options that I think people do get confused and just give up if they're scrolling online and it's just overwhelming for them. It's like, never mind, I'll take an aspirin.
Right. But the point I'm trying to make is I'm trying to have people understand, first of all, well, two things. First of all, there's this resource that we have. But secondly, use the resource, protect it, support it. Because, with this move to online shopping, I mean, that might be great, for, seat covers for your car. But
Yep.
you're not losing a resource, a local resource that we actually need, right?
Mhm.
Like
Right.
in Ottawa, a long-standing group of stores that was a family-run business that has served the community for decades and decades recently went under, and and that's a loss. And we're going to lose other stores. And I just want people to understand, you have to support your local health food store. Like,
Yeah.
don't save a couple of bucks buying
Mhm.
online in this case, because you're going to need them, and if you lose those local stores, there's going to be a health consequence for all of us. And so that's why I wanted to have this conversation. I think the average Canadian doesn't understand, there's a resource you can use, and we need to protect this resource.
Yes, even if it's something like you mentioned about your friend that was diagnosed with colitis and had to eat or avoid genetically modified organisms in his food. Well, a health food store is just beside the supplement department is the is the grocery department, and you've got shelves and shelves of non-GMO foods that you can choose from. The variety is fantastic. Whereas if you go to another sort of a big box grocery store, you have a small little section in the back of the store for non-GMO. There's not half as much of a choice and someone there to help you. Like you say, a person who works at a health food store gets feedback from the customer if they return it and they say, "Oh, this non-GMO pasta doesn't taste very good," or whatever. Okay, we'll note that, and you'll be able to make good decisions or good recommendations when someone asks you questions, because you're getting feedback from, like you say, that.
Yeah. Now, you've worked in health food stores. You go out of your way to help people. I wanted you to share just a couple of stories of some things that you've run across, and one of them involves a person that had injured their shoulder. Can you share with us? Oh yeah, no. So you remember the story we talked about the other day. So can you share with us that story? I found that interesting. Just in the difference it made. So
yes, I had a gentleman that had fallen, and so he split his shoulder and he required an emergency surgery. So he went into the hospital and they did emergency surgery on him, and he a couple of days later, I don't know whether he was still in the hospital, but they realized that he had contracted sepsis, I guess, which is a bacterial disease that you can catch in a hospital. And so they started him on antibiotics, but his levels weren't changing. So he wanted to go home. So they sent him with I guess it's an IV antibiotic pack that he carried with him over his shoulder. And so over the course of 24/7, or over the course of 24 hours, he would get the supply the amount needed into his bloodstream to fight this sepsis. So it fought the sepsis, which was great. But after I think he was on the antibiotics for quite a long time, these IV antibiotics, probably about 4 weeks. And so by the third week, this is a gentleman that had asthma as a young child. And he had overcome this asthma because he'd strengthened his immune system as an adult, and he was eating great, and he was doing a lot of excellent lifestyle habits. So after he had been taking this antibiotic for 2 to 3 weeks, he noticed his asthma came back, and it got so bad. This poor man couldn't breathe most nights, so he had to sleep sitting up. So after sitting up for about a week, he sort of dragged himself into the health food store and said, "Have you got anything for sleep?" And he told me his story, and I just explained to him about how antibiotics can destroy the good flora and fauna, the microbiota that's in your gut. And your gut is it's an immune system organ. So
and people don't think of that, do they? Your digestive tract is a huge part of your immune system.
Yes, they say 80% of your immune system is located in your intestinal system or in your gut. So I recommended. They had a really strong probiotic that was kept in the fridge of the health food store, and so it was so strong they recommended 1 capsule a day. So I told him to take 1 a day, and he called me, I would say 3 days later, to thank me. And I'm asking him why he's thanking me. And he said, because last night was the first night in almost 3 weeks that I didn't have to sleep lying down. He said,
You mean
my,
sitting up?
hmm?
You mean sitting up?
Oh yeah, sorry, sitting up. Yeah. So I didn't have to sleep sitting up. So he was able to lie down the night before. So he was thrilled. And he was just so thankful that this, I guess, was enough of the good bacteria to help boost his immune system enough to fight off the asthma that he had that had it reared its ugly head again with all of the antibiotics he was on. So I thought that was
Right.
I was thrilled.
So the probiotic, for those watching that's just a whole bunch of good bacteria.
Yes.
And so, when you take it, you're putting the good bacteria in, and it propagates in your immune system so that it can start functioning better.
That's right. Yes. So
Now, you had also shared with me a story about CoQ10, and this isn't just one person, but it started with one person, and you started to see a trend, including with yourself. Do you want to share with us about
oh yes, there was a cardiologist that was based out of Florida. That's where I worked as for a while in a health food store. And his name was Dr. Sinatra, and he used to write his sort of prescription on a prescription pad, the vitamins that these people if they had heart issues. So he would send a lot of people in for coenzyme Q10, which is a supplement, a little capsule, and he recommended it for his heart conditions. So this one gentleman came back to renew after a 2-month supply. He came back a couple months later, and he said, I asked him how he was feeling, and he said, "Oh, feeling great. The old ticker's working great." So he says, "But I did notice something else interesting." He says, "I've always suffered with this periodontal disease, and my dentist kept warning me, you're going to have an operation. We're going to cut and paste and whatever they do to gums." And he said, I went back just the other day. I went to my periodontist because we were scheduling surgery, and he said, what have you been doing? Your gums are almost back to normal. What have you been doing? And this is the evidently only supplement this gentleman was taking was coenzyme Q10. So they sort of figured out, well, that's incredible. It did an amazing job, and it pretty well restored his gum health. So he was able to avoid an operation.
Mm-hmm.
So after that, I noticed a pattern. You're right. There was a woman came in a couple of weeks later, and she asked me where the CoQ10 was located. I pointed to the shelf, and she said, this vitamin is amazing for my gums. I just can't believe, my dentist can't believe how healthy my gums have been since I've been taking it. So, and there was 2 or 3 other people after that made the same testimonials, because I started asking people who bought CoQ10, if I had time, I'd say, what are you using this for? Or why do you take CoQ10? So a lot of them talked about gum health, and I thought that was pretty interesting.
Right. And then obviously if somebody then would come in afterwards complaining about a gum problem, you now would have some experience to say, okay, here's what's happened. You might also want to try this, right?
Yes, and just tell them about people's testimonials. So it was funny because like about 6 months later, I started to get like an abscess in my tooth, and I went to the dentist, and he goes, "Oh yeah, that's an abscess. We're going to do a root canal." And I said, "No thanks." So I went right to the store, grabbed the bottle of CoQ10, and took it, and that worked fast. I must admit, within about 10 days, my gum flare, the inflammation had subsided, and I either didn't have an abscess or else I didn't feel it. Whatever it was, it did an amazing job. And I had a 2-month supply, and it was funny. I was sort of doing my own little test. I had a 2-month supply, and I thought, I'm going to maybe, I won't bother buying replenishing it. I'll just see, maybe it just worked temporarily, the CoQ10. So I didn't buy another bottle. And within a week, my tooth flared up again. So I went and got another bottle, and I've been taking it ever since. And no root canal, no no abscesses. So I don't know. It seems to be it's labeled as an antioxidant. It's great for heart issues. It's a substance that regenerates cells that regenerate at a very fast pace, and maybe that's the gum cells and the heart cells. So whatever. I'm sorry, I don't know. I'd have to ask my naturopath what the actual mechanism is at a cellular level, how coenzyme Q10 works. But it's a great antioxidant as well.
Yeah, well, and it's one that's impressed you enough that you take it personally.
That's right.
I want to segue. Well, it is funny. Sometimes I'm always curious, and well, what is that person taking? Like, because most of us in the natural health community, I know, I've got my regime that just over the years I've decided, and you can't take everything. You gotta kind of say, okay, here's what I'm gonna do.
Yes, exactly.
So, or you'd have a bucket every day, all these good ideas.
Oh, yeah, I know. And I used to get all the free samples too. One great benefit of working in a health food store is you do get a lot of free samples. So I try stuff. Some things I would feel the effects of within a week, and I think, well, this is pretty amazing. But other things sort of have to back off and sort of judge how you feel.
And for me, it's just, we had the discussion earlier how you really can't get the nutrients that your body was designed to need to be healthy just by eating well. Like, so let alone not eating well. If you're not eating well, you're in a whole world of hurt if you're not supplementing. And still you need to stop eating poorly. Like, you have to get rid of those processed foods and the bad fats, the canola oils, things like that. But, I kind of like, we try to eat well, but for me, it's just, okay, what are the nutrients that for sure I need? And that's what my regime is. So we're in this, world where right now Health Canada is trying to bring in some regulatory changes that could totally take most of these products away. And it seems to be they try to come up with these initiatives periodically. Like, the trajectory is the same. Reduce this industry. Reduce our access, and this last round that we're in the middle of, a couple of more changes, and people will be surprised. We will lose our health food stores. We will lose our natural health practitioners. Do you think there'll be a health consequence if Canadians allow Health Canada to succeed in taking our products away?
Oh, definitely. Just even on a personal level, with my CoQ10, keeping my gums healthy. My magnesium, I really, who knows, maybe my restless leg will come back or it won't come back. But and these are, other people are suffering a lot more than I suffered with chronic diseases and chronic health issues like heart disease and things. But it just makes so much sense that for the price of a supplement bottle, for a person to be able to avoid having to go into the, with me, it's OHIP, our medical insurance here. So without overburdening OHIP and the hospitals and the doctors' clinics and things, if you don't have access to a supplement that can actually help you with your health issues, what are your alternatives? I don't know what the alternatives are. There's going to be an awful lot of people suffering, sick, as far as not being able to work, under stress, and we all know that stress creates even more health issues. So no, I don't even want to think about what would happen if we don't have. I'm burying my head on this one in the sand, Shawn, but I don't even want to think about what would happen if we didn't have natural health products, even traditional Chinese medicine products, herbal tinctures. There's just so many stories out there about, and I'm sure you're hearing them all, about how they've helped people with their health issues. So it's not a pretty picture. Let's put it that way.
Mm-hmm. So Julie, what's your message to Ottawa then?
Basically, my message to Health Canada is what we've been discussing, Shawn, is by passing this self-care framework and other bills, which could result in the higher cost for Canadians to purchase supplements, or else the supplements wouldn't be there, possibly not even be there, as far as possibly some be jeopardizing the supplement companies that are Canadian owned and the health food stores that are Canadian owned. Like you mentioned the chain of health food stores in Ottawa that have already closed down. And when health food stores close, we talked about it. The community in the surrounding area, they lose a valuable resource that can that are helpful to people and their health and well-being. These stores employ good employees that help the customers, help people purchase, give a bit more information about purchasing supplements. And by having access to natural health products, Canadians are empowered to choose the option they believe best supports their health and well-being. And this access is the key part of bodily autonomy, the right for all Canadians to make informed decisions about our own health. And that's my message. It's the bottom line to Health Canada.
Okay, well, I appreciate you sharing that. Julie, it's really important that people like you come and share your stories. And I really liked yours because, it was a simple solution that the doctor should have known. And it was an easy solution and it was effective. And sharing the other stories with us, it's been very helpful. So on behalf of the World's Greatest Health Show and the Natural Health Product Protection Association, I sincerely thank you for coming and sharing your story with us.
Thank you, Shawn. It's been a pleasure sharing it with you. And I want to say to anyone watching this, please support the NHPPA.org, which is a great resource for information regarding our access to natural health products here in Canada. So keep up the good work, Shawn. You're doing amazing, you and your team.
Yeah, no, it is. It's a team thing, and we rely on everyone else, which is why I said at the beginning, please subscribe to our newsletter, because that's the main source of us, asking you to help and participate in campaigns. And we don't flood you. We tend to send just one out a week. So thanks again, Julie.
Thank you again. Enjoy your bus trip.
It's going to be fun.
Yes. Thanks, Shawn. Nice seeing you. Bye-bye, everybody.
So let's talk about sections 15 and 16, which deal with examination and sampling of products. Because we've given the Ministry of Wellness the exclusive jurisdiction to regulate natural health products and these other safe treatment modalities, they have to have the ability to be checking. So they have to have the ability to go and take samples of your products, to test them, to see, your facilities, to see that you're following the regulations. And so these sections are the ones that set out what powers they have. And they're very similar to the sections that are in the Food and Drug Act that give Health Canada those powers. So we're not inventing anything new here, but realistically, to properly regulate and manage these treatment modalities, there has to be the ability to go in and get the information that the regulatory body needs, and that's what these sections are for.
Welcome to the world's greatest health show. My name is Shawn Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and I am very pleased to have Janice Amirault with me this, well, I guess today. Thank you, Janice, for attending at the world's greatest health show.
Thank you very much. I'm so pleased to be here.
I'm excited about your story because you've trained as a nutritionist. So you've gone to the Canadian School of Natural Nutrition, and you've been certified as a nutritionist. But that came later in life as a response to a health journey you had. And I'm wanting you to share that story, and then we'll talk about what it's been like to be a registered nutritionist.
Sure.
So so you're actually working as a teacher. You've got a full-time job as a teacher. You're 38 years old. Can you share with us what happened?
So, sure. I was working full time, and I was teaching cosmetology. That was my first profession. It was being a hairstylist. And so I was teaching cosmetology, and I noticed I was getting very, very tired near the end of the year. And I really thought it was the stress of the year, because teachers work hard and mentally it can be very draining. And so summer came, and I had this summertime off, and I basically did nothing. I just kind of sat around, and it was not me to be doing that. And I had 2 dogs at the time, and I would get up and get ready and go for a walk and just get to the stop sign and turn around. I just had no energy. And all of a sudden I noticed that I had to stop going up flights of stairs. We had a 2-story home, which is beautiful. And I had to stop halfway to let the pain in my legs subside before I could keep going. I couldn't keep my arms up long enough to dry my hair.
Can I just slow this down a little bit? So you literally, just a normal flight of stairs, you're halfway up the stairs and it's just causing so much pain, you have to stop and rest?
Yes, it was horrible. It was just, I had no idea what was going on in my life, that I was dealing with this. That's kind of when I realized that it wasn't just stress from school, from a long year.
And like drying your hair, you wouldn't, like, would you have to just stop and start and rest?
That's right. Yes, exactly. And so those things became what was every day, not even thinking twice about taking the stairs 2 at a time, to having to pause and wait, and not being able to take my dogs out, and not being able to, stand and cook all kinds of things, because I love to bake and cook. And so it was like, what is happening to me? And it came quite suddenly, and it was quite scary, to be honest, at 38 years old.
What was it like mentally for you? Because basically you became disabled.
It's so true. I did become disabled. My life, like I knew, was not the same. And I was fearful, because I had no idea what was wrong with me. I was scared that there was something really serious happening to me. And I thought that, do I have some horrible disease that I'm going to die young? I had no idea what was going on.
You're married at the time. How did this affect your relationship with your husband?
Well, thankfully, he understood. He didn't think it was all in my head. And but we couldn't do the things we used to do. We weren't able to go for our long walks with the dogs, or cycle, or going to the gym. Well, that was just not going to happen. I just had no energy for any of that. So watch a lot of TV that summer, which is something I don't do. It changed how the days went on, and I didn't plan for my summer to be like that.
And I think you said something important, like, the positive about your husband. As you said, you know, he understood, he believed what was going on. Because what I've been hearing from other people, especially people with something like chronic fatigue syndrome, it's not like there's a blood marker or anything. And sometimes, you know, people that are suffering terrible, it's like they're not believed.
It's so true, and I see it a lot. I see it. I hear about that, and you know, sadly, sometimes it's dismissed as being all in our heads, and it's simply not. When you know that your life was one way, and all of a sudden, the things that you took for granted that you could do with ease are completely gone. It's not in your head.
Yeah. So you find yourself at age 38 basically disabled, and did you go back to school that fall and start teaching again?
I couldn't. I think I went for 3 days, and I recognized that not only could I, because of the job I had, I didn't sit down a lot. There was class time, but there was so much practical time too. So in the lab, I couldn't stand up all day. I just couldn't do it. And then to try to show my students how to cut hair and do all the other things that you do as a hairstylist, I wasn't physically capable of doing it. So I had to take some time off.
Right. So you basically had to take a leave from your job. Was that a paid leave or?
Well, that's a great question. I was hoping to get paid leave. I had been paying long-term disability insurance with every paycheck. They were taking that out of my pay. And sadly, I didn't get any money because the specialist that I saw wrote a letter to my insurance, and that was what was going to dictate my compensation. And the letter said that I was lazy and just needed to exercise. So I didn't get any compensation for my time away from my job.
I wonder if the specialist was paid by the insurance company for the assessment.
It's very interesting.
Yeah, that's a different question. So here you are, basically, you've lost your income. You're not able to do things that you would normally do. You're finding yourself disabled. Did the medical system at least have a solution? Like, here, you can take this drug or you can do this therapy. What did the doctors have to offer for you?
After I saw that specialist and I received that letter saying that I was lazy and just needed to exercise, I honestly, Shawn, felt like a door had been slammed in my face. And I was so angry, and I was crying. I was just, I was so upset because I thought, where do I go? What do I do? I'm 38 years old. I can't, if I often say, even to this day, when I do my health talks, I say, if I didn't take the road that I did, I really feel that I would be in a wheelchair today, because nothing would have, there was no solution for me. There was no, let's probe, let's dig, let's find out why you're chronically fatigued. There was nothing. It's like, sorry, bye.
Right. So the medical system, the doctors aren't giving you really any treatments or suggestions, but so you start looking on your own.
Yes, I did. And thank goodness. One day I woke up and I said, I'm not living like this anymore. And I sought the help of a holistic practitioner. And honestly, I wasn't in his office 20 minutes, and he had told me what was wrong with me and how to fix it. And it was like, oh my, I think I might have a chance to get my life back, and I'm going to do whatever it takes to do that. Yeah.
You just said another thing that's really important, because in interviewing people for the health show, one theme that's come up often, and just so people watching understand, like Janice, you and I have had a conversation before this, so that I know your story and we can have a meaningful conversation. And it comes up that people feel hopeless, like they find themselves, in a chronic health condition, and they're either only getting partial relief or really no relief with the conventional treatments, and you lose hope.
You lose hope. It's interesting that you mentioned that, because before I spoke to you today, I spoke to a woman who was inquiring about my services and whether or not she wanted to understand what I offer, to see if I was the right person for her. And I also do that to see if I'm the right person if they're the right person for me, so I can help them. And when I asked her why she reached out, she said, "I'm desperate." Yeah.
Yeah. And I bring that up just because, so that people watching, us have this conversation. I mean, if you find yourself with a health challenge and you feel like you have no hope, I think you need to understand there's been a lot of people before you and they find answers. And so I think you have to get over that hopelessness and understand that if you search, you'll be surprised, right? Like everyone's health journey is different. Now yours, you go to this, functional medicine practitioner, and you're told, well, you've got this problem. And what was the problem?
Heavy metal poisoning.
And can you explain, like, some people won't know what that is?
Yeah,
and,
sure.
They may have never even been tested on it, and they won't know what the effects of it is. So can you kind of explain what is heavy metal poisoning? And
mine came from, so heavy metals like mercury is basically the one that was the problem for me. And so that came from, they believe, having my mercury amalgam fillings drilled out within 2 weeks apart. So in June or late May, I decided to get all of my fillings replaced, and they were drilled out just like that. And apparently, and so I did one side.
Not with the big vacuum to suck all the particles so that you're not breathing them in.
That's right. And the last filling I had years later, the last one I had removed, that's how it was done. It was done properly, but these were not. And so within 2 weeks, I'd had everything done. And that was when the fatigue hit me. But I didn't think about it at the time because I had just been to the dentist. It didn't, when someone's asked, I was never asked if there was anything that had happened in my life, any trauma, anything at all, to maybe I would have mentioned that I had that done if I had been asked. But I never was asked.
So the fatigue hits you 2 weeks after you have all this dental work. I think we'll just scale back, because some people watching might go, what the heck are we talking about? So some of our feelings, and in fact, I don't want to date us, Janice, but we're over 20 each. And when we were, for most of our lives, the main filling put in teeth was a mercury amalgam. So it literally has mercury in it. And the problem is it leaches into your tooth. So you're slowly absorbing it. And when you have it removed, because mercury is a neurotoxin that you do not want in your body, and you can just Google that. There's no issue that you do not want mercury in your body, and that's why we have mercury limits in foods and things like that. But when you drill that out, when the dentist is drilling, now they know, and a holistic dentist will have this huge vacuum with this big piece by your mouth, sucking all the air, so that as the drill turns it into dust, you can't breathe it in. Because if you breathe it in, you're now getting way more mercury than is just leaching into your mouth through your teeth. And so you have all this mercury kind of hits you, and then within 2 weeks, you begin your descent into being disabled.
Yes, exactly. Yes. And just to add to that, the last one I had removed, the doctor, the dentist, wore the hazmat mask thing. I don't know what they're called, but you know, with the, you see in wartime, that's what she wore while she had the big suction and everything. Yeah. So it's a toxic, it's toxic. And we don't, a lot of people don't know that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So this functional medicine practitioner comes to understand what your problem is and says, you need to detox from heavy metals.
Yeah.
So how did you go about like what steps did you end up taking? Because some people won't even understand that even some plants, for example, like cilantro, will help your body slowly get rid of heavy metals. So can you share, what you did and kind of how you slowly got better?
Yeah. So I was unhealthy to begin with. I was overweight. I had I baked so I could eat it, and my diet was very poor. And so the first thing I had to do was change my diet so my body systems could start to work better. So my liver could start working, probably just working. So I was full of candida. So the first thing is kind of like peeling the layers off an onion. I had to get my body healthier so that the things that could help eliminate or pull out the toxins would actually work, because without doing that, you're not going to get very far. And even today, that's how I operate in my work is let's get you healthy first. So that's where I started. And of course it started with diet, because I was eating all kinds of things that are bad for the body, and I needed to get my body systems working better. So I don't know if you want me to talk about what I stopped eating and what I started eating, but
I do actually. I do.
okay.
But I'll just back up and say, when you say candida, some people may not know you're talking about a specific type of, almost fungal yeast that loves sugars and starches. So do you want to share, what candida is and why that can be a problem for people's health?
Yeah. So today we talk more about the gut microbiome and how we need a healthy gut. And so, but back then, when what I started doing was kind of like I was the oddball. We women especially kind of knew about candida because a lot of women have had vaginal yeast infections, or toenail fungus. So those are signs that there's an issue in the body. So candida is your body's overrun by fungus, bad bacteria. And so the process of getting back to normal is not just taking probiotics. That does not fix the problem. You're just throwing money away. You have to get the candida out of the body. And that means no sugar, no refined carbohydrates, no alcohol. So that takes away a lot of today's the standard American diet that everyone eats. And so that's where I started. So I went all in. I whatever the my practitioner said, I did. So no more wheat, no more this, no more that. I just took it all away. And over time, then I just by doing that, I felt better. And then I started to add a few supplements and some chelating type of chelating, which means to things that will help pull away the toxins. And even years later, I continued to do cleanses and take these types of products to continue to pull that out, because I really feel like it did take a long time. It didn't happen overnight. My journey back to health wasn't a 2-month thing. It was maybe a 4-year thing before I could feel kind of like normal again. Yeah.
Right. And you use the word supplements, but you know, if I said natural health product, that would fit also. And you took them to help you detox and help your liver and things like that also, right?
Yes, exactly. To support what I was doing, and as I got healthier, those products did their job better because they were I wasn't starting with such a sick body. Yeah, it's kind of like I said, peeling the layers off the onion.
And then slowly, 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 you got back to health.
That's right. And honestly, like I shared with you earlier, I continued to, when I saw, Shawn, what you can do with diet, how healing real food is, I took it and I ran with it. Yes, I had some ups and downs along the way. You know, we moved to the Middle East where there's the pita bread is the best. So I can't say I didn't have any of that, but I started to just move towards getting rid of these things permanently, finding alternatives, and change my diet and continue to detox because and I kind of at that point I started studying holistic nutrition and also studying about cancer and the link between that and nutrition. So all of this together gave me a lot of ammunition to be able to continue to feel better and better and better and get to a level of health that I never imagined possible when I was faced with that door slamming in my face saying there's nothing you can do and you're just a lazy person. So
right. So this was transformative for you when you actually then formally trained to become a nutritionist. Now, some people watching, they might not have any idea of really what a nutritionist does or you know is, and I have to say, you know, there was a time where like I didn't know, it wasn't obvious to me that there was actually a healing, you know, practice out there that focused first on just healthy food and lifestyle, you know, and then you know, worrying about supplementation if that doesn't work. Like and so people might not really even understand what is a nutritionist, what type of training is involved, what type of knowledge, because I know you guys go through rigorous training to be able to, you know, call yourself a nutritionist in those provinces where it's even allowed, right?
Yeah, that's right. It's an interesting there's some interesting regulations there with us. But you know, I'm trained to look at the root cause of the condition, whatever it is, whether it's high blood pressure, high cholesterol, mercury poisoning, autoimmune, thyroid issues, endometriosis, PCOS, all of the things that are so common. But those things are not normal to the body. And when you give the body what it needs, it can remedy the situation by and large, or at least better manage a condition. So I'm trained to look at the whole body. I'm trained to look at sleep cycles, other lifestyle factors, you know, diet, but what else are you doing? What's the alcohol like? Are you living a high stress lifestyle? How's your digestion? Are you living in constipation or diarrhea? All of those things, I'm trained to look at that, and from there, create a plan that works to get the body healthy. So if it's you know, you not feeling well because of sleep to repair, then we're going to try to fix your sleep and better manage your stress. And you know, exercise comes into it some because there are so many people who, of course, when they're not feeling well, exercise is the last thing on their mind. And unfortunately, when we start to not feel well, what tends to happen is we eat more because we are depressed about the fact that we don't feel well. So, you know, that kind of emotional eating can take over. And so together we're creating a worse situation.
You
Did
know,
I answer the question? I don't know.
yeah, no, I thought that was a wonderful answer. And as you're speaking, I'm just thinking, you know, like it's new to some people, the idea that, you know, if you don't have the nutrition you need, that, you know, there can be health consequences to that. And, you know, the most obvious one that came to my mind is, you know, historic, you know, the British sailors with scurvy, because they're sailing these long ocean journeys in these, you know, sailing ships with no vitamin C, and they're getting scurvy.
Yeah.
And it wasn't an illness, it was a symptom of not having enough vitamin C. I mean, you could call it an illness, but proper nutrition completely heals that. And I was interviewing somebody else today who was talking about, yeah, you know, well, if you're getting a certain type of cramp that, you know, where, you know, compressed heat makes it go away, likely it's lack of magnesium, right? Like, and if people don't understand how important it is, can you talk about just the diet we have, the food we eat today? Because you've already made it clear we shouldn't be eating processed foods. We should be, you know, I call it real food. And my wife and I, we try to find restaurants that like cook real food. They tend to be ethnic ones, we find now.
Yes.
Right. So can you just talk about the importance of real food, and then how we've kind of lost nutrition? Because you said to me in our pre-interview, you know, a carrot may not be a carrot, so to speak. And I think people need to understand this too.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, we have normalized junk food. We see it around us all the time. You deserve a break today. Bet you can't eat just one. All of those things, all those advertisements, you know, we deserve all of this food. It's all around us. It's pushed in our kids and for ourselves. And what's happened over time is the food we're eating is not real. And if you go to the grocery store, I remember my mother saying, I must have been grade 8, so a long time ago, shop in the outside aisles, in the exterior of the store. That's where you're going to get the better selection. And it's very true still today, although they're putting the brownies right next to the apples now to, you know, to get you to buy them. But real food, a lot of people think they eat really well, but they're eating processed food. Probably, I think the rate is 60% of today's food intake is processed. And for children, I think it's even higher. And it's quite sad. The food that I have a great aunt, she's 96, and she says, you know, we lived off the land, we had real food. And today, some of the things that we're eating, her mother wouldn't even know what it is. Like, you know, a cheesy. I always use that example. So we have gotten so far away from what real food is and clean eating is, because it's just come and we want it. They make it taste good. The combo of salt, sugar, and fat makes everything taste perfect, and you want more. So you get addicted to this and you eat less of the healthy stuff. And the result, we're seeing it. They do say, we didn't talk about this earlier, they do say that pretty much 95% of all health issues are lifestyle based, or lifestyle choices. 5% is genetic. And so that means, to me, that's good news. Because if you grow up hearing everyone around you say, well, you're probably going to end up with heart disease because we all have it, that's not true. That's epigenetics. And if you choose differently, if you eat differently than your tribe, you're going to have a different outcome. You can change the trajectory of your future. And really, my illness was a gift because I finally said, all right, this is enough. I'm changing the trajectory of my future. And I did. And it's not because I'm so strong and can do it. I had all the right people in place. It's because I chose to eat differently. And it's not complicated. It's not what everybody else in that restaurant that you're trying to find good food. You kind of have to look nowadays because most of it is all deep fried and so poisonous. Yeah.
Now, can I, it's just, you're practicing as a nutritionist. You've had some really interesting experiences, and I wondered if you could share with us your experience with psoriasis. And so first of all, explain what psoriasis is so that people understand it. And I'm just wanting you to give some examples of how, basically with, diet and proper nutrition, some very serious conditions are solved.
Yeah. And it's interesting because we often are told that there's nothing that can be done about these things, that we'll have to live on medication for the rest of our lives. And so with psoriasis, it's basically, it's an autoimmune issue, and it's thickened, red, dry, usually dryish, scaly patches all over the body. It doesn't have to be all over the body. Some people just have it on their elbows and knees, but some have it from head to toe. And it's extremely painful. It can bleed if you scratch. It's very, very itchy. And it changes a person's way of life because it hurts to have clothes on. If we've ever been sunburnt, we know how uncomfortable the sheet can be. So this is what these people live with every day. And the regular story is there's nothing that can be done. You'll have to be on meds forever, and this is just the way it is. But one of my clients came to me. She knew me already, and she was basically at her wit's end. She had been spending $2,000 on medication, and moved to Nova Scotia, didn't have a doctor, couldn't get any support, and she was just in a really bad way. And I said, if you do what I tell you to do, it'll change your life. And it has. And every once in a while I post before and after pictures that she's gladly shared with me, because after about 2 weeks she couldn't believe the difference. And then 4 weeks she started taking pictures. Her scalp has cleared up so much that her hair is growing back. She'd lost her hair because of the congestion of these scales in her head, these welts, and they were all over her body. And now she is not on any medication. Her diet is controlling her psoriasis, and she also has lost a whole bunch of weight, and she can wear clothes where before she was so uncomfortable. She bought herself a pair of jeans. She's fitting into a size 8 from being a size 12. It's just so wonderful. And while it's like, oh my goodness, it's hard to believe. It's not, because the body just wants you to give it what it needs. And when you do, it rewards you with results like this. The same for my 2 clients. I think this, two ladies who had rheumatoid arthritis, no longer on medication, can't really seem to find any indication that it's there. So these are the stories of success when a person really wants to get help instead of taking a medication that usually leads to side effects and other medication and a poor quality of life. So those are some really great success stories, and I'm so pleased for for those ladies because they now have a different outlook on life. Yeah.
Right. So these are two people with rheumatoid arthritis that would have been taking medications prescribed by their doctor, but they're not having relief. So they're coming to you and saying, what can I do? And just through, getting the proper nutrition, changing the diet, changing the lifestyle, they're able to get off of their drugs and not suffer anymore.
Yeah. And sometimes it's a matter of the way the drugs make them feel, or the fact that it's not really managing the situation like they thought it would. Or it's a fear, like one of my clients was told by her doctor that these medications would be for life and that she should prepare herself mentally to be in a wheelchair by the time she's 60. So if that doesn't light a fire under you, then that's where I think that person said, that's not going to be me. I have a life to live. And that's how I felt. I said, okay, enough of this. I'm going to do what I have to do to get my life back. Yeah.
Yeah. The next part of the interview, I want, I understand we have to be careful, and it's kind of funny that we have to be careful, but there's places that persons like you, nutritionists, just can't go, or they're going to get pushed back by Health Canada. And one of those areas that you're not allowed to go is to help people with cancer. Am I right about that?
Yes. And I think it's not that it is, I think that I'm not allowed because there's a lack of education about alternative, I don't want to say treatments, alternative routes to go when a person does have something like cancer. There's so much that can be done with the plan that might be in place with the oncologist or without, and it's a choice a person can make. But it's not a welcome. in my training, and I thought I would set up a practice doing that, but I realized that there's so much censorship, and because I'm not wanted in those circles, and so there's a big fear.
Meaning you're not wanted, not by the Canadian public, but by the regulatory authorities such as Health Canada.
Yeah, and so there's a lot of pushback, a lot of I don't want to say that we're called quacks anymore, but that's what used to be. Maybe we still are, I don't know, but it's not easy. It's not easy in North America to practice that way. In some other countries, it's very easy. I met a man at a conference who has a practice in India, getting people healthy from cancer, and he has a whole team of people there. And so those are countries where it's not what's the right word? I can't really think. There's a threat. I think there's a threat that because it's a big business. It's a big business, and so those of us who want to go the holistic route, again, looking at the person, not the tumor, and trying to find some healing there, which often works 100%. And quality of life is better, all of the things. Both my parents died of cancer. And that's why I decided to study holistic cancer coaching, because I felt they suffered unnecessarily. I felt that they got to where they were because of the lack of education about nutrition. And it's not just bad luck. And so that's why I studied to be a holistic cancer coach.
Right. But, it's funny, like as a lawyer that runs interference with Health Canada, is I will have clients that I'll say naturopathic doctors, because they tend to give, example that came to my mind is, intravenous vitamin C treatments, which, you know, you don't have to research long to understand that that can be extremely helpful for cancer treatment, whether, regardless of whether you're doing chemo or not, or what treatments you are. But if they advertise that, so they can offer the treatment, but they can't tell you what it's for. And, you know, but if people can't learn that there's something that can help them, even so that they can look into it and then see if it's something that they would want to opt for. And here we've got, you know, people like you, nutritionists, they're even afraid to go out there and say, well, okay, if you have cancer, here's how, from a nutritional perspective, you know, you can be as healthy as possible, regardless of what other things you're doing.
Yeah.
I just find it interesting that we have so much control, not just over, you know, what we can access for supplements, but actually over practitioners.
Yeah. Yes. And it's so frustrating, because what I see, and you're seeing it too, I'm sure. Everywhere I look, I think that I see a person and I think, you're suffering needlessly. You don't need to be going through that. You don't need to have to take all of that medication to resolve. It's not even going to resolve the problem. Like my client with psoriasis, she didn't need to be suffering like that. And it's only through her own gumption and being so basically at her wit's end of what to do, and knowing me, she already knew me, and reaching out and taking her health in her own hands. And that's what more and more people are choosing to do. And when they do, I am just thrilled for them, because I can get them to where they want to be. And that's, it's beautiful to see women flourish when they thought that their life was pretty much over, and so young. I mean, I was only 38 when I was dealing with this, but you can be 78 and still get results when you change how you eat and change your lifestyle.
I liked how you put that, because it really is about helping people who are suffering not have, when they don't have to suffer, when there is an answer. You also practice in an area that, you know, it's not forbidden, but very meaningful. So primarily for women, you help them with weight loss. And I wanted you to talk about that. And my understanding is you even have like a course on this. But, you know, I think it would be helpful, because weight affects our health. Weight affects our self-esteem, how we view ourselves, because we're in this society where we put so much weight, no pun intended, so I guess so much importance on that. And you've been really helping people. And when you were telling me about kind of the different parts in it, I thought, you're kind of, again, you're taking a more holistic approach to weight loss than I'm accustomed to hearing from people. So do you want to kind of share about that? Because I think that would be helpful also for some people to understand, things like the area of weight control, that there's different ways of approaching this.
Well, yes, and I'm glad you asked me to talk about it. The standard way to lose weight that we've been brought up believing is calories in, calories out. Limit your calories and work out more, exercise more. And there's many health or weight loss companies that's basically their business model. But they want repeat customers, and they get them because what they sell doesn't work, because every January everyone signs up again. And so the calories matter, yes, but what matters most is the quality of the food. And when we eat good quality food, our hormones start to get back into balance, because when we're eating poorly, whether we're overweight or not, but typically, with excess weight, when we're eating poorly, it's a sign that things are not in balance. So my approach is to introduce healthier eating, and I meet my client where they're at. If they're eating at fast food restaurants every meal of the day, I'm going to meet them at a different starting point than if they love to cook and are eating all kinds of things at home. But regardless, we start to introduce healthy eating and nutrients. You need nutrients in your body. And most people today, whether they're overweight or not, are nutritionally deprived. And so when the body starts getting the nutrients it needs, all of the body systems start working well. Our metabolism improves. Our hormones start to get balanced. If we're going through menopause or perimenopause, or we're at 20 and are having horrible periods or have endometriosis, all of those things, I shouldn't say fix themselves, but can get resolved. So no matter what age. And so when we start to eat well, and of course that term, when you ask someone to define what eating well is, we all have a different explanation. And a lot of us women think they eat well, but they don't, according to what the body needs to get better, to heal itself, and to finally release the weight, if we're talking about weight. So in my program, there's enough time for women to start to make changes and to be supported while they make those changes. And almost immediately they feel better. And then all of a sudden, you know, they put on a pair of jeans that they haven't worn in years because they're eating better. The body is starting to work better. The hormones are starting to work better. And a healthy body is not going to hold weight. We're not meant.
And a healthy diet includes proper fats in that.
Oh, 100%. Not the processed fats that are in the takeout.
Now, you also have an emotional kind of attachment approach to weight loss. Do you want to speak a little bit about that? Because I think that's important.
It is. And just, I don't think we talked about this because I was overweight for years and then I got chronic fatigue. So I dieted. I can remember thinking I was fat when I was 10, feeling fat when I was 10. So the emotional eating is a big piece of why many of us have weight issues. And the other part is, I think that we don't realize how bad the food is that we're eating and what it's doing to our body. So the two together, but the emotional eating has to be addressed. And those who have yo-yo dieted for years, they lose, they gain, they gain more than they had lost. And then all of a sudden, you know, it's a vicious cycle. Most of those have never really addressed the emotional, the root cause of the emotional eating. And that's a really big piece of the puzzle, Shawn, because if once we identify why we emotionally eat, and it's not because we had a flat tire today or, you know, got fired, it's rooted somewhere in our past. And whenever there's a stressor, we react with food. So it's not the actual today's problem. It's why it stemmed, where it came from in the first place. And when we can get to that, then we can better manage any triggers that come along so that if we have a flat tire, we don't go buy a big bag of chips and eat it all. So that's a big piece of the puzzle and the success that that my clients get, because I like for them to do that work, to get to the root, and then have some tools in their toolbox to be able to navigate their way and avert those things, those triggers, so that they are not falling in that trap again year after year after year.
Right. So you've developed a program to basically kind of break that cycle of having to come back every year.
Yeah.
By taking a more, you know, looking at the whole person.
Yeah.
And trying to sort that out. So
instead of just calories, and working out more, that does not get a little bit of progress that way, but usually it's not long lasting.
So, Janice, my final question, and I told you I'd ask this, we ask this of everyone that honors us with attending, is, what would your message to Ottawa be? So to, our regulatory friends at Health Canada, to our MPs that we're asking to put us into a more reasonable environment with the Charter of Health Freedom, what would your message to Ottawa be?
Well, I think that we should have a choice in what we want to do. I think Canadians should be able to choose what's best for their health based on wherever they get that information from. I don't think Health Canada should have that right to choose for us. And given that natural health products have not been proven to be harmful or unsafe to us Canadians, I don't understand why Health Canada wants to have a grip on that and make it harder for us to stay healthy. And we have these products that, one thing I see is the affordability of them eventually, if they're going to be available at all. And I think that we should be able to afford things that are going to help to supplement a good diet and help keep us healthy. And I think we should have the right to choose. Each individual person should have the right to choose that instead of someone else taking control of that. And the over-regulation is, I think, it scares me in my work and personally, how what that's going to look like down the road if it does happen. So I'm so grateful that you are on the bandwagon, literally, I think, to help Canadians get this resolved and win this battle.
Well, that was a great answer. Like I said, we don't know what people are going to say. And that was just wonderful. Janice, it's just been a pleasure having you on the show and sharing not just your health journey, but also your experience as a nutritionist. So on behalf of the World's Greatest Health Show, I sincerely thank you for attending.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I am thrilled, and I'm planning to go to Ottawa.
Oh, great. October 25th. We're all going to be there. Okay. Yeah. Thanks again, Janice.
Thank you.
So let's talk about Section 17, which basically puts an onus on people being regulated to cooperate with the Ministry of Wellness when the Ministry of Wellness is trying to check and make sure that you're following the Act and regulations. So when they show up at your facility or your place of treatment, that you have to share your records with them and show them around and let them have access to things. And this is necessary in a regulatory environment, or else inspectors will never be able to determine if the Act and regulations are being followed. Now, it is a little different than a similar power that's found in the Food and Drug Act that Health Canada inspectors have. And the difference is this, is our courts have said that when any inspector, whether it's dealing with food and drugs or any other regulated activity, is if the inspectors form the opinion that you have committed an offense and now they're trying to get evidence to convict you, at that point, actually your constitutional rights kick in and you're no longer under an obligation to assist them. And we've set that out in Section 17 just so that the people being regulated actually understand that they have these rights. So it creates an obligation to cooperate, but for when it would be inappropriate, in light of our constitutional protections.
let's talk about sections 18 and 19. Now, section 18 gives the Minister of Wellness the power to make regulations. When you're regulating a whole bunch of treatment modalities under an act, you have to pass regulations for people to comply with and to deal with very specific issues. But section 19, it's an interesting section because it puts a bit of a brake on this for our safety. So the regulations are not supposed to be so strict as to take a product away for non-compliance. And let me just give you an example. So back in 2004, when we came out with the natural health product regulations, all of a sudden, this regulatory burden is being imposed upon natural health products, and good manufacturing practices are being imposed. I knew of a herbalist at that time whose products I actually used, and this herbalist would go out into the woods and actually handcraft herbs. Well, what if you had a regulation that specified, no, all herbs have to be grown in, a sterile greenhouse, and we're washing it with this and that? Well, that regulation would drive those well-crafted herbs off of the market. Now, as providing it's safe for us to access those herbs and that we know they're not complying with that regulation, then why should they be taken away? And so what Section 19 does is it just causes this break in this kind of more reasoned approach so that you basically can't be stifled with regulations that are unreasonable. So let's talk about sections 20 to 22, which deal with offenses and punishment. And these sections set out basically that you can be fined and go to jail for violating the Act or regulations. Absolutely necessary to give the Act and regulations teeth to make sure that people comply. But at the same time, it's a little different than the penalty sections in the Food and Drug Act, because the purpose of the Charter of Health Freedom is basically to ensure positive health outcomes. So when a court is ordering somebody, for a violation, and well, should we send them to jail or should we do this? If the effect of the order would be to take away a treatment that people rely on, and that would not be an appropriate thing to do from a health perspective, then the court is to take that into consideration. So again, the Charter is always focused on ensuring that we have positive health outcomes, because one of the things that's happened in the past under the Food and Drug Act is because courts are obligated when sentencing basically to follow other sentences, the effect of a sentence can and has been to take access to treatments away, and that can have a negative impact. So we're basically just ensuring that even in enforcement, that the Act is respecting that the purpose here is to protect and promote our health freedom and our, have good health outcomes. So that's what these sections are about. I want to talk about the drug model a little bit, and then march into what we're doing and why it's important that you're there. Is the drug model in Canada, and some of this you'll never have heard before, it has 4 parts. And it's really important that you understand what's going on and the model that you're actually living in. So the first part of the drug model is the federal government has deliberately defined drugs so broadly that it includes absolutely everything and anything that you will use to prevent illness, right down to vital nutrients, and also anything that you would use to treat illness. So, you know, if I was to say to Bonnie, and I can't see you, but if I could, and I said to you, wow, you look dehydrated, can you take some water? Literally that water then, oh, there you are. And you don't look dehydrated, by the way. But if I'd said that to you, and I gave you water, my word, water then is a drug. Vitamin C is a drug. Broccoli is a drug. Anything that you're going to use for therapeutic purpose is a drug. And now that may sound crazy to you. It sounds crazy to me, but this is all by design. Everything is by design, and it's to create a monopoly for the chemical drugs. And that's going to become a little clearer in a moment. So the first part of the drug model is you make everything a drug. So even things that we eat, even things that we need for vital nutrition, they're a drug, and it's just because they've made the definition so broad that that's a drug. The second part of the drug model is that you make it illegal to use drugs. And how you do that is you basically make it law that you cannot sell a drug, you can't manufacture a drug, you can't administer a drug, so you can't give a drug to another person, even without consideration, without a license. And so we've made it so that in Canada you can only provide a drug to somebody, you can only make a drug, you can only give a drug to a family member if you have a license. So we find ourselves in this legal philosophical world where in Canada it's only legal to treat ourselves, it's only legal to prevent illness with things that Health Canada has pre-approved for us. Now that's a very interesting legal philosophical place to be, and it's very interesting that it means then that even vital nutrition necessary to keep us healthy, if we're actually using it to supplement so that we're healthy, that's illegal. That's the world that we live in. So that's the second part of the drug model. The third part of the drug model is that we make the drug approval process so onerous and so difficult that for serious health conditions, the only things that are approved are synthetic chemical drugs that had a patent when they went through the drug approval process. So for the lifetime of anyone watching this, every single drug that has been approved to treat a serious health condition, with the exception of Primarin, has had a patent. It's a synthetic drug, chemical. It had a patent when it went through the process. Now, understand this is by design. We could do it completely differently. We could, hey, you know, back when the British Navy was first starting to go all over the place and the sailors were dying of scurvy, and they figured out, wait a second, vitamin C stops scurvy. It cures scurvy, which is why we call British sailors limeys. And, you know, they actually did do a whole bunch of, not double-blind clinical trials, but we have known now for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years, really conclusively, that vitamin C cures scurvy. Now, we could allow ourselves to approve limes. We could allow ourselves to approve vitamin C to address scurvy, but we won't. So I'm just saying that when the third part of our drug model is that we only, by law, we only approve synthetic chemical drugs to treat serious health conditions. That's a choice we've made, and that's a deliberate choice by the third part of the drug model. Now, it's interesting then, is so we have the federal government structuring things so that it's only legal to treat ourselves. I'll just stop, Bonnie. Is the sound okay? Okay, I'll carry on. So we've basically created a world where it's only legal.
Got it.
We okay? No, we're not okay? So they can't hear it? They can't hear it? Okay. So I'm talking to nobody.
I'm sorry. Yes, it's all good. Thank you.
Here, but this one- I can't hear it.
Yeah, everything's good. Everything's good.
Okay, can you hear me, Bonnie?
Yeah, I can. Keep going.
So when did I get lost there?
They didn't hear anything.
Oh, they didn't hear anything.
No, because they have.
Yeah, we heard it all. Scurvy.
Just saying we heard it all.
Yeah, so I can hardly hear you, Bonnie. Did you guys hear any of that? You heard it all. Okay. Okay. So I'll keep going. So I was talking about how we only approve synthetic chemical drugs. And I'll just stop and say it must be an important audience today because it seems like the world is trying to conspire for us not to have this message. And whenever that happens, I know something important is happening. So I think we all just have to understand we're supposed to be having this conversation. And so we'll just settle ourselves and carry on. So we're in this really strange place where the only legal treatments are chemical drugs. And without me saying that, I mean, intuitively, you already knew that. Like, you already know if anyone there has to go to the hospital for, a heart attack or, cancer or arthritis or you name it, by and large, the only treatments that you're going to be offered are, it's either surgery or chemical drugs. And you know that. And by and large, even intuitively, well, we're in this allopathic system. So that treats symptoms but doesn't cure the illness. So the third part of our drug model is that we're in this chemical synthetic drug model to cure things, or to treat things rather. And our government-funded healthcare system then also, the only treatments that are available to us, and this is by design, are these synthetic chemical drugs that are to address our symptoms. Now, the fourth part of the drug model, that's interesting, and that's censorship, and it's something that you're not going to be aware of. So remember, you have to get Health Canada permission to sell a drug, to manufacture a drug. Well, if you don't get through that process, you don't care about saying anything. So let's say you're a chemical drug company and you want to get a new antidepressant approved by Health Canada. Well, if you're approved, the approval is going to be to treat the symptoms of depression. It's going to be called an antidepressant. So all you're going to be allowed to say is what it's approved for, it's an antidepressant. It's actually illegal for you to say anything else, and Health Canada will attack you. They'll go after you viciously if you try to say anything else. Well, let me give you a real-life example. I was in a federal court trial with Health Canada, and they brought in an outside expert who was a psychiatrist, this big gun psychiatrist. And what this psychiatrist did for a living is he ran a company that got new psychiatric drugs approved by Health Canada. This is what he does for a living. And I'm after him for days. So he's under oath. I'm examining him for days. And at one point, he starts complaining to me and he says, it's really hard to get a new antidepressant approved by Health Canada. And he's telling me, I got to give Health Canada 2 double-blind clinical trials showing that the drug works. Now, okay, now he goes on, but I'll just stop and say, when he's saying to us, he's got to give Health Canada 2 double-blind clinical trials showing the antidepressant works. What he means is, especially for antidepressants, is almost all of them are just approved for very short-term use, which is somewhat ironic because your doctor or psychiatrist will say, well, it won't even start to work for 2 or 3 months. It's not approved for that long by Health Canada. But most antidepressant trials, clinical trials, they're going to be less than 3 months because they're desperately hoping that the placebo effect will work for the drug. They're desperately hoping for that. And then it's also going to just be measuring a subjective reporting on symptoms. So they're hoping that the people in the chemical group will be reporting more of a subjective experience of reduction in symptoms than the placebo group are reporting. And then the population are going to be a very healthy select population that are not likely to give off safety signals. So that's what he means. I've got to give Health Canada 2 double-blind clinical trials showing that it works. Now here's where the fun part comes. So he says, well, right at the start, right out of the gate, I'm going to run 8 double-blind clinical trials to get the 2 that I have to, give to Health Canada to show that the drug works. So right out of the gate, he runs 8. This is for antidepressants. He might have to run more, but he's learned if I run 8 double-blind clinical trials, I'm likely to have 2 that, show that the drug works. So now the other 6, they could be inconclusive. The other 6, they could show that the sugar pill works better than the drug. They could show the drug works better than the sugar pill, but the safety signals aren't really good, so they don't want to rely on those. They could be a combination of those things. Now it's interesting, when this tour started back on October 4th, I'd wanted to have this in my pocket as an example, and I actually kind of looked into, do you have to give the other 6 clinical trials to Health Canada? And initially I thought, you don't. There's provisions for Health Canada to make that, the minister to make that a requirement. I couldn't find it, like where the minister has taken that step. So it may be they don't give those other 6 to Health Canada. But I actually think it's worse if they did have to. Like in the United States, you're supposed to give all of the clinical evidence, the good, bad, and the ugly. But in Canada, it may not be the case. But if you do have to, let's say you're trying to get a new antidepressant approved, and you've run 8 double-blind clinical trials and only 2, show the drug works and the safety signals aren't too scary. Isn't it more of a fraud that, if you have all 8? I mean, I'm not sure what's worse, but I'm actually talking about censorship. I'm not even talking about how our drug approval process is a fraud. So let's talk about censorship. If they get the antidepressant approved and they're allowed to say antidepressant, you need to understand it is illegal then for the chemical drug company to share with you the 6 failed clinical trials. It's illegal for them to share that data with you. It's illegal for them to share the 2 positive trials. Now, the researchers, they're free to publish whatever they want, but it just is the case that researchers that do research paid for by the chemical drug companies tend overall to publish the positive results, not the negative results, not the failed research. But where I'm going is I just want you to understand that we have 100% censorship of truthful health information. If people are reporting to the chemical drug company deaths by the antidepressant, if they're reporting serious adverse reactions short of death, the chemical drug company can't share that with you. Now, this censorship protects our confidence in the government-funded universal healthcare system, which really is the dispensing network for the chemical drugs. Because we only approve the chemical drugs, they're the only legal treatments. The only way we can also access them is through universal healthcare. It's through our doctors. It's through our hospitals. They're the gatekeepers for the only legal treatments. And if we actually had full disclosure of all health information, I mean, I'm of the opinion that the law should be all information, regardless of what it is, on any treatment should be available easily to the public. But the problem is our drug approval process is such a complete and absolute fraud that if the law was that there had to be full disclosure, we would all lose instant confidence in our government-funded healthcare system. For those of you who don't know, so this is going to be broadcast on the World's Greatest Health Show, which is broadcast online 4 to 5 days a week. It has been for the last 2 weeks, and it's going to carry on for the next week. Well, one of the speakers, and if you're not watching this health show, like it'll change your life. It's absolutely incredible. We've got experts, but we've also got ordinary Canadians sharing their stories on how they're only alive or how their lives have been absolutely transformed by natural health products where the medical system failed them. But where I was going right now is one of the speakers, one of the expert speakers, is Professor Alan Castles. And he shares with us something that I already knew, but most of you won't know, is that the third leading cause of death in Canada, so the third leading cause of death, is chemical drugs, and not just prescription ones, so chemical drugs taken as directed. Well, that's absolutely appalling. And one of the other leading causes of death, the chemical drugs are also connected in, and that's, I forget where it falls on the top 10, but it's in there, is highly preventable medical accidents. So the chemical drugs play a leading role in highly preventable medical accidents. So one of the most dangerous things that we can possibly do is to take a chemical drug as directed, let alone abusing it. And our health policy really should be to do everything possible to get us to not take chemical drugs, but to take natural remedies first. But we're not allowed to, and we would, and this is by design, and again, the censorship is to protect our confidence in the chemical drugs, and then by extension, our government healthcare that's provided to us, because if we lost confidence in the chemical drugs, we'd lose confidence in the government healthcare, which is the dispensary for the drugs. So, but the censorship really hurts our natural health community. And just using antidepressants as an example, so there's a Canadian company, True Hope, that has a vitamin and mineral supplement. It was first intended for bipolar disorder, and it's likely the best treatment for bipolar disorder in the world, but it also works for depression, and it works for a whole bunch of other mental health conditions. Well, there are over 30 published peer-reviewed journal publications, all funded by governments around the world. So, I mean, I live in Alberta. The Alberta government paid for a double-blind clinical trial run out of Children's Hospital in Calgary by the Behavioral Research Unit, which is a branch of the Faculty of Medicine at the University of Calgary. Well, it's illegal for True Hope to share that information with you. It's illegal for them to share with you government-funded peer-reviewed research. All they can say is the label claim. And remember, for chemical drugs, they will approve you for serious health conditions like bipolar or depression. But for natural health products, they limit us to what we call structure function claims. So I think the True Hope claim is something like supports mental health and well-being. Well, like that's a nothing claim. You know, you've got an 8-year-old kid and the psychiatrist wants to put him on antidepressants, and you can't read about all the failed research. You can't read about the suicides and deaths and adverse reactions. And you're in the health food store and you've got a bottle of Empower Plus in your hand, and that could be what saves your child's life and returns your child to normalcy, but it says supports mental health. Like, that means nothing to you. That means nothing to you. So that's part of the game. Now, let's talk about our food supply and supplements for a second. But I wanted you to understand that there is a clear intention and a clear design to place us in the situation where we can only treat ourselves, serious health conditions, with synthetic chemicals. And my word, that's highly dangerous. And the whole approval process is a fraud anyway. Like, I'm sorry, in my opinion, and watch some of the openings. Like, for this health show, when we have days where we're broadcasting in English and not French, I do an opening most mornings, and I'm going through topic by topic in more detail, things like censorship, things like our drug approval model, things like how it's just actually an absolute fraud. So watch that. But let's talk about food for a second. And I'm going to say something that to some people in the Canadian public find to be absolutely revolutionary. And I hope you don't lose, I hope I don't lose you. I hope you don't go, oh my gosh, this guy's just really out there. I don't believe him anymore. But here it goes. I'm going to go anywhere. I'm just going to go out on a limb because I fully believe it to the core of my being. And that is, surprise, surprise, the human body needs certain nutrition to be healthy. The human body needs nutrients to be healthy. Okay. Most of you were already there, but it goes a little deeper than that. I think we actually lose sight of how important nutrition is for us. You start watching this online health show, we've had speaker after speaker after speaker, expert after expert, naturopaths, homeopaths, nutritionists, just drive home to us how important nutrition is. At the Vancouver event, one of the persons that showed up and spoke was Udo Erasmus, and he's the gentleman that first really sounded the alarm about bad oils, and then, you know, what the good oils are and why we need them. And he was sharing with us how, you know, there's this group of nutrients that are called essential nutrients. And the word essential is used because if you're missing even a single one of them, you are going to not just become chronically sick, you will die. So we've got this whole list of essential nutrients. If you're missing a single one of them for too long, you die. I mean, you get sick along the way first. And it's absolutely essential. And speaker after speaker has been making it clear, you cannot get the nutrients that you need to stay alive, to thrive, and be healthy from our food anymore. Like you just simply can't. It's not there. You know, the U.S. Department of Agriculture routinely surveys the food supply, you know, our fruits, our vegetables, our grains, to see what level of vitamins and minerals are in there. And 100 years ago, they were chock full of nutrients. You didn't need to supplement. You just had to eat. Like the food that was available, you didn't even have to be picky, and you got everything that you needed, not just to survive, but to thrive. But now, I think it was their 1949 survey, you'll have to Google it, I could be wrong in the year, but I think it's their 1949 survey, where, and they've already been sounding the alarm bells before that, but they're going like, you can't get what you need anymore in our food. And they actually listed, okay, if you're missing this nutrient and this nutrient and this nutrient, here's the chronic illness you get. And if you're missing this and this and this, here's the chronic illness you get. This isn't a secret. But we're at this place where in Canada, even if you're eating organic, even if you're doing everything that you need to do to, at least eat properly, you're not going to get what you need. You're just simply not going to get it. You have to supplement. Like in 2025 in Canada, you have to supplement if you want to be healthy. And you likely need to be detoxing too. I mean, we've given the government control over our food supply. So Health Canada and the Canadian Food Inspection Agency have had control of our food supply forever. And just to be perfectly honest with you, I used to not worry. Like even 20 years ago, if I went into a supermarket and I was just buying stuff, it was not in my mind at all that my food supply is toxic. Like I trusted them. Most of us trusted them. But the reality is our food supply is so filled with chemicals and toxins that likely it couldn't be more filled without the population just totally reacting. I'm not a conspiracy guy, but if the goal was, if there actually was a goal, well, let's get as many toxins and chemicals in our food as we can without the population reacting. I mean, we're there. We're there. So, like everyone watching this, if we tested you, you have glyphosate in you. I mean, glyphosate is just a horrible poison. So, it's like we're all carrying around, like, you know, our life is a walking journey, and it's like the government has put on each one of us a 100-pound weight of toxins. And we're able to walk around, we're able to climb hills, we're able to go to work, but we've got a 100-pound backpack on filled with toxins. And we are going to die sooner, and we're going to get sicker sooner, and we're going to be unable to climb that hill sooner. And it's likely that anyone watching this actually no longer remembers what it's like to feel healthy because we have so many toxins in us. But let me just segue back to nutrition. So the government that's had control over our food supply has made it so that if we're even eating healthy, we can't be healthy, we must supplement. And then they even make it worse, is they limit the amount of supplements a manufacturer can provide to you. So we have what's called recommended daily allowances. And you all know what I'm talking about. You pick up a bottle, you pick up some food packages, and it says, you know, percentage of recommended daily allowance of vitamin D, you know, 80% or something. So if Canada's got this long list of nutrients in this recommended daily allowance list, it's actually illegal. It's illegal for manufacturers to provide for you nutrients above those RDAs. So let's take vitamin D as an example. So vitamin D is limited by law, by Health Canada, to 2,500 international units. I mean, that's micrograms. Like, that's nowhere near what we need, especially in winter. You cannot be healthy if you limited yourself to 2,500 international units of vitamin D in Canada. I mean, if you lived in the tropics and you were getting lots of sun, fine. But, I mean, here we get no sun in the wintertime. That's not enough. But if a manufacturer, and I mean, I know I'm a lawyer, I've practiced in this field for 30 years, and I've had clients attacked for trying to provide nutrients in amounts you actually need, and Health Canada will attack you. So this is absolutely fantastic and crazy when you think about it. So the government has control over our food supply, and they've allowed it to become filled with toxins so that we have this toxic load. The government's in control of our food supply, and it's actually become where it's no longer food. I mean, I define food as what we need to eat to get the nutrients we need. That's why we eat. So it's really no longer food. We can't be healthy anymore. And then the government limits the amount of supplements. So we're in a world where we have to supplement, and the government's limiting the amounts of supplements that we get. So, wow, well, this is pretty crazy, isn't it? And then the two biggest factors in us getting ill are toxic load, and we've got speakers at the World's Greatest Health Show on toxic load. So that's one of our biggest factors. The other even bigger factor is malnutrition. And how many people are showing up, engaging in the mainstream medical system because they have now a chronic illness, which is just a manifestation of malnutrition and or toxicity. And our medical doctors are deliberately not trained to treat the largest factor of our health. The single largest factor to determine whether you're healthy or not, or whether you're getting the nutrients you need to be healthy. That is the single biggest factor. You know, I don't know how many medical doctors are speaking at this online health show, because I'm not the only one interviewing, but I interviewed 3. And all of them were quite clear with me, maybe we get 2 hours, maybe we get half a day of nutrition. We don't know nutrition. Now, 2 of those became homeopathic doctors and also trained in nutrition, and the other became an expert in nutrition. All practiced medicine for about 40 years, but they were clear. You know, they would all say the biggest factor in your health is nutrition, and doctors are not trained in the biggest factor of your health. You know, one of the citizens that testified was a young mom, or testified, she's a speaker in the health show. She's a young mom, and she's got 2 little kids at home. And she develops what her doctor diagnoses as restless leg syndrome. And the problem for her is if she went to lay down at night, she described it as literally electric shocks into both legs. So she's getting electric shocks into both legs, and the muscles twitch. So she can't sleep. Like, she can't sleep at all. Is the minute she lays down, she's getting these electric shocks and these muscle twitches. It's extremely uncomfortable. So she's now walking around. She's having to spend the night walking around Well, she's getting fatigued. She's not sleeping at night. She's getting depressed. She's getting fatigued. Her immune system is shot. She's actually losing the ability to care for her 2 young kids. Her husband has to step in and start doing childcare. And the medical doctor says to her, we don't have a treatment for restless leg, so why don't I prescribe to you a Parkinson's drug? And she's actually unwilling to go on the Parkinson's drug, thank goodness. A friend says, go see a naturopathic doctor. She's put on, like, oh, you need magnesium, and it goes away. And, you know, I talked to person after person. That was one of the first persons I interviewed for the health show, and the story struck me because the doctor didn't know about magnesium. Boy, just hang on. Teresa, can you get me a light? We're really fading here. Sorry, I'm just asking my wife to go get me the light. So, because the light's fading, we're going to need that light. So, why didn't the doctor know about magnesium? So the little light that clips on here. I'm dark, I'm black, I can see the picture. Okay. No, the one in the bag. Sorry. And so, why didn't the doctor know about magnesium? And how many young moms are out there being put on a Parkinson's drug, literally destroying their lives, when it's just a magnesium deficiency? And speaker after speaker after speaker that I dealt with made it clear, like, yeah, you try magnesium. So the natural health community knows this. Health food stores know this. But medical doctors aren't trained in this. Let me just share another story that it's just coming to mind as I'm speaking with you. And I want to drive home. One of the things we're trying to do with this health show, and just hang on, we are trying to get a light. I see that as the sun goes down, it's getting darker here. We were in a different location, but we had to move. We're just traveling, so we're just setting up on the road. One of the speakers that shared at Grand Prairie was a lady named Karen Peters. And Karen was diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis. And she was suffering terribly. And her doctor, her medical doctor who diagnosed her with rheumatoid arthritis, said, you do know this is incurable. So I can give you drugs, and I will give you chemical drugs to try and address the symptoms. But you need to just hang on, this is going to get shaky for a minute. We're just going to put Mr. Light on. And then I'll carry on with that story.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah. Well, it's part of the fun of being on the road. We're going to so many locations. And just turn that light on and see how we do. Ooh. So is that too bright, or is that okay? That's better. Okay. So
look great.
Okay. Yeah, it's just funny. I just have a little picture of what my video looks like, and I was seeing it's getting darker and darker and darker. Okay. So back to Karen. So the doctor's telling her this is incurable. We'll manage the symptoms, but it's going to get worse and worse and worse. You are going to end up in a wheelchair, and this will kill you. And he puts her on 2 drugs. I forget what the first one is, but the second one was methotrexate, which is a chemotherapy drug. So Karen is actually weekly injecting herself with a chemotherapy drug. And she shares with us that it made her want to die. This chemotherapy drug made her want to die. Like for 3 or 4 days a week, she was just nauseous and sick as a dog. She still got the arthritis. The only symptom that abated was her hands used to be twice the regular size. And, you know, they did go down enough. She was able to put rings on again and stuff like that. But the pain in her feet and walking in that actually got worse. And her husband would have to start carrying her back. She would still keep trying to walk. So she did this for a full year. She's injecting. Can you imagine, like, you get diagnosed with cancer, which is something we all fear, but like they'll put you on chemo for like 6 months. It's not a life sentence of chemo, but Karen's on a life sentence of chemo. It's like until you die, you're going to be injecting yourself with chemotherapy drugs. Well, maybe once you're in a wheelchair and can't do it yourself anymore, we'll do it for you. After a year of this, she was going, like, I just can't do this anymore. And a friend was saying, well, see a naturopath. And she's like, no, it's the medical doctors that are trained. I don't want to go to somebody who's not as trained as a medical doctor. And the irony, you watch this health show, and I'm asking the natural practitioners what their training is. They're more trained than medical doctors. But anyway, for Karen, she had this block in her head, and then she finds a naturopathic doctor that's a medical doctor. So he was a medical doctor first, and then also became a naturopathic doctor. And that gave him enough credibility for her. So she goes and sees this naturopathic doctor. And the first thing she says to the naturopathic doctor is I have an incurable illness. And the first thing the naturopathic doctor says to her is, well, there aren't any incurable illnesses. And then he cures her with diet and natural health products. And now she's not on any drugs. She's not in pain. She's not, wishing she was dead. She's not facing a wheelchair. And she's not facing death from this. Well, how many people, because rheumatoid arthritis, that's not uncommon. So how many people in Canada are being injected who have rheumatoid arthritis, are being injected with chemotherapy drugs every week? Like, is it 10,000? Is it 50,000? Is it 100,000? Like what is it? Is it 200,000? Is it 500,000? Like, how many of us are being injected needlessly with chemotherapy drugs? And why doesn't the doctor know that Karen could be treated with nutrition and natural health products? Like, what's going on here? They suck at chronic illness, and yet they're trying to take us out. And as long as I've been, practicing law, which is over 30 years now, I've been trying to run interference for manufacturers and practitioners and health food stores with Health Canada. And it's been clear to me they've just been trying to get rid of us. And the latest effort is this self-care framework. I'm not going to go into that, but we've got a discussion paper on our website. Health Canada is in the middle of implementing this, and it's just totally going to destroy us. So we thought we better bring attention to this. Now, years ago, to solve this problem, to solve Health Canada, they keep coming up with these initiatives to get rid of us, get rid of our vital nutrients and natural health products. We drafted what was called the Charter of Health Freedom. We just shortened it now, we call it Health Charter. But what the Health Charter does, it really just solves this. So, in the last almost 1,000 years that we've had the common law, the courts have come up with minimum health rights that the government can't cross. And this is 1,000 years of wisdom, like the population won't tolerate less than this. So we have these minimum health rights, and under the common law, no law can violate them, no government action can violate them. So we thought, why don't we list them clearly so that there's no confusion, there's no ambiguity, and just state what the law is. The government laws have to bend to this, and government actions have to bend with this, so that we all basically have this codified list of health rights. Well, the Health Charter also takes the regulation of our vital nutrients, of our natural remedies, out of Health Canada's hands, which is in this drug model. And it moves them into a new Ministry of Wellness with a legal obligation to actually protect and promote. We shouldn't have to fight to have vital nutrients in amounts we need. We shouldn't have to fight to have vital nutrients at all. We shouldn't have to have, vital health information kept from us with this wall of censorship. And the Health Charter solves this. And the Health Charter also creates a Health Freedom Ombudsman. I don't have time to really go into, but there was case after case where people died or were really put at risk because Health Canada was taking things away that they needed. And we need an ombudsman. We need, especially Canadians who don't have money or time to go to court, we need a way to say, listen, our lives depend on this. So we had this charter, and it's the solution. Well, we had drafted a paper petition. It was approved by the Clerk of Petitions, just calling on Parliament to pass the charter into law. And there should be some there, and I hope you all sign them and get them to us. Well, people have been collecting these for years, and we find ourselves, we've got the third largest paper petition in Canadian history, and we thought, well, we better enter these this year. And but if we just gave them to an MP and had them entered, that really doesn't draw attention to what's going on, and it doesn't do justice to the third largest paper petition, which is a total citizen initiative, and it's citizens that have just on their own gathered these signatures. So we thought we better march across the country and hold live events, and that's what we're doing, and that's what this is part of. And so you're part of history here with what we're doing. So we started on the West Coast in Victoria. It's a bit of a longer drive, so we started earlier, and we've been, Vancouver, Aldergrove, Kelowna, Kamloops, Grand Prairie, Edmonton, Lloydminster, Winnipeg, or Saskatoon, Winnipeg, and tomorrow we're in Collingwood. And you guys are, from the East Coast. There was a Charlottetown event 2 days ago. Now there's your event. And then please come and join us in Ottawa on October 25th. Like, the more people there in person. And we've got some people starting in Quebec City and working their way in live events. And then Whitehorse had an event, and somebody is flying in from Whitehorse. So this is a national thing. It's history in the making, but it's also the beginning. Like, we understand when we get to Parliament Hill, it's the beginning. So we'll have brought awareness to this. We'll be asking Parliament to pass it, but we know we have to create enough political momentum to have that happen. So please subscribe. If you don't already subscribe to NHPPA.org, subscribe. It's how you learn about events like this. We do initiatives all the time where we're calling on you to take action. So right now we've got an MP letter, an electronic letter that you can send electronically off our website to your MP, asking them to pass the health charter into law. Bill 224 introduced in September, which will move us out of the therapeutic product category. We need to get you to support that. We're going to be doing a whole bunch of campaigns. But if you don't subscribe to our newsletter, if you don't follow us on social media, we have no way of inviting you to participate. And then, of course, support us financially. We don't take government money. We rely totally on people just deciding to help us out. And this is quite the adventure we've undertaken. We're stepping out in faith that our costs will be covered by the time we're done. We don't know. But we're really excited because this is life and death. I shared with you a couple stories. There is story after story. If you watch that online health show, you're going to be heartbroken. Because what we've come to understand is that, we're sharing with you positive stories where people, they were facing a death sentence and now they're not. Or they were disabled and suffering and now they're not. But in interviewing them, in having them present their stories at the live events, it's just become so clear. Like, so many people out there in the medical system are suffering and they don't realize that there's hope. They don't realize that that there's an answer for them. And unless they see the health show, unless they see other people saying, oh yeah, I had that and here's how I solved it. Now, their solution may not be the same, but they have to understand that there's hope. They have to understand they don't have to take drugs that are the third leading cause of death in Canada that might be making them so sick they want to die. So that's, I think I'll end with that. It's a real mouthful, and thanks for sharing, and thanks for putting up with the technical things. We're really sorry we were late. We stopped in this town. We found a nice spot. We didn't have any problems with the Charlottetown with having sound through our mic system, but for whatever reason, it just was not going to work tonight. So we're sorry about that, and glad to take any questions or feedback from your end.
Thank you so much, Shawn. And we are going to have Q&A. So if anybody has a question, we'll relay it to him because he won't be able to hear you from out there. So anybody have a question for Shawn? Yeah, come on up. Because if you're going to talk about what to do up. Yeah. I'm going to put on the video here so that you can see her. Okay, there you go. So you have to talk through there.
Hi, Shawn. Thank you for what you're doing. I'm just wondering, you said you have a member of parliament that you're going to present the petition to. It's my understanding that you can present, that as a member of parliament can present 25 names at a time. So I'm wondering if you've considered actually breaking the petition into little chunks of 25 so that they can hear the message multiple times with the amount of names that are already on the petition.
Oh, that's interesting. And just to clarify, they have to have at least 25 signatures. So, but if they are 25, yeah, that's an interesting, we hadn't thought of that. And my understanding is like, we got a mail strike right now, and we've got a whole bunch of people sending us petitions. And I was going to ask the MP, like, do you want to hold off for a while, first of all, so we can get those to you? But we know more are going to become trickling in, and they won't add on top, but I guess we could add. But that's a wonderful idea.
25 at a time. They get to they get to stand up and read the petition. And so they get to hear it over and over and over and over.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
maybe the media will pick it up. We'll see. Anyway.
Oh, so
Thank
can I
you.
share about the media just for a second? Because we had an editor draft, our press release that we sent out, and we used a professional service to send it out there. And, we got crickets, which is really interesting because you would think it would be news that the citizens have got together to draft a piece of legislation which is completely unobjectionable but necessary. And you would think it would be news that citizens were driving the third largest paper petition in our history to Parliament. And you would think it's news, like we've kind of made just even this trek, but crickets. So anything we can do to get attention, that's a great idea.
Thank you, Heather. She's my friend. Very smart, very smart. Okay. Well, we'll have to kind of like, just show me a hand who has a question.
Is the light plugged in?
I have a question for you, Shawn. I'm Bonnie's husband. I already know the answer, but I think I need this question and answer here tonight. Health Canada's mandate is the health of Canadians, is it not?
No, there's no mandate in the Food and Drug Act. So, I had an
Can you
inspector.
say that again, Shawn?
Yeah, so there's read the Food and Drug Act. There's nothing in there requiring them to get good health outcomes. And, in fact, I learned I had an inspector on the stand in a trial in Calgary. Her name was Sandra Jarvis. And I'm trying to box her in. So as a lawyer, I've got a bunch of questions that I'm certain she's going to answer yes. And then when I get to the end of my list, I've created this logical box and I can hit her a whammy question. Well, one of the questions that I had that I was sure she was going to answer yes was something like, well, as a Health Canada inspector, you're there to protect our health. And she doesn't give me a yes. But I need a yes. I mean, I'm trying to go somewhere. So I keep circling around, and she won't give me a yes. And then finally, under oath, she actually explains to me truthfully that no, Health Canada is not there to protect our health. Health Canada is there to enforce the Food and Drug Act and regulations. And that's the truth. And our problem is if you want good health outcomes, you have to understand the benefits, and you want to maximize the benefits, and you want to understand the risks, and you want to minimize the risks. Now, in the area of natural health products, like, what's this health show? It's like benefit after benefit, life after death, disability versus health. The benefits galore, but Health Canada only looks at the risks, and they want to basically regulate all risk away, which is taking the benefits away. Well, we know that's not about good health, but thanks for the question.
Hi. I'm just wondering, I'm a little confused. I didn't know the 4 pillars of the model, but also, we have heard for the last number of years, follow the science. And if we're not able to access the science, meaning the trials that's going to substantiate the drugs, how do we do that? And secondly, we have off-label drugs. In fact, methotrexate was never approved initially for rheumatoid arthritis. I'm thinking of hydroxychloroquine as well, that is used for rheumatoid arthritis. So how does something get to be approved for off-label
No, it's they're never, because off-label by definition is off-label. So you're kind of confusing the practice of medicine
Okay.
with approval. So the Food and Drug Act, the approval process is under the criminal law. And, you know, the theory being that if something's dangerous enough, then it's criminal and we can regulate it. Natural health products are not dangerous enough to fall under the criminal law. So they shouldn't be regulated at all by the federal government. But if a drug's approved for a specific condition, doctors are free, or medical practitioners are free to use the drug in any way that they feel is in the best interest of their patients. And a lot of drugs have to be off-label use. You know, like if a chemical drug company wants a breast cancer drug approved, they're not going to run a clinical trial on stage 4 where they're going to have a bunch of deaths. They're going to run a clinical trial on stage 1 breast cancer. They're going to run it on a younger cohort than typically gets breast cancer, so they have less safety signals, less deaths. So Health Canada will approve that drug for treatment in stage 1 breast cancer. Well, the oncologist may want to use it for stage 2, 3, or 4, and may want to use it in older people. It'll only be approved for the age group in the clinical trial. So by definition, they have to, and almost no drugs are tested on pregnant women and children. So, you know, by definition, our use of most of those drugs are off-label. That's not necessarily a bad thing, off-label use. I think it's necessary for the practice of medicine, but it's different jurisdictions.
Thanks, Shawn. Somebody else has a question that has been collecting signatures for you, and it's not going to make it there to Ottawa per se because they didn't bring them here tonight. So if they continue to collect signatures, how do they get those signatures to you?
That's a great question. We're in a mail strike, which just, you know, is awful timing for us as we march across the country. So when we present the boxes and boxes and boxes of petitions to the MP on October 25th on the Hill, I'm going to ask him, don't submit these to the clerk of petitions yet until well after the mail strike, so we have time to get the ones that are in the queue. And then even after we submit them, we still want people sending them in because we can then enter those, you know, even just to kind of touch on the first question, which has me intrigued, you know, of doing this in batches. So yeah, so no petition's going to be wasted. If we don't make it in the first time, we'll make it in the second. And I think we just have to do a delay anyway, just because of the mail strike. Like, again, it's just interesting timing.
And the address to send them to you after the mail strike, unless they send it to you courier, that would be on your website, NHPPA.
No, they're on the petitions themselves. So on the bottom of the petition, it says mail to P.O. Box whatever, St. Albert, Alberta, with the postal code.
On the bottom of the petition is the address to send it to.
Yes, yes.
We can, you can courier.
You can't courier to mail a post office box. So we're really stuck. We're really stuck as far as that goes. So like I say, I think we're going to enter them after the mail strike. We'll just get more to the MP after
Maybe you should see if you've got somebody in Ottawa with a physical address that we could ship them to there.
Well, but again, we're going to have a whole bunch being sent to us in the mail, like they're caught in the mail right now.
Okay.
So,
okay, good.
So we could do that. We could, I'll tell you what, we'll send you an address in Ottawa if you want to send the ones you have now to us to be included on the 25th. So we won't have time. Tracy says we won't have time though. So we already don't have time. So just mail them to the post office box.
Okay. So anybody else have a question for Shawn? And if we don't, we'll let him go and then we just have a couple more things and then we'll let you guys go. Any other question for Shawn? Follow him on Facebook. Are you on Instagram, Shawn?
Probably. I don't have a
Facebook,
cell
YouTube,
phone. I
I
don't do
know.
social media myself, but I have people doing it for me. So
Yeah, I know that you're on YouTube. I know that you're on Facebook for sure, because that's where I follow
but
you.
follow the NHPPA.org. So like it's the NHPPA.org that I do all of this work. And we have social media channels. Please follow us. For this campaign, we actually have social media posts on our website that you can repost. We have posters that you can print off for the online show and put out. You know, you can resend out our e-letters. We only send one email a week, except during this campaign, we're doing 2. So we'll never flood you with excessive emails. You won't go, oh, I need to subscribe, they're filling my box. Like we tend to do just one a week. But send those out to your network and get everyone watching this health show. So you're moving us, Teresa. So get everyone watching this health show, because even though it ends, the live part ends in a week, we're reposting the entire days. And we're going to have like 20 days of health show. And it's just, the stories are just absolutely amaze you.
Thank you so much, Shawn, for all of your work for many years, your courage and your clarity here tonight, because we've talked to people just recently here, and there was even people that had health food stores here in our local area that had no idea what was going on. So you're bringing clarity, and I know that we have a great group of people here that you guys will share in your social media as well, or share with other people, word of mouth. That's how this gets out. And we don't need 1 million people to change how Canada's laws are. We just need enough noise, and Shawn is going to Ottawa, and this is going to make noise. Even though that the media is not picking it up, Shawn, this is going to make noise. This is going to start shaking some things up, so that we will see the laws. Like you said, you're not bringing a brand new law. You're just defining them to make sure that they're just not making those gray areas, that we have the lawful rights and freedoms that we deserve here in Canada. And we thank you.
Yeah, no, well, thanks for having me again. So sorry that, we had some technical problems,
No
but
apology.
I am so glad.
well,
I'm so glad you had technical difficulties. It made me feel so good for all the times that I've had technical difficulties.
Well, I also find that when it seems that events and things are conspiring against you, that means that something important's about to happen. So what it means is there were some people there today that needed to be changed and needed some things to think about, and they're going to be used. They're going to be used for their destiny will be very important. And so I feel honored to be a part, and just thank you so much for organizing this and putting this on. We are grateful, and Teresa is grateful, and so again, thank you.
Thank you so much, Shawn, and have a great night. And thank you, Teresa, doing the background work there. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks
Thank you.
again.
Everybody's clapping. Thank you so much. We appreciate you both.
Thank you.
Have a great evening.
You too. Thanks. Bye.
For those I have not, my name is Callie Simmons. I am a naturopathic doctor since 1998. I'm an islander. I have lots of family here. I'm a mother of 6. I've owned the Root Cellar since 1999 and practice part-time. I've used to do some column writing. We used to show on Eastlink, Au Natural. And so I haven't done any public speaking in quite a while. I'd say it's like since 2018, 2019. So I'm really honored you guys made the time to come out here tonight. It's wonderful. Sorry for the cramped quarters, and we can always like stack some of these and make some more room if no one comes along here. And so, because we got 88 RSVP, so sometimes people can't make it and parking is a little hard. But I wanted to just give some information. I know that, healthcare is very challenging these days, and, accessibility and often people are frustrated because it's they wait and they get in there and it's maybe not even necessarily, the way they want to go. So we all at sometimes need a hospital or a conventional medical visit. But if you're trying to kind of take care of yourself as naturally as possible and minimize, prescription use and things like that, then I feel like there's so many basic things that people could be helping themselves on their own. Okay. And people like us, we're private. We're not part of the public system. So we're not accessible to all. We're covered by people's private health plans. And I think a lot of people don't even really still know what we are. So we are primary care providers. In most provinces, we are regulated, and PEI hopefully will be there within the year. The government is very keen to do it this time. And so we are like natural GPs, natural family doctors. So we're trained in the same sciences as your family doctor, okay? And we have 4,500 hours of training. So it gets a little blurry because people say naturopath, and there's a lot of even under people's insurance. It's like a naturopath. Well, I saw a massage therapist. I saw a hypnotist. It's not the same as what we do. So we are trained to diagnose. We know how to order and interpret blood work. We are trained in botanical medicine, nutrient deficiencies, diet. We're trained in pharmacology as well. It's not our primary focus, but we understand when things are an issue for interaction, that you should go to the hospital in terms of serious emergencies. We know when to refer, how to collaborate. So we're actually, people hear about these medical homes. We are a very good middle person to kind of, bounce in between everybody. And, we have unprecedented disease rates. We have an aging population. So I think we are in different times. And so some of the things I just want to kind of remind us all, because sometimes, we're in a store selling things, but there's so many, like, start with the basics. And that's why I want to start with that. And we are 70% water, right? It's so easy to like, I have no thirst. I'm a terrible water drinker. But what I've discovered, if I add a little bit of salt, I drink more water. So it's like we need about a liter per 100 pounds of body weight. So if you're underdoing that or you're overdoing that, some people, they're like, I got my 4-liter jug and I drank 6 liters of water today. That's not good either. You can kill yourself with water. You really can. You can dilute your blood. So drinking enough water. Charlottetown fluoridates their water. Stratford and Summerside does not fluoridate their water because it's too controversial of an issue. Is it too much for us, in combination with, say, fluoridated toothpaste or fluoride washes? It's like, it's all about, as I said, I like starting with water because fluoride is like, yes, it does have properties to do that. But if we're getting too much fluoride and too much chlorine, then we need that balance, right? Sometimes it's like kill all the bugs, and so it's like, is it perhaps too much, right? So, and if you live near a farm, be wary of like perhaps runoff. Well water, natural well water is the best. But if you're downhill from a farm, you may want to put on a filtration system. You can use like a Santevia or reverse osmosis. So just think about water, and salt is not evil. It's all about balance. Some people don't get enough salt. You have very low blood pressure. People can have seizures because of not enough salt. They can have episodes that imitate a stroke. So you want to make sure, especially if someone's on a diuretic for blood pressure, you can have too little salt, too little magnesium, too little of a lot of electrolytes. So you want to look at that. Now, food, I fully believe we are what we eat. And I remember graduating from school and thinking, oh, all my colleagues are so picky about their food. My mom fed me well. I don't need to do all that. I'll just eat the good whole foods. But I discovered my first pregnancy that I think gluten bothers me. I don't have celiac disease, but when I ate too much wheat, I was all puffy and constipated and tired, and my eyes were gritty, and I was stuffed up, and I had bags under my eyes. So guess what? I had 6 children, and no one said, oh, you look tired today. Yeah, I had pizza last night. Not all the other nights, right? So little things you can do. And some of that, I don't know what it is. Could it be the sprays? Could it be, I'm not sure. But experiment with your body. And sometimes, whether it's a ketogenic diet, a carnivore diet, a paleo diet, there are certain common denominators that I would say, in general, people eat too much flour. And it's like, it might be a different thing. This is a muffin, this is a pita, this is a tortilla, this is a pasta, this is something else, but it's all the same ingredient. So if you try simplifying, and the food is a little different than it used to be. So, try eating protein and vegetables and some nuts, and not eating so much grain. Some people struggle with cow dairy product. They'll go to Europe and say, I'm fine. A lot of us are of European descent. They actually have different cows there, and which has different proteins. So maybe we would tolerate their milk like our ancestors did if we were there. But we are here. And, someone said to me today, I can't handle the milk anymore. I don't know. What did the local cows eat all summer? I don't know what they did. It was pretty dry, right? The grass was burnt. And and then it's not the only foods. When you look for genetic modification, okay, we don't really know enough about that. If you see something that's certified organic, that means it's not genetically modified, and it's with pesticide use, right? So that category, supersedes the other. So it's a good thing to look for. And it matters more on some things. I feel like it really matters on grains a lot, right? We assume that Health Canada is policing all this, but an example would be tuna. A pregnant woman should not eat tuna because it has too much mercury. But where are the warnings for a 2-year-old or a nursing mother or a bodybuilder that eats 30 cans a week because it's cheap protein? Because as we all know, groceries are berserk, right? They are so expensive, especially animal protein. So I feel like I see more tuna than ever. Salmon is genetically modified. So when you see wild salmon on sale, even if it's in a tin, you should stock up and get it. So there's that with the protein aspect. The notion of, well, what's the best diet? I'm like, well, I think it's an individual thing. It's like, I don't think carbohydrates are all wrong for humans, but if someone is very obese and they need to lose a lot of weight, or they're diabetic, then desperate times, desperate measures. So you may need a more extreme diet for that. Some people will say, by changing my diet and reducing it just to a few ingredients, I actually finally got rid of my autoimmune condition. So I'm not making claims. I'm not saying it's a panacea, but as I said, here I am in a store full of bottles, but do take care of your food. It's so easy naturally to kind of think, oh, what's a natural pill for that? And people often that haven't seen us, I'll say, come see us, because you know what, we might actually like lessen your load. You're on too many things. I do take a handful every night of things, but they're mostly vitamins and minerals. And if that keeps you not getting sick and you're pain free and you feel good, and then I'm okay with that, right? The term is supplement, not replacement. It's not meant to replace your food. Water, food, those are the most important things. But things like, say, when it comes to those nutrients, vitamin D deficiency is extremely common, okay? Only Health Canada even did a survey, and StatsCan, and they found that 25% of Canadians supplement vitamin D, only 10% have optimal levels. It's cheap, okay? It's like you can get it anywhere. You should take it with food. And my parents took it at school in the form of cod liver oil, right? It was capsules and it was liquid. No, it was liquid first, and then it was capsules. And it was a good source of vitamin A and D. So vitamin D You can safely take between upwards of 4,000 units. That's according to Health Canada. The Europeans say it's 10,000. I have seen one person be above normal on 10,000. So